Yeah, I'm fine, prepared. 36 as I live and breathe. That is crazy. Well, last week I would have thought, but 72 weeks ago I wouldn't have thought. Oh yeah. Someone said can't hear Steve. Someone has said can't hear Steve. Someone said sound. Someone saying no, Steve sound. I believe they cannot hear you. You're on mute, Steve. Okay, I'm going to put in the chat. Oh, are you on mute? Does it turn out you're on mute? All right, okay. They are saying just Steve, to be fair. So I believe we have audio on my side. Hello and welcome to episode 36 of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Episode 36. Who would have thought it? Said Steve. And then
I'm in.
Brilliant. Okay. Do you want to take over again? We could do it the third time. Do it for the third time. Go on, and we'll do the same stuff for the third time. Go on.
I can't remember what I said, mate. It was at least 2 minutes ago.
You say, welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, episode 36. Then you say, episode 36, who would have believed it? And then I say, well, in the last episode, I would have believed it, but 72 weeks ago, I wouldn't have believed it. So go.
That.
You're not doing it.
No, we were just saying welcome, everybody. Apologies for that. Again, I was in that weird thing where I've been unplugging everything and taking stuff to the studio and reusing the old stuff that I used to use. So I'm using my old camera, my old microphone. I don't know why it wasn't set up because I did it. I was streaming. Was it last night? Last night did I stream or the night before?
Did you stream last night?
No, not last night. The night before. Football was on last night, which we'd rather forget. But
it's all right. We got a second there. We're fine. We're sorted.
It's good.
It's all about the final. It's all about the final.
Yeah. But so I've been messing around with stuff as well. So apologies. Let's start from the top, shall we, Damian? Welcome. Welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, episode 36. How the devil are you, Damian?
Are we not doing the who would have believed?
Yeah, but it was after the how the devil are you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah. I'm very well, mate. I'm very well.
Yeah,
I'm relaxed. I'm calm. I'm not rushed.
Yeah. Who'd have thought?
I thought that was you who did that though. Episode 36. Who'd have thought it?
Yeah, and then you said I'd have thought.
Well, yeah, in episode 35, I would have thought it, but 72 weeks ago, who would have thought it?
And it's funny because this week I was looking back at the original.
Yes, yeah, that's right. You said that. You said that as well. Yeah, go on. And that's where I think you found out. Go on, you were looking. Yeah, back.
I was just basically it's boring now. The moment's passed, but yeah, I was looking back at the original ones, and it was quite weird to see, especially on my camera because I was over there and everything was a bit of a dump.
And now you're over here and everything's
look. Still not cleared. Still not cleared it, mate. Still not cleared it. The hook's up there. Can you see the hook?
No one can see the hook, Steve. There is no hook.
Look, there's the hook there. Look.
There is no hook. There is only Zool.
So Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
What was it about the early ones? I don't know. Were they good? How was it?
They were awesome. Yeah. They were awesome. They were the beginnings. That was planting the seed for an awesome little community, which we now have, which gets me through many a lonely day, I must say.
Yeah, absolutely. I entirely agree with you there, Steve.
Yeah, totally. So Battle Streams in Middle Earth, if it is your first time in, which it looks like we've got a lot of the usual suspects in, but you never know, there might be some new guys in. If you are new to the stream, welcome. This is a stream where we pretty much celebrate the old Battle Games in Middle Earth magazines, and every stream that we do, we're just following a certain issue, should I say?
Issue.
And we'll look through that issue, and the tone of the stream for that week will be based upon that issue and what model came in that issue. In issue 30, which is the issue we're looking at, I'm making sure I'm getting the word issue in now because I missed that first time. In this one, issue 30, it was based all around Urukai Berserkers. So, Damian, this week, how do people get involved with the stream?
You paint a berserker, Stephen. It's pretty much that it. I think Steve was actually for once. Steve was the harsh one. He normally lets anything in, but he was like, "No, I think we should have a berserker week," which is fair enough. So this is a very special Battle Streams in Middle Earth because I think this is our first ever Battle Streams in Middle Earth focused on an elite troop type.
Yeah,
that's my specific caveat. I think on a non-plastic troop type. I think. I'm sure people are putting like 83 previous elite troop types in there, but I think it's our first warrior that hasn't been our plastic sprue, I think. So that's exciting. So yeah, the obvious one is Uruk-hai Berserkers. So you have your metal Uruk-hai Berserkers. They're now released in fine cast, so you can get them. Or of course, cheeky plastic Berserker on the siege troop sprue. So you can get him. They're the Berserkers of choice. The issue is themed around Helm's Deep, so that's the sensible thematic choice. But we do have an outlier for you. We're also going to allow Gundabad Berserkers in. If you want to bring it bang up to date, or bang up to date 3 years ago. Yeah, I think that was your idea. You're such a renegade. Who bangs the drums? It wasn't
my idea. It was definitely your idea.
She bangs the drums. And so yeah, if you've got any Gundabad Berserkers and you want to bring a bit of Azog's Legions proceedings, they are Berserkers. They have very similar rules, so we thought we'd allow that as well. And gets a teensy little taste of a bit of Hobbit action in there, which we don't often get on these streams. So there we go. That's how you get involved. You paint a Berserker, basically.
Yeah. And if you are following on from that, if you are painting along with us tonight whilst watching us on the stream, we do have a work in progress thread on the Great British Hobbit League, a whip thread. You'll find it because there has already been a lot of posts gone on there, so it should be around the top of the group. So make sure you get to the Great British Hobbit League, and you'll find it. Take pictures of what you're working on and post it in there. It doesn't have to be a Berserker. We're interested in whatever you're working on. It's always nice to see. But if you are staying on topic and you are working on a Uruk-hai Berserker or a Gundabad Berserker tonight, what will they be entered into, Damian?
Well, Steve, as you know, it turns out we might have actually not been completely organised tonight. It's happened again. I know it was exciting last time. We've yet to set up CCAM. So we don't know. I mean, this is the wonders and the horrors of live TV. We genuinely don't know what the shot is on CCAM. Okay, so this could
be anything. You might have no pants on.
It could be anything. Okay, so are you ready?
Yeah.
This is exciting. I'll just make sure I place the Battle Streams dice entirely naturally.
How we doing? Yeah. Just how they fell.
Oh, it's not great, is it? It's not great. It's not great. Okay, so let's whack this in here.
That is a good roll, mate. That is a good.
Yeah, it's just how they fall, mate.
Yeah, solid roll.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at there are some very nice purple Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice that money cannot buy. You can't buy these. Cannot. Nowhere.
I think money's the only thing that can buy them. Isn't the only way to achieve these in the world to send us money? Isn't that? I mean, you can't. You're right. You can't buy them. You can't.
No, you can't buy them. Can't buy them.
No. But if you want some, it will require money, without a shadow of a doubt. But Steve, I think what you might have meant is there is a dice that money cannot buy.
That's the one I meant. Yeah. Was it this one?
Yeah, and it is. Are you ready? Here it comes. It's a 3. It's not bad.
Oh, yeah. He didn't know about shine the others. I get that.
This is our black Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice. I feel like we haven't done a shout-out for this in a few weeks. Let me do this up. But Matt Davis, who sent us our Battle Streams Middle-earth dice tray, absolute hero. So thank you for that as ever, sir. Yeah, your black Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice. Money cannot buy that. But instead, every fortnight, we give one of these away on the stream to someone who is painting the on-trend model.
Yep.
They are very, very good. You've already seen it roll a 3, which is brilliant.
Yes.
If you've got Andril as a good player and want to win a roll-off and really annoy your opponent, 3 is exactly what you need, so perfect for that. They're also good for 4 if you don't have Andril and you're a good player and you want to win a roll-off. So they really do.
Or if you're in a pub and you said, I bet I can roll a 4.
Yeah, exactly. And you would have this dice with you in a pub because you'd keep it on you at all times in case of theft.
Yeah.
And so they really do cover every possible dice-based permutation you might want. So if you want to win one of those, you just got to be painting Berserker tonight. But Steve, how would we know if they were painting a Berserker? What would they have to do?
Well, I've already said it, but I'll say it again. So we do have a whip thread.
Repetition is a theme.
Just in case my sound was off, we do have a whip thread on the Great British Hobbit League. As I said earlier, make sure you post a picture in there. So we will kick ass and take names, and every stream. We will take your names down, and then at the end of the stream, or towards the end of the stream, we'll do a draw for everyone who is on topic, and one of you guys will walk away with not a speedboat, not a sports car,
I
but
want
black
those.
Battle Streams and Middle Earth dice that money can't buy.
Yeah, well, money can buy a speedboat or a sports car.
Yeah.
But it can't buy one of these dice.
Yeah. So, what would you prefer? I know what I want. Yep.
You also, it's probably worth stressing, you won't walk away with it. You'll sit exactly where you are, and I'll post it to you.
Yeah.
Don't like feel like
Her Majesty's Royal Mail will knock on your door.
Don't reach into your computer and try and scratch it off and then walk out.
I mean, we need some T's and C's, don't we?
Oh, I honestly thought you meant like tea and cake. Then I thought that's what I meant last year. Yeah, we should. Please don't try and scratch your dice out of the laptop screen. That sort of thing.
But yeah. How are you anyway, Damon? Good?
Yeah. Do you know what, mate? I am good. I'm busy, but this week felt like a good busy. I've had a lot of busy days at work, but I feel like I've got a lot done. As of right now, my inbox is clear, which is a very, very rare thing for me.
Yeah.
So I've finished. I've dealt with all those outstanding tasks. So I have nothing hanging over me over the weekend. I'm not planning on doing any work at the weekend, which is lovely.
That's good. Yeah.
And not only that, I actually took this afternoon off for real. I booked an afternoon off, which I don't do a lot. Term is kind of finished.
For reals.
For reals. And I went to the zoo.
Nice.
Yeah, so me and Em and the kids went to the zoo and met my mum and dad outside, as is currently legally allowed, and wandered around the zoo and saw some fantastic animals.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so then was in Dunstable, Whips Lane at about 6 p.m. and was like, I think we have to go home. I need to be on the internet soon. So yeah, that's all been really, really good. In terms of how am I mentally?
Yes.
So yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. A busy week, but same as you, kind of good busy. I've felt very productive this week. Also managed to get a couple of days at the studio.
I saw the video. You had a selfie stick.
Yes, well, it wasn't. It was a stick and some gaffer tape. But...
Did you get that from 2010 or 2011?
It was self-made, mate.
You built that.
Gonna do a selfie stick making video on it.
Does it fold up into the wall?
Well, the thing is, my arms are not long enough.
Have you got it there?
No, it was basically a boom arm. It's a boom arm with
stick with tape. I made a selfie stick. You've got a stick.
But yeah, it was really nice to get in there. Cleaned it all up. I basically took everything out into the hallways of where the studio is, and put everything in one by one. Sorted all the shelves out, and it's that thing that I said when I clean in here, I feel ready to set the world up. It's good. Cleaning's good, isn't it? Yeah. And it kind of feels like a clean slate. So yeah, that's done. That's ready to go now. I'm ready to start filming in there next week. Battle reports galore. Yeah, so very excited. Very excited. Good week. Basically.
Any hobby? Got any hobbies, Sorkel?
Yes. So I did a little bit more work on our friend Mr. Halday. I started on the
very nice. On
the stream. Done some more work on him on Thursday night. I think I was streaming on Thursday night because
that was Angel.
No, Thursday night. I had a few hours. I got a few hours to paint. I thought I may as well stream, and it was quite good. Quite a few people jumped on, and I was finishing this guy, not Middle Earth.
Is this yesterday? Last night?
This was Thursday night. Wednesday night. I apologise.
I think I must have missed that entirely. I didn't know you were doing it.
Yeah, well, I didn't advertise it. I just come in here and I thought, sorry, I'm going to stick a stream on, and I think it was about 20 people, and it was quite good. But yeah, I painted him on.
I saw the model. I saw the finished model. It looks very good.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed painting it, considering I was dreading it because it was yellow. I wasn't going to do Imperial Fists, but I said it on the stream. A pal of mine, who's another YouTuber, but big 40k YouTuber.
This is Valrak, right?
Chapter Master Valrak. He had a bad accident. Yeah, he broke 2 bones in his back, shattered his ankle, and broke his leg. So it's pretty bad. He was in surgery today. He's doing really well, and he's a big Imperial Fist fan. That's his jam, and I just dedicated that guy to him. So
that's very nice.
I'll get that over and hand it to him. Not that he'll make any use of it, because he'll go, "What is this piece of tat you are giving me?"
Sorry, who are you? No, he's a really good lad, really good lad. So yeah, I was sorry to hear that, and
He's actually supposed to be coming over on Top Table because he wants to learn how to play Middle Earth.
Very cool.
So that'd be cool.
Sure,
so when he's back on his feet, we'll.
I'm sure your channel could do his a few favours there.
Yeah, I said to him, I said, mate, listen, don't worry about it. If any of my subs come over to you, it'll be fine. Don't worry, don't worry. So that's
could get a few from his, I suppose, as well.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario.
Probably got them all. We got them all, mate. But hobby-wise, I think. And started on this lady who's from Curse City as well. So a little bit of hobby, but as far as Middle Earth goes, only a little bit more on Haldir. So tonight, I'm looking forward to.
Nice, man. You're properly on topic. It's good.
Yeah. 3 Berserkers. I've got one of my existing Berserkers as a guide, so they'd match in.
Presumably you'll strip that and then try and paint the new ones to look like that one.
I stripped these 3.
Obviously.
Strip these 3. I think I posted a picture of it in.
Yeah, it disgusted me.
But yeah, I stripped them because they were. To be fair, they weren't my paint job. I got these in a. When you just get like a box of junk from eBay.
Okay, that's different. I'll allow that.
Yeah. So they were. They're on topic, and I don't. For some reason, in my head, that because I've got them, I need them painting for my army. And when I was looking for my test model so that they match in, I realised that I've got 12 Berserkers painted.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need them. Yeah,
that's the point.
So
don't say that like a problem, otherwise everyone will turn off. That's the entire point of the stream, you drunk. We shouldn't. That's the point. We shouldn't need the models we're painting tonight. We're painting for the joy of
it.
Of the hobby.
I do actually quite like painting Berserkers.
Remember?
Yeah, I do quite like.
Painting. Yeah, they're nice models to paint.
Yeah. So
God knows I've done nothing.
What about you tonight? What are you painting tonight, Andy?
So tonight, he's literally fresh from the stick because he's still on it. I've actually got Lurtz.
Nice. Solid.
Which rhymes with Berserks.
It does, yeah.
And he does go a bit Berserk. Because I in a rare twist, I don't have any unpainted Berserkers. Berserkers were my thing competitively for years. So every Berserker I could get my hands on, I paid up. I think I've only got. I can't remember now. There was time I would have known exactly what Berserkers I had and what pose they were. I think I've got I think I've got 16 or 18, but they're all painted. I didn't have any of them, and my Gundabad Berserker painted. So I had a bit of a freebie week where I found something I kind of wanted to paint roughly on trend, and I believe this is the only Isengard Uruk High model I've got that's not painted. I think. I cleared out. I cleared out a load of the plastic Uruks on the stream a while back. I think he's my only Isengard Uruk, so he seemed like a fitting choice. And when back in the day when we used to do the monthly streams, we combined Lurtz with I want to say Aragorn week, and I did an Aragorn, so I haven't done a Lurtz for the stream. So I think there's enough justification there to get him in. So I'm quite looking forward to this.
Yeah.
But so that's tonight. But hobby-wise, I was in a real funk after last 2 weeks ago. I remember Theoden wasn't going well for me, didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it honestly took me about, I don't think I painted anything for a week.
Yeah.
And then I jumped on the patron call the following Friday and just chatted to those guys. I went on it quite late, about 11 or something.
Yeah, you come on.
Yeah, just you went.
As I was winding up,
Yeah, and painted till about 2 in the morning and got back into it. And then I think I finished him on Sunday or Monday night, so a couple more evenings, and then I finished this dude, Theoden, and I was really pleased with him. I hated it. I absolutely hated the process, every part of it, but I'm really quite pleased with the outcome. And then that kind of sort of cheered me up, no end. It's a nice model to have. And I then I haven't actually got them because I've been doing them downstairs, but I've assembled my 2 Shadow and Flame tree giants.
Nice.
Might have done one of them last time, and I've green stuffed them. So they're due to go to be sprayed next. So they're now assembled, which was cool. So I did a bit of that, and I think that's it. But I was pretty pleased. As I said, I've only had a week because I had a week off in absolute misery mode.
Yeah.
So that was my kind of hobby. Productivity. I have got something else in your kind of like slightly off topic 40k stuff. I have got something else hobby related but not Middle Earth, which I was crazy excited about. which was, well, I think I might have mentioned this briefly before on the stream, I don't know. But this arrived this week.
Oh, the models for that, cool.
Yeah.
The models.
Do you know what else the models for this are?
What?
Pre-painted. That's what got me in. So this, I feel I've told. I don't know if it's on the Patreon chat or if it's on one of these streams. So apologies if it's repetition. I backed this on Kickstarter in May 2018, and then I forgot about it. I legit forgot about it until about a month ago. I got a thing saying, "Can we confirm your address? We're shipping you this." Shipping me what? And it came through, and I'd completely forgotten about it. I've forgotten how to play it. I watched a load of gameplay videos back on the Kickstarter, but it's now arrived, and I basically then dived back into this head first, kind of watching YouTube videos, and got mega excited about playing it. Street Fighter, for me, go off topic round. This was my childhood.
Yeah,
I was there with the SNES. No, 64, bitch, please. SNES, mate. The first ever console version of Street Fighter 2, which I want to say came out about 1991 or 1992, and then Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And that I remember Street Fighter 2, the first one, I wrote on my Christmas list. I want to say I was 10, I think. So I think this is about 1993 or something. And I wrote to Santa, if I get nothing else, I just want Street Fighter 2. I was like, that would be the only present, which, still, some people say that's quite a decent present for a 10-year-old in 1993. But I remember saying, I don't want any other presents, please. I just want Street Fighter 2. And when I woke up in the morning, there was my stocking at the end, and it was clearly empty apart from one box, and it had Street Fighter 2 in. And then later on, Santa, the Joker, kindly brought in a stocking with some other presents. But it done that, and it was the American version. So I had it came with a Pro Universal adapter where you have to put the adapter into the SNES and put it in, and it blew my mind away. I thought it was the best game I ever played. I played it to death. I was damn good at it in my day. Then I got Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and I got Super Street Fighter 2, which to my mind is the best Street Fighter game ever released. That was the one where you got Cammy, DJ, T-Hawk, and Fei Long.
They're still releasing them.
But it stopped in 1993, so it doesn't really matter. Super Street Fighter 2 was the last version of Street Fighter ever was. And this, when this came out, I was like, that looks cool. And this is what got me in. I was like, they're pre-painted. I won't have to paint them and never do anything with them. Oh my, yes. So I brought Ryu up, and they're cool, man.
Yeah, they are cool.
The paint jobs are pretty good, but a lot of them have these kind of effects of them doing their special moves. She's obviously about to do the Hadouken. And so I've now gone back into it. So I've got 20 characters. It's like the 16 Super Street Fighter, and then you get like Akuma and Guken and Evil Ryu and Evil Ken and a few alternates like that. And I'm just kind of mega excited about playing this as a board game. And Emma's slightly up for it.
Caved in.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, all right. But yeah, so this, I got really excited about this. And it took me to my happy face. It took me back to my childhood and stuff. And the mechanics in it are really cool, and you can link up combos and stuff. So good fun. Were you a Street Fighter fan?
Yeah, Street Fighter fan. Yeah. It's I think what was when it was when the SNES was released. It came with Street Fighter, right? It
wasn't there at release. It came. Street Fighter 2 came out about a year after the SNES came out. A year after.
Yeah. I remember what I must have got it late then, because I remember when I got it, I got the one with Street Fighter.
Yeah, that was Turbo. It started when Street Fighter 2 Turbo came out. Turbo became the shipping game instead of Mario World.
Yeah.
Because
I was never really into Mario. I got into it, but late on. I used to play it on. Remember the original Nintendos? I remember next door neighbour. He was about 16, and when I was really young, he had one I thought was cool, and I couldn't really play it because I've got very vague memories of being very young and just seeing him playing it. I think it was cool, but then obviously as I got older, Mario wasn't my bag. And I think I got the SNES just because of Street Fighter.
Yeah, well, it was the first console to ever have it, so a load of people did.
Yeah. But yeah, it was cool. Liked it a lot.
I'm crazy excited to start playing it. It looks really fun. It comes with like 3D scenery, and you can throw them into it, and the scenery gets removed. In the game where the boxes would vanish as you got thrown into and stuff. It's really cool. I saw someone a while back when I went to check on the chat about the volume. I saw someone then saying, "This is my first time watching live," and this is it. It's not really about Middle Earth. Sorry, but it is hobby. You know, it is tabletop game, and it's a rare thing because it's a game. It's a non-Middle Earth game that I'm going to play.
Yeah, it is very rare. Damian very rarely sways from the road.
It's cause pre-painted.
Yeah.
It's a bit like what we were saying. You know, when we were talking about commission painting, and I say I'd only do it for something else. It's that kind of thing. I don't, you know, you only ever need these figures now. I've got the 16 for the heroes from my childhood. I'll never need any more models. That's it, done. And so I don't mind that I haven't painted them. I also got a bloody good deal on it. Like, I didn't know that I'd got a good deal on it because I couldn't tell you for the life of me when it, you know, I was like, how much did I pay for this? And I paid $140 for the expansions. I've got the boss expansion, all the stretch goal stuff, and that stuff's now on their site, and it's $325
right
for the stuff that I got for 140. Plus, it was so 100 quid I paid for 16 characters and all the decks and all the boards and stuff. And it was also 3 years ago, so that money's gone. You know, when this arrived, this was free.
Yeah,
this was a present.
In 2021, that's free, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
You lost money in 2018, and you just gained a free game in 2021. So we better jump in the chat, mate.
We probably should, yeah.
Do you want me to dive in, or do you want to dive in?
I don't mind, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, because you're going to be doing a lot of reading later.
Yeah.
I'll fly.
We should actually, just before we do that, we should just set out our agenda or the content.
Yeah.
For anyone who, before we start saying hello to everyone, we will be going through issue 30. As always, and seeing what's inside there. We will be taking a deep dive through the history of the Berserker profiles. Won't take long, but we'll be having a look at the Berserker over the course of the evening. And then also, we might normally, if we had a hero, we might take a deep dive into some of Tolkien's history, some of Tolkien's lore and that. Berserkers, to the best of my knowledge, they're not even mentioned in the book. I believe they're entirely invented for the films. So what I thought would be fun to do is take a slightly different deep dive into this, which is Unfinished Tales, because bit of news, I suppose, for the Middle Earth fans out there, is that Unfinished Tales was released on audiobook this about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so it's
I use my.
Have you got it? You take it off?
Yeah, I've not listened to it though. I had a token in that I didn't realise I had.
Yeah, it's nice, though, isn't it? When Audible.
Yeah,
I've got a few in the back already. So don't repeat that. When this came out, we thought, well, some people will have it now. Some people, but I don't think your average SBG Tolkien fan would have read this. I think everyone would have read, or not even everyone. We've seen that on the stream. Most people would have read The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Some people would have read the Silmarillion, and that's normally it. And then different people might dabble into different things. So most people won't have this, and they won't even know what it is. So I thought, rather than, you know, we normally go, what did Haldir used to be like before he was in the final book? I actually thought we'd have a little chat about what Unfinished Tales is, because this is, if you take out the big two, Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, this is my favourite Tolkien book. That he, you know, favourite book that he wrote, rather than the book about Tolkien. And it's absolutely brilliant. And so we thought it'd be fun to kind of go through that, and then maybe explain a bit what it is, read a couple of passages from it, and convince you by the end of the evening to go and take the plunge on Audible.
Yeah.
And that's the plan. So buy Berserkers.
Set an affiliate up.
Yeah, we really should. go and buy the Berserkers, sell the Berserkers out on GW, and go and sell out the digital download of Unfinished Tales. That's the plan for tonight. That's my goal, and we hope you enjoy it.
Oh, can we just say a belated happy birthday? I'm not sure if he's in the chat. I've not had a look yet. To Frederick. It was Frederick's birthday the other day. So happy birthday to Frederick. I hope you had a good one, my friend. Had loads of cake and merriment. And Damian, as we can see,
it was Julian's birthday as well.
Was it? Oh, it was. You got two. All right, Damian, can you please step up to the mic?
That's two. I didn't suggest this. That's two patron birthdays. Do you think it's worth it?
I think it's double the effort, mate. Here we go. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Julie. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Finn.
That was amazing. I think that was the best yet, mate.
Thanks, man.
I mean, the deep breathing definitely adds another layer.
What deep breathing?
No deep breathing. Must have been just me, mate.
Happy birthday, guys.
So happy birthday to happy birthday. And we are taking requests. If it is your
well.
birthday coming up, please do send us an email to I'll send you cards in. Remember that on, what was it, CBBC, where you send a drawing in?
Oh, yeah.
This is for Damian, 42.
42? 42? What's that?
All right, 44.
You know exactly how old I am, because as of Thursday, in exciting O'Byrne news, I got to go on the internet and book me some good vaccination, so that you can work out how old I am from that.
Ooh. I get my second next month, so I'm excited.
I've not had your second.
No.
Oh, I just assume.
If we allowed swearing on the stream, I'd give you a swear sign.
Jump in the chat, Steve. Go on. Fly through it, mate.
Right, let's dive in the chat. Let me see how much there is. There's quite a bit. People have been chatting away.
It's only been, I think it's been us, mate.
I mean, yeah, we've been on nearly an hour talking absolute nonsense. Apologies. Right, okay. So let's jump in. So Mr. Dan Collister is in. He was first in. Gaz Baller's in. Welcome, Gaz. Michael Curtis is present with Brush at the ready. Joe Achilles in. Good afternoon from all across the pond. Good afternoon, Joe. Michael Brayer's in. Welcome, my friend. Joe Holzman, thank you for coming, mate. Hajinder Singh, how are you doing? George Sutherland, hi, guys. How are you doing, George? Harry Parker is in. Evening all. So glad to be in after a couple of mysteries. It's good to have you, mate. It's good to have you. Looks like we've got the old school crew in. Zarfine Girl's in. How you doing, pal? Frederick's in. Happy birthday, mate. Happy birthday. Steve G's in. Hi all. Second time here. Welcome again, Steve. I hope you're having fun. Mr. Macklin's in. He says, evening, chaps. Oi, Steve, where's my tea? He's mad for a t-shirt. Mad for a t-shirt. I mean, I've told him, send me 70 English pounds and he can have one. No problem.
Is that Macklin?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my fault anymore.
We'll sort you out, mate. We'll get you one, don't worry. Nathan T's in. Good evening, everyone. Michael Haskell's in. He said, good evening, all. 'Tis the night to be mad, to go crazy, to be in a frenzy, to be manic, to go berserk.
Hey.
Green Tree's in. Hello, all. The Banners. My favourite unit. I don't know if he means us or berserkers.
You're a bit of a unit.
Yeah, I've been told that before. Remco's in, says, even I hope everyone is doing well. Nathan T. Steve's practicing his lockdown hobby in the music today. Yeah, that's because we've got like a theme tune now. So I've added a theme tune to the weight screen.
Have we got a theme tune?
Oh, yeah, we've got a theme tune. Couldn't tell you what it sounds like. It's definitely not S Club 7, otherwise we'd have been banned from YouTube. Scott Johnson is in. Welcome, Scott. It's been too long, my friend. Says, evening all. First stream.
We didn't do it, but I'm eating it now. I've got a apple donut. Fresh apple donut from the bakery.
I thought that was a Cornish pasty for a minute.
Yeah. Shipped in from Tring by my parents to the zoo. Home bus tonight, yeah.
Very nice.
Good stuff.
Very nice. So Scott Johnson, evening all. First stream I've managed to catch live. Won't be around for long, but just wanted to check in and say hi. Harry says hi too. Keep up the great work and hopefully catch up properly soon.
Scott.
Yeah. Hope you two are well. And little Harry, I bet little Harry's not very little anymore.
He's probably about 20, isn't he?
Yeah, about 20. I think it's 21st, yeah. Enjoying the Christmas music, says Harry. The other Harry Parkhill. The Banners, Santa is coming. It's not Santified, is it? It's called the Wizards. That's why I chose it. Joe Holzman, Nathan T. I thought Steve's lockdown hobby was starting new YouTube channels. That's just my general hobby. That's just general. Joe Kelly says, hi, Damian. My name is Joe. Nice to meet you finally. Carl Daly, he's big, he's red, swings a sword around your neck, Uruk a berserker. And then he says, hi all. Luke J. How is one and all? I think that's supposed to say. Music is whimsical this evening. Panpipe solo. Yeah. The music is really nice to paint to, Remco. This is what I think about everything.
That's a shame that we came in and ruined it with our rain.
Started talking crap. Michael Curtis, music is too pastoral to go berserk. Nathan T, anything less than 25 minutes of deep dive on berserkers in the lore and we riot. Dan Collister reminds me of the old Lions Head Studios game Fable Chicken Chaser. It's jumped there. Is it? The banners, they were elves once. This is the calm before the storm. Ashley Fisher, good berserking evening, everybody. How you doing, pal? Max Malice, evening all, he says. The banners, Damian should have a lot of good berserking stories. It was your jam for quite a while, Mr. Ober.
I did some great stuff with Berserkers. I did some really good stuff.
Smash stuff.
Wow.
Hajinda says, can't hear Steve. I hope you can hear me now, otherwise...
God, can you imagine if we had to do that half hour?
An hour.
I was to say, this apple donut, by the way, this has got massive chunks of apple in. It's not like apple custard. Really good.
Just massive bits of apple. George Galloway, evening all. I've tanned a few cans and I'm putting off typing an essay for uni by watching this. Boom, boom, boom. That's the theme. That's what we like.
The lecturer in me waiting for my student submissions in 2 hours is going to say you should finish your essay. The battle stream in me says, watch the stream.
Yeah, be a rebel. Be a rebel. Green Tree says, I was thinking the Wits of Free music down, but I suppose it's got like Fable for grown-ups. Remco says, sound. No sound, Steve, says Ashley Fisher. You're on mute, Steve. We can't hear Steve. Can't hear Steve. Classic sound issues. Steve, exclamation mark. Not a complaint, no. Aaron says, good evening, folks. How are we doing on this splendid Friday evening? We are very well, Aaron. Hope you're well. Steve's turn this week, it seems, says Joe. Harry says, classic B-Sam sound issues. He's faking, says Nathan T. Davey McShirra, excellent. We don't have to listen to Steve. No one tell him. I can read the comments. Davey McShirra. I can read the comments. Hurtful, I think. Luke J says, I enjoyed the Fable games. Good, clean storytelling adventure. Ajinda says, well, hey, he's lost his voice on holiday, says Michael Curtis. Oh, I went on holiday. That's what I did do as well. Great holiday. Really nice to be away. Frederick says, sound is there for Steve. Oh, we can hear Steve now, says Larry. The table's down again, but at least the T-shirt seems right. Boom, boom. Chris McKittrick, evening, everyone. Evening,
Hi,
Chris. Patrick Samuelson, glad to be joining live for the first time. Greets from Sweden. Welcome, my friend.
He's long gone, mate. He's long gone. There's not a chance he won't.
Al Ritchie says, my first time viewing. Looking forward to it, guys. Welcome, Al. Good to see you in.
Welcome, guys, if you are still there.
The banners. Oh, no. The banner says, oh, no. Greetings, Steve and Damian. How are you gents doing? Says the lovely Adam from Blackfire. We are doing very, very well. I hope you are, my friend.
Adam Marcel is in my top 7 Canadians of all time, and that includes Brian Adams.
You said that about another Canadian.
Yeah, well, I probably said about 6 other ones.
But you said my top 6.
Oh, yeah, but do you know what happened? When I then did this not happen on the stream, I actually counted up who I was thinking of, and I was like, oh, no, there's 6 of them, and Brian Adams.
I'll let you off. I still think we need a way thread. Well, that's got to go with the whip away.
Very good.
The banners. You can buy a chance, says the banners. What's middle battle streams Earth, says Max Malice. Tell you. Aaron said, I can't wait to get my dice, especially now gaming can return. Yes, everybody's very excited about gaming returning. There's tickets for events flying out left, right and centre all over. I've seen it. How did Steve get one of those dice, says Larry?
He's not got one of them. Steve's got 8 of them.
500 of them.
I've got
middle battle streams.
3 people in the world who've got 8 of those dice. 3. Steve's one of them. He's so fortunate.
Yeah, Brian Adams is another. The banner says middle battle streams Earth is the logo. Yeah, that's it. Well,
I'm going to send Brian Adams some dice.
Do you think he'd get?
I think we'll get a TikTok video.
Do you think he'd say, "What's middle battle streams Earth"?
Thanks so much, guys.
We'd have to explain that it's battle streams in Middle Earth.
It'd be like, hang on. It'd be all like, oh, there we go. It'd be all like, I've been wandering around the dice all night, rolling for my SVG.
Look at that. That's
stuff like that. You know?
That's a kill. Dad, take him off. That's a kill.
Certainly, to my mind, Brian Adams' best duet with one of the Spice Girls. That one.
I quite like that song.
Yeah.
It's one of the ones you can't help but sing along to.
When it goes.
Baby, when it goes. Like it.
Feels like I'm in love, so in love.
You've made me lose where I am. Oh God.
If you need me to fill
Repetition
time, right.
legitimizes, says Alpha Girl. Larry Miller, I still think we need a way thread too. The balance says, is Damian still pregnant? Damian, would you like to answer that?
Me?
Yeah.
No, mate. I'm a dude. If you mean my good lady wife, no, we have a 5-year-old daughter called Olivia. So yeah, two streams back, I think. But thank you if that's what you're getting at, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, all is well. All is wonderful.
You are now in a house with 3 women.
Yeah, well, they're not now. Charlotte, after Zoo, went back with grandparents.
Oh, jammy.
Jackpot, mate, jackpot.
Jammy, yeah.
But yeah, I live with 3 women, but not in a good way.
It's a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah, it's a
nightmare. Two girl club, mate. 2 girl club.
Nathan T says, did you abandon them to take more picture of ponds? What's that to do with?
Did you abandon them?
Abandon them. I don't know what that's in reference
to.
It
might be about me going to the zoo. Do you remember when I took the photo of the?
Yes.
Could be that. I took the photo of the water because it looked like polystyrene ceiling tile.
Like a ceiling tile, yeah. Look at the ceiling tile in the pond. What's going on? Yeah. Chris McKittrick. So it's a selfie made stick. I like it, Chris. Do we have a whip thread anywhere? Can't seem to find it. Yes, it's on the Great British Hobbit League. It is there, 100%. If you can't find it, search my name. But I'm assuming you would have found it by now. Joshua Crosby says, I'm sure there are a few of the black dice on eBay. Better not be.
That's because Josh has got 3. He can afford to let a few go.
He's swimming in dice. Nathan T, has anyone mentioned the football? I do care not, but I'm sure Steve does. We are actually both reds, I'll have you know.
Yeah, you do seem to get the worst of it.
Yeah, we're both reds. Damien's a red as well, so it's one of them. I mean, it was disappointing. It's Liverpool. You always want to win against Liverpool. The game doesn't really mean that much. If we would have won, it would have just been a kick in the teeth to Liverpool to keep them away from top 4 place, which
if we get,
I think they'll be all right.
We've got second. Second's fine. That's not going to go anywhere, and it's all about the Europa League.
Yeah.
We get a second final and win the Europa League. That's a good season. Second final, second place, nice. That's a good season.
Yeah. It's we didn't look too clever last night, though. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's one of those things that you kind of go, how? The table doesn't lie. You can't finish second by luck. It's not like a cup. But you watch something like that, and you go, I don't get how we're second.
Yeah. I've thought that all season. To be fair, to me, it's a good season. However, it ends now because we really don't deserve to be where we are, but I'll take it. Dale Groves, gents, I've got visitors this evening, so I can't make the stream. Have a great evening. How
Bring
nice
them in.
Is that?
Bring them in.
Yeah, get us on the big telly, man.
What else are you going to do?
Get us on big telly. Yeah, get us on big telly.
Get a few beers in. Big telly on, then say, well, he's got battle streams on. They don't know where he's gone now. He's ended up on a farm.
You went Yorkshire, Cornish to a pirate.
Get telly on. I love it. It might be one of their birthdays. Sing to them.
Oh, could you imagine? My webcam keeps moving, so I do apologise. I don't know why it keeps moving.
Can you imagine that if you had Normos over and you went, guess what, guys? I'll put some nerds on the TV and one of them will sing a disturbing version of Happy Birthday to you. All
right. Ashley Fisher, Damian, I thought when you didn't have models on theme, you're going to work on Minas Tirith. That's a fair point.
I think this is, there's 2 things. I think this is on theme. But also in 2 streams' time.
Was he at Helm's Deep? Was
he? In 2 streams' time, we've got Minas Tirith for us. So I will be starting that for 2 in 2 streams' time, and in 3 streams' time, I'm going to be working on that gondola on the battle streams gondola. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. But I thought I am painting something from the backlog that I didn't need to paint. That was Isengard themed. But fair enough. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, Gondor Army will be progressing very soon, actually, which is cool.
Larry Miller says, at least it's the best pose of Lurtz. That just narrowly beats the shield pose.
You're such a joker, Larry Miller, saying such crazy things.
So crazy.
He's so crazy.
Joe Garman, even though I just logged in whilst I would say hello. I don't finish until 10:30, so I'll jump back in the chat in a few hours if I can get back in time. Happy hobbying, everyone. So nice that people just come in and say hi. I love it.
Yeah.
Nathan T, pre-painted Street Fighter. Steve would strip it anyway.
Strip it and send it back to Just Go Games and go, can you please paint this like the box art?
What is the white speckle thing behind Damian? White speckle thing. What's speckle?
Oh, it's a Lake Town board. It's a 2x2 Lake Town board that Rick Fryer made, and they're like blocks of ice.
Nice.
You can see see all the brown bits. The brown bits are like Lake Town walkways.
So I can see it on the Zoom call, but when I look at the YouTube, I don't think they can see the thing because it's too dark.
Oh really? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a 2x2 square. Oh, I'm doing it again. I can't do it. 2x2 square with the Lake Town board on it.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Carl Daly to Josh Crosby. I've looked and can't see any, unfortunately. That was 2. Doug says, evening all. Ladders. Max Malus, good. Marcus Bader, good evening all. Long time no see. Glad to catch a live stream after months. Welcome back, Marcus. Welcome back.
Marcus.
They actually look pretty sweet, says Adam. I think he means Street Fighter stuff.
Yeah, they do, man.
Street Fighter, now that is nostalgic. I remember playing that on the arcade machines while I was on holiday in the seaside, says Aaron.
Yeah.
Thomas Macklin says, Damian, I've got Street Fighter 2, mate. Let's have a game.
Wait, hang on. Wait. He's got Street Fighter 2 and he's bragging.
No, he's got it
Street Fighter 2.
2.
TOO.
Yeah. As in, as well.
Yeah, that's awesome, Juice. Because I need someone else to learn how to play it with. But yeah. Yeah, man. As of Monday, we're allowed to hang out again.
Yeah, it can be bowling on Monday.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Ian Whitehouse says, was Sensible Soccer for me? Sensible Soccer was great. I had Sensible Soccer on the Amiga. It was awesome. We used to say, me and my mates used to have a game of Sensi.
You were so cool. Did you really say that? Oh,
Sensi,
you guys.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's just pills and Sensible Soccer in Manchester when you were allowed it.
It depends which one you did first on how good your night was as well. Joe Holzman says, did Emma agree to play it with the same enthusiasm Steve had in saying he liked it? I was enthusiastic, wasn't
I? I think he means about playing when I said, did you used to play it? Maybe he thought you didn't seem enthusiastic about
that. I used to play it. I just love it. I just love that game. I still can remember like the graphic of what was the sumo guy called?
E-Honda.
His hand.
The 100-hand slap. So his
if I do it like on Zoom, it looks like
his model has got one arm out like that, and then it's got clear plastic arms all around it. It looks sweet.
Yeah, man. Larry says Spyro was the childhood game for me. It was never into Spyro. That was
Spyro.
That was I think I was a bit past Spyro. Spyro came out when I was a bit older.
Yeah.
I think I was getting drunk when Spyro was out. Dan Collister, I still use Street Fighter 2 Turbo as a method of conflict resolution now. I had it for the SNES originally and now for the SNES Mini.
Yeah, it's on the Mini. I got the Mini for Christmas, so whether it was 2018, I think, so 3 years ago. I just spent Christmas Day playing Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and I was like, this is the best thing ever. I've got back in time. So good. So good. Man.
Larry says, but then I was born around the year Damien's story was set. Ooh. Come on, Sherlock. Hadouken, everyone. I'm not painting tonight, but I'm playing FIFA. Oh, good man.
Tatsumaki Assembly Kagoken.
Green Tree says, I had a Commodore 64. I'm old. I sort of inherited a ZX Spectrum 128K with a tape deck. Big dog.
Nice. Big dog. Kicking ass and taking names.
Big in the giz-aim. Larry Miller says, I recently did the same thing as Damien and backed a Looney Tunes and Scooby-Doo game as it was pre-painted. I've stopped going on Kickstarter. The last game I backed was what's it called? What's the one Steamforge did off the computer game? The really popular game.
Soul thing, Dark Souls.
Dark Souls, because like everyone was saying it was going to be awesome, and it come and I was really disappointed. And then I kept getting like extra bits, and it was like you. I sold it, but I sold it for more than I paid for it on the Kickstarter because I got a really good deal from the Kickstarter. But yeah, I wasn't keen on that game.
I won that in the article raffle. So I was like, great, and everyone was like, oh, that's really expensive. Brilliant. Does anyone want to buy this?
Yes, you want to buy it off me? 20 pence. Michael Haskell says, when you lot start talking child, I feel old. I didn't know what a console was until my sons wanted one, and that was a long time ago now.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Perspective. We need
You're only as old as you are.
Yeah. Nathan T, the problem with Unfinished Tales is the lack of resolution.
Aha, well, indeed. That's a point to talk about later.
Mm-hmm. Carl Daly, I love the Unfinished Tales, but the Battle of the Fords of Isen is probably my favourite chapter. Dan Collister says, just bought the new Unfinished Tales. The Alan Lee cover is beautiful.
Beautiful.
In Whitehouse, love the deep dives. Excuse me. My Chinese is repeating on me. We just need some kind of open fireside effect and pipe smoking to go with it. One day we'll be up there with a SFX. Frederick says, "Doctor to have cake, had some waffles and stuff and some ice cream. Very nice."
That's for his birthday.
Yeah. Joe Kelly says that is terrifying. And of course, Doner, says Frederick. There is a German doner kebab shop, restaurant opening up in the centre of Manchester, which I'm looking forward to going and trying out. Yes. Oh man, there we go. Steve G says amazing. Dan says my cat literally just got up and left the room. Ian says, well, we just lost the first time.
That lot just lost the first time.
Yeah. Frederick says, feels like I also had a donut every day for the past few days here in Dortmund. Don't worry about it, man. That's fine. Masterfully done, says Adam. Joe Kelly says, like a guy in the Stephen King novel singing before he kills someone. And Todd Egbert says, this just went off the rails with the birthday sing. Larry says, I love that we lost 6 viewers during that song. Carl Daly says, absolutely beautiful rendition. Nathan T says, Damian really needs to get himself on a cameo to supplement his income. Yeah, that'd be great.
I could put that on Fiverr.
Yeah.
Disturbingly sing happy birthday to you for £5.
Send this happy birthday message to all the people you hate.
One of my favourite just uses the word hate. I don't know if you've seen this at any point in social media, but it's one of those viral things that does the rounds, and it's a recorder, and the songs from Frozen as like a book, play the songs from Frozen on a recorder, and it says at the top, do you know someone with children? And at the bottom says, do you hate that person?
Let me forget where I am now, mate.
Man Cove.
Cameo. Yeah, that was it. Frederick says, thanks for the horrible performance and all the nightmares. Luke J says, a birthday gift like no other. The banner says, should have backed the Space Jam Kickstarter. Green Trees retracted a message. I'm assuming he was begging for silence. Thomas Macklin says, I should hope so. I'm a patron of Valor. Thank you very much.
That's what he's talking about, his t-shirt, mate.
Yeah, they're all... Can you see where Balance Tomb is here?
Yep.
Underneath that is a box of t-shirts. I've been waiting on... I needed to order a load of the packages to send them in, the plastic bags. And I'm not going to lie, they came about 4 days ago and I've still not touched them, so I will get them out in the post Monday morning.
But Steve was also waiting on me for a long time to send the dice up.
Yeah.
It was in the delay. I think the dice arrived in December or no, January, maybe. The day from January till April was my fault. The delay from April to May, Steve.
Yeah.
Got your back, brother.
But we did have to order some extra t-shirts, to be fair. So
we did, because we have some new patrons.
Yeah, so I was waiting on those, so I can just do it all in one hit. So they'll be going out Monday, Tuesday. Adam says, I completely hope I beat Brian Adams. He's a chump. Nathan C says, I have a feeling this is going to be a top 5 stream tonight, or a top 36 at least.
Definitely top 36.
Yeah, 100%.
Top
Agenda says, finally been able to catch a live stream. Sadly not painting my Rohan horses. It was a bit of a slog. Painting my Blood Bowl team. Nice. Cool minis.
Very much.
Green Tree. I have my first vaccination tomorrow at a pharmacy with a fish and chip shop next door.
Jackpot.
Yeah, that's like just, sympathy fish and chips.
We should say, actually, I know I mentioned this on the Patreon chat, but my vaccination is 2 weeks today at 3:40. So you want to get the viewers in. I'm going to be, what?
If you're ill?
I'm going to be drinking and having vaccination side effects live for 4 hours. If you want to come along, it'll be great.
So what time is your vaccination?
I think it's 3:40.
It might be all right. I had mine.
It's meant to be the next day, isn't it?
I had mine at midday. I had mine at midday on the Sunday, and I was fine all evening. I went to bed about 11:30 and woke up just after midnight, shivering like a. I was going to say shivering like a.
Something
like a pooing dog, and then having nightmare.
Pooing dogs.
Have you never seen a dog? Have you never seen a shivering?
Yeah, just like pooing dog was the clean version that we settled up. It's now quite a trio song.
Shaking like a leaf, I was.
It's better. It's now quite a trio song called Radio that opens with shaking like a dog pooing razor blades. So it doesn't say pooing.
It says
it's a cheery song.
But yeah, it was about 12 hours, and then it hit me like I was ill for days. Fingers crossed you're not like that. I've only spoke to about 4 other people who have had similar side effects to me. Everyone else was like 12 hours of feeling a bit rough. Anna wasn't too bad. She was like just a little bit sort of lethargic for 12 hours.
I'm going to do it for you guys though.
Yeah.
I'm going to be here, man.
Larry says, 5-year-old daughter, it has been a long time since the last stream. Yeah, I noticed that, but I didn't pick him up on it. I just can't be bothered.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
I said I've got a 5-year-old.
You said, yeah, I've got a 5-year-old daughter.
I don't have a 5-year-old.
Nathan C says, Dale should get every visitor to watch on separate devices. Get those numbers up. True that. That's Dale who's got
guests. With all his guests over.
I stand by my opinion on alertses, says Larry. Aaron says, so what is everyone's technique for Urukai's skin? I'll come to that in a bit, actually. Green Tree, lotion and oil of Olay. Nice.
That's how he looks after Uruk's skin.
Evening, lads. Berserkers at the ready, says Scott Newman. Jump. Larry Miller, don't you and Tom have something else you need to be doing when you two next meet?
Kind of, but we don't actually because we've got so much stocked up. But yeah, the Fantasy Fellowship. Sorry that one's still not out yet. It'll be a classic new childhood. It'll be between 1 and 2 weeks, I think. In all honesty, but yeah, we've got loads of it. We don't need to film anymore. We've got tons of it in the tank.
Mate, smashed it.
Just go edit the damn thing.
That's the worst bit.
Street Fighter.
Nathan T says, is downloading updates the young person equivalent of waiting for a Commodore tape to play through? I can still remember the sounds of my ZX Spectrum when you put the tape in. It go for about 20 minutes, and then it would load up. You go, yes, you'd press start, and it would crash, and you'd have to load it again. Nightmare. Good times. Nightmare. The RoboCop used to always do that. It used to always crash. It was grim. Patrick Samuelson says Dark Souls, the board game, was really a disappointment. Yeah, I didn't enjoy it. It was the fact it's just so repetitive. There was a lot of pointlessness to it.
I never played it, but I heard someone say they have something like they have incredibly accurately captured how difficult and frustrating the computer game is, which isn't something you want on a tabletop game.
Well, the thing is, like playing the game on a console, like even though you got to do repetitive stuff. I've not played the game. I spoke to Cole about it because I asked him because he used to play it, and he said, yeah, I can imagine doing it, on a control pad and going through the motions and sort of living that moment as you're playing it, like with your avatar on screen. Even though it's repetitive, it's still fun. But moving a model through the same rooms, fighting the same monsters that are in the same place, so it's not a surprise anymore, over and over and over again, so you can build up your character before you fight the boss, because otherwise there's no point.
Is that what you have to do, is it?
Yeah, you've got to keep playing the same mission over and over again. It's stupid. Al Woods in, how you doing, Al? Long time no see, my friend. He says, hey guys, I hope you and your families are well. Sorry I can't stay, but hope to catch up with you some other time. Cheers out. Yeah, we hope you can catch up with us soon, mate.
Thanks for dropping in, man.
I hope you're well, man. Carl Daly says, how long do you need to be in that level of patron to get a t-shirt? 6 years. 6 years normally. It's about 6 years.
Do you know what? We don't actually shouldn't say this. We don't know. We didn't really think that through because we didn't think a lot of people were going to sign up. But I don't know. Like I think we were talking about this recently because we're going to talk about what the next, once you've done it a year, what do you get again? Because you're going to get something else, for staying with us for a year essentially. And how would we deal with that on a rolling basis? And I think what we're going to do is we're talking about like posting 4 times a year, weren't we? So then every quarter you'd say, right, who's in what and who's in what. So I don't know. I think once you've paid for 2 months, we'll send you a T-shirt, I suppose. But it just might be a bit later. I don't know. We don't have a rule on it.
I think it's like David said. The conversation we had was we're going to have either 3 or 4 like post runs per year for patrons. So it will either be quarterly or we'll be like every 4 months, where we'll look at who's in the patron, who's signed up, and whoever's in there, depending on what level they're at, will get what they're entitled to. That's kind of the thing. And because if we're doing it as people joins, it's too much. It becomes full-time.
Track of,
it become a full-time job just try to keep track.
But we want to reward people. We haven't actually written this on the Patreon thing, so this is kind of an exclusive. But we wanted to reward people who stay with us. So everyone who's a £5 patron now already has their dice, but according to Patreon, that's it. Whereas what we're going to make sure you do is once it's been a year, you get something else for being a £5 patron, and that thing also goes to the £10 and the £20 as well, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's just not something we really considered first time around because we thought about 10 people were going to give us £1 a month, and we wouldn't need to worry about it.
We didn't even think that, to be honest. We thought these streams were going to be basically what we were doing anyway, like Zoom calls, just catching up. And some people might accidentally stumble in. Right, mate, you all right?
Why are you watching us?
Let us know when the T-shirts have gone out so I can up my pledge, says Nathan T. The banners, top 5 vaccination side effects. My top 5 were the shivers, the sweats, hallucinating, and nightmares, and the horrible taste in your mouth, not being able to eat.
That sounds like you're watching Battlestream's Middle Earth.
Oh, it was grim. I was really ill. Dan says, luckily my other half didn't suffer. Got her first jab Wednesday lunchtime, small headache in the evening, and then fine the next day. Just a sore arm for a bit. Yeah, it's similar to what Anna had. Nathan T. Blank
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. We didn't get onto things. We'll talk about it later. But basically, I'm on. I've got 1 bottle of Moretti tonight, and then I've got 4 bottles of Peroni.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I didn't have no Moretti left when I went to them. So let's get Peroni, slumming it a little bit, Green Tree, Barbarian was the game that always crashed me. Barbarian was a great game. Barbarian was the one where you could chop the heads off, right? Oh, what a game that was. Loved it.
Look at the musculature.
Nathan T, not convinced Dan should.
Muscularity, damn it. Look at the muscularity.
Not convinced Dan. Will you shut up while I'm trying to read the message? You keep putting in. Terrible.
Fly
so
through
rude.
the chat.
So rude. I'm flying here. It's like,
Sorry.
Not convinced Dan should ever start a sentence. My other half didn't suffer. She made a mess of my desk, but she didn't suffer. Dark Souls is poor. The Resident Evil 2 game is good though. I'm midway through painting my brother's copy. Models are great. Yeah, the models are great, and apparently the game is all right. There was something wrong with, if I remember this correctly, and I'm sure someone will be able to correct me, when the first run of the game that went out to Kickstarters was fine, and then apparently all the card stock changed, and it was thinner. Like the card wasn't as good. It was thinner card, and the prints were not aligned properly where they were cut out and stuff like that, for the card-based bits. I know there was a lot of problems with stuff like that, but the game did look really good, and I really like the miniatures because I used to play Resident Evil quite a lot. Paper's Pirate, hi everyone, how you doing, mate? Dan says, come on, Nathan, if there's one person who wouldn't, it'd be her. Nathan T, depends. I've had some other halves that would be top of the list, including my current wife. Nice. Scrap current. She gets upset when I call her that. It's because you're kind of saying for now.
For now. That's, Ian Malcolm says he's always on the lookout for a future ex Mrs. Malcolm.
They says she also hates future ex-wife. Joe Holzman says
there you go.
Should do a different colour dice every year. And then he says she didn't suffer ... long.
Like the cuts between like patron suggestions and murdering wives. We did talk about that, and we haven't settled on it, and we're going to ask the patrons, but it's whether or not would people just want different dice, or would you want something else, a different device of some sort?
Yeah. Dan says, "Oh, that sucks. My bro had a first run copy. Thankfully, it's great." Yeah, I do like it, mate. I do like it. Nick Gardner says, I didn't even see this start, but it's not Caliborn or Galadriel, so it's okay. Do you know how the art came to be?
Keep the faith, man. Galadriel's coming. Galadriel and Elrond are coming. Man.
Yeah. And you never guess what? Flew through the chat, mate.
What? You got up?
As if you're surprised. As if you're surprised.
Hey, what?
Right, my camera's going to go a little bit funny now because I'm going to put my light on.
That's so you can see your wet palette lid while you close it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate. If you've flown through the chat and you fancy doing some painting,
some painting, mate.
We can't. I presume we can't do magazine because you'll want the magazine on the table, right? You're using MagCam.
Yep.
So we could have. Well, why don't we do the quicker item to begin with, which is Uruk-hai Berserker profile review. Should we do that?
Yeah.
I've just finished the colour, so we can do that. So stop commenting about anything and start driving the discussion towards Uruk-hai Berserkers on the table. Do you like them? Do you use them? What do you think of them? That sort of thing. And we'll see what people think of Uruk-hai Berserkers now and in the past once we've caught up. So, Steve, I enjoyed this last week when we played this game. First Uruk-hai profile. Where are we looking? Sorry, first Uruk-hai Berserker profile.
Uruk-hai Berserker profile.
Yep.
I mean, my heart wants to say Two Towers start set book.
But what will your mouth say?
Berserker. It might not be in there. So, Berserker. I don't know, mate. I don't know.
I'm going to have to push you on answer here.
Big blue robot.
Oh, Steve, why'd you do it to yourself? It was the Two Towers starter set rule.
Oh, yeah. It's because you plant doubt. You do it all the time.
Doubt. I just asked what you were saying. I was like, brilliant, he's got it. Now say it out loud.
I'd hate to do a quiz show, and I'd hate to do a quiz show, and it's me and you, because I'd have the right answer. I'll be there pressing buzzers. Yeah, got it. And you go, is it really though?
Like to think. I'm gonna say something devious here. I like to think Tom Macklin is watching this and desperately wanting to write a comment, but he knows he can't write it because it's spoilerific. Just you guys wait. Just you guys wait. In about 4 or 5 months' time on the Fantasy Fellowship, possibly my favourite Fantasy Fellowship scenario we've done. Here's a big one. My favourite scenario we've done is possibly not even a scenario. So much fun with Macklin. So yeah, indeed, Two Towers comes out in the end of 2002 with this accompanying game, and we get the Uruk-hai Berserker profile. Stephen Crow, would you like to hear it?
I would.
Can't find it. So all we have at this point for the Uruks is, in terms of warriors, we have an Uruk-hai warrior. So that's like a scout, but you can give them. You can't even give them armor at this point. You can just give them a shield. So there's just the warrior is the scout and the fighting Uruk-hai. No difference between them whatsoever. And you get an Uruk-hai Berserker for the first time. They are 15 points, fight 4, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 1 wound, courage
7,
8.
8.
Courage 8.
Jesus.
Yeah. They cannot fail courage tests unless they have some sort of modifier. And of course, this is tricky. I'm not even sure there were, unless you're playing evil on evil, which you weren't really meant to at this time. It's heavily narrative driven. I'm not sure there were good -1 courage buffs at this point. So they could never fail courage test. No special rules. War gear. The Berserker carries an extraordinarily long sword and no other weapons or armor. In any turn, the Berserker can wield the long, heavy sword either as an ordinary sword, hand weapon, or as a two-handed sword. He cannot change from one mode to the other during the same fight phase. There we go. Fight 4, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 1 wound, courage 8. Boom.
Nice.
We then obviously get their profile, even though they're only at Helm's Deep, we still get their profile in the Return of the King edition of the game.
Yep.
It doesn't change. So it's exactly the same. Then, Big Blue Rulebook, which is, I cannot remember if it's 2005 or 2006. I think it's 2005. 2005. Oh, it smells so good. I love this book. Berserker Berserker, 15 points. Fight 4, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 1 wound, courage
7.
7. So it's in this version, the third version, where the courage drops to 7. War gear, the Berserker carries a two-handed sword, which obviously in this version of the game can be 2-handed or one-handed. So this version, exactly the same points cost, but it drops a courage. So for the first time, I think it's a good change. A Snake Eyes can make you fail a courage test. You know?
Yeah.
Just look at those beautiful guys that Steve's painting on screen. At one point, one of them can just get a teeny bit scared and run away. Okay, that version. Version in the Fallen Realms book, exactly the same.
Yeah.
The Fallen Realms book, which comes out in 2012, exactly the same profile, no change at all. So, from 2005 to 2018, the Berserker profile is completely unchanged.
Yeah.
And from its inception in 2002 to 2018, the only change is to drop it by 1 courage. So pretty stable.
Good
then, Armies of the Lord of the Rings comes out in the middle of a strategy barrier. Oh, it's still on Theoden. Don't tell them. The thing is, I haven't looked this up because I just knew it would make me sad. Berserker Berserker, 15 points still. Fight 6, move 6, fight 4, strength 4, defense 5. 2 attacks, 1 wound, courage 7. Comes with Berserker Blade. Berserker Blade is a hand-and-a-half sword. If an Uruk-hai Berserker wins a duel rule while fighting with its Berserker Blade as a two-handed weapon, it may either assign strikes as normal or do 1 strength 4 hit at +1 to wound on every model engaged in the fight or supporting the Berserker. Okay? So this means you can do more than 2 strikes. So because he's got 2 attacks, you have to be fighting 3 models for this, yeah?
Yeah.
And it does affect supporting models. So if 2 models charge into you and they're supported by 2, you might consider it then. But maybe I'll get onto the use of it in a minute. They also have special rules, oblivious to pain. Every time an Uruk-hai Berserker suffers a wound, roll a d6. On the roll of a 6, the wound is ignored exactly as if a point of fate had been spent. This is not cumulative with other special rules. They get a bonus. They get a bonus of a 6+ fury save, essentially.
Yep.
And finally, impervious to bowfire, Uruk-hai Berserkers count their defense characteristic as 6 when an enemy model makes a shoot and attack against them.
Aim for the
Yeah. So they now have 3 special rules and 1 less courage for the same points values. What do you think?
I think they're cool. I like them.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think they're solid. They can smash stuff up, but they're not. They're also beatable. You know, you get the right models in there or hero, and you can take them out. I think they're good troop killers. They'll chomp through troops quite well. Yeah, I like them. And the models are really cool.
Models are gorgeous.
Yeah.
I still think Isengard stands up as one of the best sculpted rangers. The Uruks of Isengard. Really, really good.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So, how long you got? I caveat all of this by saying I know I'm biased. So up to 2018, these were my competitive army. These were the mainstay of my army, Berserkers. And I had a lot of success with them. So obviously them being weakened, it should bother me.
Cut you deep, mate. Cut you deep.
Well, the thing is, I'd stopped kind of competing by then anyway. So it's like it's a slightly theoretical rage I have, you know. So it doesn't actually have much impact on me, you know, on like a sort of day-to-day basis, really, because I wouldn't be using them anyway. But here's my thing. I think from 2002 to 2018, the Berserker profile is one of the best profiles in the game. And I don't mean that in terms of overpowered. I mean at representing what they do.
Yep.
It was simple. There was no special rules to it. You got across their insane nature with the courage. You know, they never ran away, and you got across how tough they were. Legolas fails to kill them, and defense 6 represents that. And I thought they were fairly pointed. They're really, really expensive. So if you want to spam them out, as I did, you had really low model armies. And I thought they were really, really well balanced. And that scene, that really crucial scene, that this, you know, that everyone remembers of Legolas shooting him 3 times and him not dying.
Yeah,
that's represented by defense 6. Yeah, defense 6 against his strength 3 bow. Legolas can only kill him on 6s, and I think it worked really well. Now what we have defense 5. We then have, he gets a 6+ save, like a fury save, and then we get against shooting their defense 6. So you've now got 3 rules essentially. You know, the defense stat, the fate roll, and the bowfire rule. 3 rules doing what 1 rule used to, which was defense 6.
Yeah.
All for the benefit of making them defense 5 in combat, which I just don't really understand. They did take a huge hammering. You know, defense 5 and a 6+ fury is not as good as defense 6 by any chance. It's not even close. But you know, they obviously wanted to make them weaker. I thought they were well balanced. I don't think they needed to be made weaker. But you know, that's the route they went down, and they are squishy now. I think they were brought into line with the Gundabad Berserkers. They were defense 5 and had a 6+ fury save. Yeah,
because I tend to agree with you. I don't think, other than, I know you said like you had a spammy army with them. They were quite expensive.
Yeah,
originally. So you a lot of Isengard armies. I think a lot of builds, from what I played anyway. I know it could be different depending, you know, from each person's point of view. I always found with Isengard, when I played Isengard armies, they wanted to fight for strength 4, but with as many models as possible.
Yeah. They definitely weren't.
So you only ever seen one or two Berserkers in the armies. I don't think they were overused.
They weren't overused, certainly. They weren't, you know. And I was there, man, and I was doing it certainly. But it wasn't a you know, that sort of thing where they were everywhere. It wasn't a kind of, this is a problem, it needs, you know, like this shade or something, whereas like we have to do something about that. You know, they were mainly seen in balance in Isengard armies. And yeah, I just think it's a bit of a shame, because I think there was a really, really simple, clean way of representing that rule, which is just giving a defense 6. That we now have 2 special rules and a stat to do, which I don't really understand. And I have to admit, I love the intent of the Berserker Blade, which is this idea that you just swing these huge arcs and wipe out everyone. Yeah. But I've never, even in the games I've played now, I've never ever used it, because the only time you would ever use it is if you're fighting more than 2 models, yeah? Because that's where you get the extra attacks. You have to be fighting 3 models, and to use it, you have to choose to go 2-handed. Yeah. So, and obviously the times you go 2-handed are probably when you're fighting 1 model, right? When you're hoping your 2 attacks beat their 1. Yeah. If you're fighting 3 models, I'm not sure you're going to risk, you know, going down, getting the -1. So, you know, I might be wrong. People correct me if you use it.
Did they still get that even if the pike supported?
Yeah, they get to strike against pikes, which is cool. So if it's supporting the Berserker, and in every model. Oh no, it's not. It's just base contact. Sorry, I'm reading it wrong, because it's supporting the Berserker. Sorry, you don't get it. There's going to be so many comments about that. It's you hit your own support. It's worse than I thought. It's a wound on every model engaged in the fight or supporting the Berserker and in base contact. So if you think about doing it and you put a pike in to, you know, give yourself that extra dice without a -1, you're going to strike him as well. Yeah. So it says 3 models charge you, like 3 models are base to base with you, and you're probably trapped. Are you honestly going to want to go -1 with your 2-handed weapon? No. And I'd say probably not. You know, so I don't know. It's a really nice idea of a rule, but it's not something I've ever used. But maybe other people have, and that's cool. And there we are. We are bang up to date with our Berserker knowledge. How are you getting on with your Berserkers then?
You all right? I'm just putting down some metals because what I did pre-stream. When I say pre-stream, I mean literally at 8:25.
Mm-hmm.
I undercoated my Berserkers. I primed them and then I undercoated them in black, and then I zenithal highlighted in Doombull brown.
Oh, cool.
So I've done that stage. So when you look at them like from low in the lower areas, the shadows are quite dark. And I'm just putting the metallics on now. Get that done. I'm then gonna wash the whole model. Oh no, I've got to do the browns. Got to do his underpants. And then gonna wash the whole model in Agrax, I think. And then I'm gonna start reinstating the base colours, the Doombull brown, the silvers, highlighting. It's the technique I've used for all my Uruks, and it works out quite well. It turns out good.
And then you strip it?
And then strip it and send it to Gaz, yeah. Standard.
So someone did ask about your Uruk skin recipe. So was that Doombull brown, wash it with Agrax?
Doombull brown, wash it with Agrax. To be honest, what I'll probably do is a wash of Agrax, a thin wash of Agrax, and a thin wash of Nuln as well.
Okay.
I normally mix a bit with it. Sometimes I put a bit of green in there as well, weirdly enough, even though the red, but it looks quite nice. And then I'll start highlighting with, I can't find the colour. I'll start adding Tuscarora fur.
Yeah. You know.
To Doombull brown. And then probably the final highlight will be a touch of Screaming Skull or a Shabty Bone on the Tuscarora fur, just to pick out the very tips of the elbows, kneecaps, the little dot highlights. Depends how far I want to go with them.
I was going to say mine because I've got Isengard of Steel to this day, my biggest army. I've got about 3,000 points of unpainted. As I said, I don't have any unpainted Uruks after this guy, and I do Doombull brown. I'm pretty sure it's an Agrax. I can't remember on some of them, but it's a wash. Then Doombull brown again, and then I put Tuscarora fur in with the Doombull brown.
Yeah,
go that way. And obviously for most warriors, that's all I do. I think for my ferals, I went pinker with my ferals, as memory serves. So I put in more almost pure Tuscarora fur for them. And for my Berserkers, I put more red in, sort of like a Mephiston red or whatever, I think, to get that slightly redder skin tone to them. But then for all my crossbowmen and warriors and scouts, I just do basically Doombull brown with Tuscarora fur.
Yeah, Tuscarora fur is a beautiful colour. I love it.
It is. I
really like it.
So there we go. So I'm going to jump in the chat, and I'm going to see what people are saying about Uruks. Let's see if they all think I'm just bitter and angry. And I am bitter and angry, but I might be right as well. Here we go. Larry Miller says you could do ones that roll sixes. He's talking about dice for the next Patreon run. That's a good idea, maybe we'll do that. Nathan T, that happy birthday was another sneak peek at Patreon bonuses. Yeah, actually, the main bonus of joining the Patreon stream is that in the chat I'll sing you happy birthday as well. So, what a time to be alive. Joe Holzman, you can never have enough dice next year because even roll sixes. Similar gag, still funny. Green Tree says, how many patrons are we now? We're about 80. 84 patrons tonight, which thank you to every single one of you. You're lovely. Bing. Emma O'Byrne is texting in. Could go either way. Looks like little lady is finally down, so calling it a night myself. Hope stream goes well, and I guess I will see you in the morning. If you see any text between me and Steve, don't worry about it. What does that mean? Weird. Why should you say don't worry about it if I didn't know about it? I'll deal with that in the morning. So hey, sounds like all is wonderful. Nathan T says about, Larry said get dice that roll sixes. Nathan says don't be greedy, Larry. Fives will be okay. Larry Miller naturally has said 84. Julian Hammond is in. He says, evening guys, looking forward to this chill out session after a tiring week. Good evening, Julian, and happy birthday. I'm not going to go back there, but I have sung you happy birthday already tonight.
Yeah, you'll have to watch the rerun.
Nick Gardner says, I strongly dislike the Berserker's two-handed weapon is optional. They should be forced to do it like the old Klansman landed. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think it's the only sword they have, and if they had to use it, but maybe have that rule. Is it the Klansmen that don't get the -1 if they roll a 6? It's a cool rule.
I think. Yeah, I mean, it's one of them. I think Berserkers would be burly as well, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, I should have, but you're right. I should have two-handed weapons and burly. That'd help. That's what I mean. Larry Miller, who was there with me in 2013 and 14, he says, I think they're really good now after they got their much-needed nerf. Nathan T says, I'd love to see Steve sweating on £1 million drop when Damian questions him. What's that? What's £1 million drop?
I know it's a game show, but I've never watched it. Yeah.
I don't know the concept. That must be when I'm asking you about the profiles. Nathan says, idle thoughts on Berserker profile. I spent years as just a Defense 6 model that would be targeted because you might as well stop it, but they were so cool you took them anyway. Yeah, that's true. And here it comes. Joe Holzman, I don't think they get to strike models supporting enemy models. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I was wrong because I read what it said and then I changed the meaning and the order of the words. That's all I did. Larry Miller says, I miss filthy Damian. I miss him sometimes. He comes out for Articon once a year. Nathan T, Berserkers might be the coolest ever individuals to wear sandals. What about Jesus? He was pretty cool. Some of the stuff he did.
Great at a party if you run out of booze.
Really good at a party. The trick with the wine and water. I've watched it so many times. I'm like, is it where is it? Is it under the table? What's he doing?
Sleight of hand, mate.
Yeah, very good. But yeah, he'd certainly, Jesus and Eric High Berserkers would certainly be in my top 7 sandal wearing people, and I include Brian Adams in that.
What about? I think Lachlan would be in that as well. You know.
Oh, he does like a sandal. My dad wears sandals. A lot, like kind of, but far more covered up sandals, like the kind of but
like Morel sandals, them type of ones, like beachy ones you'd put on the beach, like because you got sand on your feet and that.
Thanks for explaining what beachy sandals were there. I was lost before you did that. Well, I don't know because I don't know what they mean. Beachy sandals. Where would you wear the ones you wear on the beach? Oh, of course. I see now.
The ones that look like a sort of a cross between a walking shoe.
Yeah, it's like a shoe with holes. It's like a croc, but before crocs. Like a sandal material, like a leather croc.
Oh, leather. Oh no, I'm thinking. These are man-made.
So they're like shoes, but they're shoes with holes in them. Because they're not a shoe, they're a sandal. But it's just there's very small gaps. They're weird, but he's always worn them. But he's my dad, so he's got to make the top 7.
Listen, if that's how he rolls, that's how he rolls.
It is how he rolls.
I like a fella who just puts caution to the wind.
Yeah, that's it. He likes what he likes. He doesn't care. He doesn't play what's
you know what? I had a conversation with my eldest girl today about that because I walked in and she was singing in the mirror and she got all embarrassed, and I said, "Listen, don't you be embarrassed about doing things that make you happy. If you want to sing. Don't ever let anyone tell you what you should or shouldn't be doing. You do whatever you want." And she
go on, sorry.
She looked at me and she said, "Okay, Dad," and started singing away. She's got a great voice.
It's lovely.
Great voice. But yeah, I'm very I'm a big thumbs up for people who just they like something. They like something. It's like us nerds. We do what we do because we like it. We don't care.
Sing till your lungs hurt.
Yeah.
Dance till your feet hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Act till your William hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Philosophy. So Dad, Jesus, Berserkers, and 4 others. Oh, Lockie and 3 others.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll sort it out later. Joe Holzman says, "What about the dude Lebowski?"
Lebowski.
The
dude, yeah.
Would he be in my top 7 though?
I do like that.
I mean, there's 3 gaps at the moment, so I might as well. It's a bit like that. What's the chair round in the X Factor called? The 5 chair challenge. It's like we could put him in for now, but if someone better with sandals comes along, we could boot him off a chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
He'd be fuming though, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would. Yeah, he wouldn't be happy. But then they always are.
Bullshit,
man.
They
always are.
This is bullshit.
I mean, don't say it twice.
Bullshit, man.
That's 3. Nick Gardner. When I first started the Big Blue book, my group didn't play missions, straight kill points. So people would take pure Berserker armies with Orc Spears because they were good at just killing. Yeah, cool. Harry, he says, I like the new rule. It captures the idea much better to me. I think of 2 moments in the movies. The bit where Legolas does and damage them by bowfire and Gimli slams axe into chest and kills. The difference between defense 4 and defense 5 and defense 6 would make no difference to a combat attack from Gimli. Hashtag just saying. Battle games Middle Earth. I feel that's better done by D5 in the bowfire rule than by D6. After all, they're literally going full Tarzan with no. Yes, but we know defense isn't about armor, is it? Defense is about your ability to shrug off pain.
Yeah, they're like I mean, the berserkers, aren't they? The lunatics.
Lunatics.
It's like they've been given something to make them immune to the pain. Yeah.
Joe Holzman thinks. I think I'd be more inclined to use it two-handed when outnumbered than in a 1-by-1. Somewhere Thomas Harrison is sweating. He's some of the madness behind those maths is just upsetting him. Larry Miller, if I remember correctly, it was a little lower than the chest. What's that? He's put like what looks like a cheeky face in. Oh, this is about Gimli. Gimli slams axe into the chest. Oh, it's because Gimli hits him in the nuts, doesn't he? Frederick Schwartz just realised that 2 of my metal models that are now primed are at least partly painted. Still have a bit on metal that should be removed. Oh no, that's the worst.
Oh yeah.
Is it on the loincloth? The Berserkers used to get it on the loincloth a lot. Oh, nightmare. Yeah. Larry says, I enjoyed Bitter and Angry Damian. He says, can you talk about ferals now? You see, the thing is with ferals, ferals obviously got obliterated as well because they got made worse and more expensive. But I don't care about ferals because they're not in the films. Like and this is where I hope my feelings come from an area of not being bitter but being truthful. That it's like you can do whatever you want to the stuff from the fat guys and the Warriors of Kana and anything like that. The Moria Black Shields and ferals because they're not in the films or the books. It's like if you want to make it worse, make them worse. If you want to make them better, make them better. But the Berserkers, I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it for 16 years. It was all there in that one stat line. I think you had it. And it's just my feeling. Dan Collister, I'm actually a bit annoyed I'm not paying Berserkers right now. Well, you know what to do, Dan. You've got a small backlog. Pop onto that Games Workshop website and get yourself a pack.
Yeah,
but he's not bought his Isengard bits yet. Well, you know what to do, Dan. Pop yourself onto that Games Workshop website and get yourself a pack. He's working on Frodo in Orc armor tonight. That's very cool.
That's a solid.
Burke, is that Koskin, I believe? Sorry if I said that wrong. He says, hi, it's not a name I remember. Good to have you in, Burke. It's
welcome.
Your first stream. You have to stream. We're painting over at Berserkers tonight. Got one, dig one out. And if you do manage to find one, stick a picture of it in the work in progress thread on the Grey Ridge Hobbit League and you can win a dice. Larry Miller says he thinks they made the sword hand and a half as the plastic one is holding it one-handed. Yeah, it could be. Maybe. Joe Holsworth says, your reaction to being wrong is a little disappointing, Damian. Could have made a great Facebook thread. What's that? I don't get that. This could have, I don't know, maybe me just ranting about Berserkers could have been a Facebook thread. Not quite sure. Could have been. Probably has been already, to be fair. All right, Nathan's in with the rules for £1 million drop. You ready? £1 million drop basic synopsis. You start with £1 million and pledge it on a series of multiple choice questions. I love it. So yeah, Steve, it would be like you've got £1 million. Was the first Berserker profile in the Two Towers Return of the King or Blue Rulebook. Crow goes into palpitations. Absolute scenes. Nathan says it's not a fair list because Jesus was fictional, Berserkers weren't. Ooh. And we have photographic evidence. We have photographic evidence of Jesus as well, don't we? I've seen films of him. Big bit of wood on his back.
There's a knick-knack that looks like him.
There's clouds as well. Also,
yeah. Cornflake, burnt cornflake.
Joe also says Jesus was also a bit preachy, which I don't know if that's a slur, if that's a pun, or if that's just describing what he did. It's absolutely he was a bit preachy. I think Jesus would be sitting upstairs going, "Yeah, that's fair." Yeah, that was a bit preachy.
You're always going around saying my dad's harder than your dad is.
Have you read my dad's first book? Don't mess with him.
Do you know who my dad is?
Not mess with him. That was bitter and angry God, like bitter and angry Damian. You want competitive God, not New Testament God. Bledsoe Lord of the Rings says, "Oh, we painted tomato. Oh, after his COVID vaccination. Congratulations, sir. I wonder if I'll be able to handle it. Yeah, let us know how it goes. It has bearing on the next stream. I'm going to paint mounted Gandalf, so I should pass through it. I don't want to be like Balrog guy." What's that mean? I'm going to paint mounted Gandalf, so I should pass through it. I don't want to. Sorry, I don't know what the Balrog guy. Is that because Gandalf kills the Balrog? Sorry, mate. I haven't followed what you meant there, but I hope it goes well. Joey Kelly, I'm now picturing Berserker at the beach wearing his sandals, holding a beach umbrella. Absolutely. Larry Miller, Damian, don't listen to that advice. And Nathan says, act until my willy hurts. No, silly, William hurt. That's a very specific genre. Wondering if anyone caught that reference. We'll see. Paintbrush Pirate says, next up, Live, Love, Laugh by the Battle Streams team. Joe Holzman says, high risk, high reward. I don't know if that's wearing sandals. I think he's talking about the Berserker blade, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. But the reward's dreadful, though, isn't it? Because you don't get like an extra bonus on it. You just get to strike another model. So there's 3 of them, and you eventually come through it, and you get to strike them, and yeah, maybe you kill 3 every 1 in 10 times you do it. Most of the time, you just die. I don't know. Who knows? Extremely high risk, small chance of reward. Oh, what does he say? Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for? Harry says, Larry Miller, there's 2 axe shots from Gimli, one chopping the Berserker's nuts and the other when he slides under his legs in a very stylish way and chops directly into the right hand of Saruman, symbolically destroying Isengard. Damian Harry says, Damian, stop invalidating my point about their defense with logic and mathematics. Larry says, it's always the crotch one that sticks in my head. Well, isn't it always? Nathan T, point taken, the knick-knack is probably proof. Harry says, I wonder why. Larry Miller, there we go. Nathan says, Gandalf the White passed through fire and death and didn't die. Gandalf the Grey died. Oh, I see. So he was, right, he's saying that he hopes he, right, yeah, got you. This is the guy having the vaccination. He hopes he passes through it and doesn't die. Yeah, thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that. And Aaron Noonan says, so how are people doing the skin on the Berserker? Well, we've told you how we're both doing it. Doomball Brown, Agrox, Astro, Doomball Brown, and Tuscal Fur. Anyone else in the chat, feel free to let us know. And Steve, you won't believe it, mate. I'm flying through the chat.
Whoop, whoop.
Do you want to keep painting? Should we do Unfinished Tales?
I'm loving it. Yeah, I'm loving painting.
All right. Stop. Well, I mean, you can talk about Berserkers if you want. It's kind of on theme, but stop right now. Thank you very much. Let's talk about this bad boy, his Unfinished Tales. For any of you who have fallen asleep over the last few weeks, Unfinished Tales has now come out on audiobook. It's available to get now. You can go pick it up. And if you don't know about Unfinished Tales, we'll talk about it now. So, Steve.
Yeah.
£1 million drop.
Not read it.
What's Unfinished Tales? Yeah, perfect. As I think will be true of many people. Do you know anything about it? What is it? Can you say anything?
No.
There you go. It's weird, isn't it?
I reckon it's a book of tales that are unfinished.
What makes you think that?
It's a wild guess, mate. I just plucked it out of the air.
Indeed. So, Unfinished Tales. You need a bit of history on this. That obviously Tolkien in his life publishes The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, basically from Middle Earth. He doesn't get to publish. There's a few other tiny bits. Doesn't get to publish much else. Then after he dies in 1977, Chris Tolkien, his son, publishes the Silmarillion. And the Silmarillion, a lot of us are familiar with. A lot of people struggle with it. A lot of people love it. I love it. I think it's cool, but I totally get why it's not for everyone. People read The Lord of the Rings and they think, oh, I want more of that. And they read the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion isn't more of that. It's the Bible. It's the history of Middle Earth. So then that's what you have. So we're in 1979 now. That's what you've got. You've got The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, and the Silmarillion. And then in 1980, Chris Tolkien publishes this. Okay, so what's really important is this comes out before the History of Middle-earth. You know, the History of Middle-earth, which is the 12-volume series. This is released before any of that. So when this comes out, you've only got the three big ones from Tolkien essentially, and so this is then brand new stuff, which I think really matters based on the fact that now, 40 years later, we've had a lot more, and particularly when we go through the contents, you'll see why I'm saying that. So he publishes this, and it's suddenly like, ooh, new Tolkien stuff. That's cool. Now, what I think is important is, are you familiar with this? This is the Book of Lost Tales. Mm-hmm. Have you heard of this or read this?
Yeah, heard of it, not read it.
Yeah, I would think this is less likely than Unfinished Tales. So these are actually, if I slide these around, you see they're 1 and 2. These are volumes 1 and 2 of the History of Middle-earth. So these are published in the 80s. I want to say something like 82 or something. First published in Great Britain by in 83. Is that volume 1? Yeah, volume 1, 83. So the History of Middle-earth published over the course of about 15 years, and it starts with the Book of Lost Tales. The Book of Lost Tales is where Tolkien starts. So this is written. The stories in here are written in sort of from 1915 onwards, and this is the original version of the Silmarillion, and he wrote it in exercise books, and he named it. He called it the Book of Lost Tales. So that's Tolkien's name, and I'm drawing attention to this because it's got the word tales in it, right? And so you can now buy this, and it's essentially it's a different, cool version of the Silmarillion, essentially. So it's a stripped down version, and it's far more fairy tale in its nature. It's got a kind of frame narration thing that Silmarillion doesn't have, but it's got stories in it such as the music of the Aenir, the chaining of Melko, the flight of the Noldori, the hiding of Valinor, the theft of Melkor, and the darkening of Valinor. These are all things from the Silmarillion. So it's like a kind of early version of the Silmarillion. But it's the first thing about Middle-earth he ever wrote, and he called it the Book of Lost Tales. And because of that, I think when people hear Unfinished Tales, they think this is a thing that Tolkien wrote. He wrote the Book of Lost Tales. Maybe he also wrote a story called Unfinished Tales. You know, it sounds quite Tolkienian, but it's not. This is a name from Chris Tolkien. So this is a compilation of a series of tales that Tolkien didn't finish. It's not a Middle-earth name. It's a description of the contents, but it's just, I think, a super cool description of contents because it's a title that sounds like a Middle-earth book, right? Yeah. So that's what's inside. So what I'm going to do, this can't be the usual deep dive because I'm hoping people go out and get this and pick it up and listen to it. So I don't want to spoil it. This isn't like when we kind of dive back into the histories in a bunch of books you're not going to get. But what I thought we'd do is give you a kind of flavour and give you a taste. So the full title of this is Unfinished Tales of Numenor and Middle-earth. And it's a selection of stuff from all three ages. So we start with a couple of bits from the first age. There's then 4 bits from the second age. And then there are, depending on how you count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 9 different things from the third age. And as I said at the top, this is one of my, hands down, probably my third favourite book. If you take away Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, the stuff in here is absolutely brilliant. And I would suggest people read this ahead of the Silmarillion. Because this gives you more, particularly the stuff in the third age, it gives you more juice about the stuff you already like, and it's written far more in the same style. But they're all unfinished, they were never published. So if we start, and we've also got some interesting stuff that's happened since this has been published. Just want to read this from the introduction, that Chris Tolkien specifically says that he was conflicted. So again, remember, this comes out before the History of Middle-earth. So the only thing that's been published is the Silmarillion, which is basically complete. And he says he feels conflicted because Tolkien himself was particularly critical and exacting of his own work and would not have dreamt of allowing even the more completed narratives in this book to appear without much further refinement. So he's basically saying he's got this kind of moral quandary, but he then goes on to say that he thinks, he says that the Silmarillion should remain unknown was out of the question for him. And I believe Chris Tolkien, if you follow what his work did, he had his father's best interests at heart. This is not a money-making scheme. He wanted to share this stuff, and a lot of it is absolutely beautiful. And he specifically says that unlike the Silmarillion, the narratives in this book are on an altogether different footing. Taken together, they constitute no whole, and the book is no more than a collection of writings disparate in form, intent, and date of composition. And so he kind of comes through that he wants people. He says, if you like the Lord of the Rings and like the Hobbit, you'll like this, and that's the value in publishing. And I couldn't agree more. So we get on to the contents. So we're going to start in the first stage, and the first story we get is I'm going to say a few words here. You're on the spot again, all right?
Yeah.
You might have read some of this. Of Chor and his coming to Gondolin. Does that ring a bell with you? Have you read anything about that?
No.
Now, some of you may have known this from quite recently because, where is it? This was published. The Fall of Gondolin. All right.
Yeah.
So, did you pick up any of these? The 3 great tales that were released over the last sort of 15 years?
Yeah, I've got done what I usually do. Got them. Shelf. Not even looked at them.
They look nice though, right?
Yeah.
The new Alan Lee versions of them, they're really beautiful. So I think I've got the Children of Hurin down here. I don't have Beren and Luthien in here actually. Children of Hurin I think was 2007, maybe 2008. Then we got Beren and Luthien, and then we got the Fall of Gondolin in, I want to say about 2018. Yeah, 2018. So over about 10 years, these 3 new books come out. And basically, again, think we're in 1980 here, right? The Silmarillion's been published, and the Silmarillion contains shortened versions of those 3 stories. The Silmarillion is a bunch of different tales. It contains loads and loads of different stories, including Beren and Luthien, the Fall of Gondolin, and the Children of Hurin. But Tolkien writes, he says that of all the stories in the Silmarillion, 3 of them could be stories. 3 of them could be published on their own, is what he said. He calls them the great tales, and it's those 3. Right? Of course, in 1980, all we have is the Silmarillion with these tiny versions. So what Chris Tolkien starts doing in 1980 is he gives more information on 2 of the great tales. So the first part is of Tor and his coming to Gondolin, and it's basically a longer version of the tiny version of the Fall of Gondolin that's in the Silmarillion. So imagine this: you're in 1980, you've read this story of the Fall of Gondolin, and now in this you get an expanded version of it, essentially with more of it. Yes. And he says here, I'm sure I found it when I went back through it. So what basically happened was he wrote it from 1916 to 17. And then in the story, which is the one that's in the Silmarillion, and then much later, he began work on an entirely refashioned account entitled Of Tor and the Fall of Gondolin. It seems very likely it was written in 1951. This is the text that is given here. And then he crucially says, this is the title that's given here. To avoid confusion, I've retitled it Of Tor and His Coming to Gondolin, as opposed to Of Tor and the Fall of Gondolin, since it tells nothing of the fall of the city. Because guess what? It's unfinished. So what you get here is Tolkien's 1951 reworking. So this is after the Lord of the Rings is finished, but before it's been published. He's reworking one of his Silmarillion stories, trying to make it the bigger narrative. And some of you will be familiar with it because this account, so this exact version, page for page of that, is in this. It's in the Fall of Gondolin. So if you've got this book is basically the complete history of the Fall of Gondolin, and it is 55 pages of the 300 in here. So if you've read this, you've read exactly the version that's in Unfinished Tales. So you've already got it, because obviously that is then published. This full. This is the great tale in full, as Tolkien dreamt of it being published 40 years after this. So yeah, there's about 50 pages of this which are in here. That's the first one, so an expanded version of Fall of Gondolin. And then the other one from the first stage is the Tale of Hurin. And this is basically the same, but for this. You've now got the Children of Hurin that you can read. You don't have that in 1980. You just have the tiny version of it in the Silmarillion. And so he, much like he did for the Fall of Gondolin, he starts writing a longer version of the Children of Hurin. My father carried the later long version of Turin much nearer completion. This is called Narna Hin Hurin, and this is the narrative given in the present book. So his longer version of the Children of Hurin got far further than his longer version of the Fall of Gondolin. And so what you get in here, you won't have, if you've read this, you won't have read this, but this is basically based off this. So this is the kind of like a longer version than it's in the Silmarillion, but shorter version that's in here. So in 1980, if you love your Tolkien, really, really cool, you get this book. But now the first age stuff, the Children of Hurin and the Fall of Gondolin, will deal with that material quicker. So if you've read those, section 1 of this, you've probably already read, essentially. It won't give you anything new. The rest of it will. So part 2, we're going to the second age, and the first bit is super cool. It's a description of the island of Numenor. So if I find this, it's the first time they go into detail, and you get Tolkien's map of Numenor,
Nice.
which is super cool, the 5-pointed island, which is nice. And then that's quite a short little extract. I think it's about 10 pages, something like that. But it goes on to the kind of, it's talking about the kind of geology and kind of description and narrative of Numenor, which is quite good fun. It'll be good background reading ahead of the Amazon TV series. You then get the second part of that is a story called Damian and Steve, which is basically the only story of the Second Age that exists. So you got the stuff in the Silmarillion telling the kind of, high zoomed out history of the Second Age, but the only story from the Second Age, full story, is Damian and Steve. So you get that in there, which is cool. You then get the line of Elros, the kings of Numenor. So you get a little, almost like the Tale of Years in the appendices, I guess, in Lord of the Rings, about the annals of the kings. You get one of those for the line of Elros and the second age, and then finally you get the history of Galadriel and Celeborn in the Second Age, because guess what? They're well old. They're like proper old. And so what he says, this is Chris Tolkien's word, the history of Galadriel and Celeborn is so interwoven with other legends and histories that it cannot be treated in isolation. And thus this section of the book, together with its 5 appendices, brings together virtually all the unpublished materials for the history of the Second Age of Middle-earth. So that's what it's this kind of called, it's called the history of Galadriel and Celeborn, but it's actually everything else from the Second Age. So that's quite cool. Yeah. And then we get into part 3, which is, unsurprisingly, I'm a Third Age geek. I'm very much, I like the Silmarillion stuff, but for me, it is all about the Third Age. And what you get in here is then some of the coolest stuff you can imagine. Mm-hmm. So in part 3, you get the disaster of the Gladden Fields. So what you get in here is a series of writing that Tolkien did later. So these we're talking about like 1967, late 60s, somewhere like that. 10 years after Lord of the Rings is written, he was still writing about Middle Earth, and he was expanding on stuff and kind of, developing themes. And a lot of them are in here. So the first one is the disaster of the Gladden Fields, and it's basically what happens to Isildur and the Ring, like after the Battle of the Last Alliance, essentially, and it kind of tracks him, and so that's super, super cool. And there's a lot of really, really fun stuff in there that you learn, and you track Isildur. People who read, again, I'm going to try and keep some of this spoiler free, obviously, but people who have only seen the films might be surprised to see that the films give this idea that Isildur returns from the battle and gets killed on the way, when in fact it's years later that he gets killed and kind of loses the ring. It also paints Isildur as slightly more sympathetic. I've got a quote here where someone asks Isildur, can't you use the ring? And he says, "Alas, I cannot use it. I dread the pain of touching it, and I have not yet found the strength to bend it to my will. It needs one greater than I now know myself to be. My pride has fallen. It should go to the keepers of the three." Mm-hmm. So that's Isildur saying, he's going to give it to the elves, essentially, which is quite cool. And then what's super fun is that it then goes on to what happens after him, and it brings in one of our favourite friends, who's Saruman. And obviously we know Saruman's after the ring. Mm. And again, I'm going to try and keep it kind of spoiler free because I think you should read it. But it then goes, it links to something else that Saruman was up to. I've got this little passage here. So this is basically something that happened after Aragorn was, after he's made king.
Mm-hmm.
They basically go and spring clean Orthanc.
Yeah.
He brings a load of people and then goes, should we clear this up a bit? Okay, so at last, behind a hidden door that they could not have found or opened, had not Elisar had the aid of Gimli the dwarf, a steel closet was revealed. Maybe it had been intended to receive the ring, but it was almost bare. In a casket on a high shelf, 2 things were laid. One was a small case of gold attached to a fine chain. It was empty and bore no letter or token, but beyond all doubt, it had once borne the ring about Isildur's neck. Next to it lay a treasure without price, long mourned as lost forever. I'll leave it to you to figure out what that is. So there's this really cool idea that they kind of sneak into Orthanc and they find out all these other things that Saruman's been up to as well. So that's a really cool story, the Disaster of Gladden Fields. You then get Cirion and Eöl and the friendship of Gondor and Rohan. A lot of people know this. I think we talked about it on the last stream. This is the idea of the kind of formation of Rohan and of Eöl the Young, kind of riding down to help Cirion and save him and ride to his aid. There's loads of cool stuff in here, and it's quite a long story that kind of goes on and explains a lot about Rohan and a lot about Gondor at the time. It's in the Third Age, obviously, so it's very much in keeping with the sort of stuff people might be interested in. And there's really cool stuff like when they all ride past Dol Guldur, ride past Mirkwood on the way to Gondor. This mist comes out, but now it seems shrouded in a gleaming mist, and to their dismay, the mist passed over the river and flowed over the land before them. As they drew nearer, they saw the white mist was driving back the glooms of Dol Guldur, and soon they passed into it, riding slowly at first and warily, but under its canopy, all things were lit with a clear and shadowless light, while to left and right they were guarded, as if it were by white walls of secrecy. The Lady of the Golden Wood is on our side, it seems. Mm-hmm. So Galadriel is involved in this. Galadriel sends out a mist to protect Eöl riding to the aid of Gondor, which is quite cool, seeing them kind of getting involved, which is nice. Again, and this is a kind of big narrative about that whole the events there and the battle, and then how Cirion gives up Calenardon to the Rohirrim, and how Rohan was formed essentially. It's really cool. It's also got stuff about, again, I won't spoil it. I think you should go and read it or listen to it, but where they swear their oath is super cool, and there's like secrets revealed about the location of the bodies of certain characters and stuff, which is cool. You then get the quest of Erebor, which I think is absolute gold. This is there's in one of his letters, Tolkien writes, I actually wrote in full an account of what really happened before Gandalf's visit to Bilbo and the subsequent unexpected party as seen by Gandalf himself. And so this is Tolkien's attempt to explain why The Hobbit is so childish. Okay? Mm-hmm. This was written, again, he's writing this in 1964, but he wrote it before to include it in The Hobbit. And it's meant to be after Aragorn gets crowned king.
Yep.
As a bit of an epilogue, Gandalf chats to the hobbits in Minas Tirith, that's where it's set, and he tells them what really happened in The Hobbit. And he sort of tries to explain why it's so kiddie and friendly. And what's cool about this is if you read this, the Hobbit movies make more sense. So let's be very, very clear in case any Warner Brothers executives are listening. Peter Jackson did not have the rights for Unfinished Tales. They couldn't use anything from Unfinished Tales in the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
If you read The Quest for Erebor in here, they have so cleverly used this without using it. They've taken the tone of this and incorporated it into the film. And so and I think this will make you, I don't know. There's no saving some people for the Hobbit trilogy, and that's fair enough. But I think this will make you go, oh God, it's some of it at least is what Tolkien intended. He just wrote it later. And so what's Chris Tolkien say about this one? There's a tiny version of it in Appendix A of Lord of the Rings, but you get this full story here. So there's so much good in here. And again, I don't want to spoil it, but it basically details, the Bree scene in Desolation of Smaug.
Yeah.
That's in here. but it's obviously not in here because it's not allowed to be in here, you know. But it's those early meetings between Gandalf and Thorin, and at one point he goes to the Blue Mountains. Gandalf goes to the Blue Mountains and he chats to Thorin and Gloin and Balin, and it talks about Gandalf's motivations for getting Bilbo on board and that kind of stuff. And there's a line in here. Here we go. This is the line. This is Gandalf speaking to Frodo, but it's actually Tolkien speaking to us. But you know how things went. He's talking about The Hobbit. At any rate, as Bilbo saw them, the story would sound rather different if I had written it. For one thing, he did not realise at all how fatuous the dwarfs thought him, nor how angry they were with me. Thorin was much more indignant and contemptuous than he perceived. He was indeed contemptuous from the beginning, and thought then that I had planned the whole affair simply as to make a mock of him. It also goes on to talk about he's talking about his fears about Dol Guldur and his worries about Smaug. You know, how are we going to deal with Smaug and all that sort of stuff. Exactly, you know, the lines like in Unexpected Journey at the White Council, Gandalf says something like Smaug could be used as a great weapon by the enemy. And they say, what enemy? That's not in the Hobbit book. It's in Unfinished Tales. It talks about Gandalf's journey to Dol Guldur, meeting Thrain, and it makes it very clear that he had to persuade Thorin to take him, which isn't in the book, right? In the book, they're a bit grumpy, but they just go with it. And so there's all this dialogue, and he gets quite pissy with Thorin. That's a direct quote. He goes, "If this hobbit goes with you, you will succeed. If not, you will fail. A foresight is on me, and I am warning you." And Thorin's all like, "All right." But then remember the lines in Bag End where Thorin says, "I cannot guarantee his safety, nor will I be responsible for fate." None of that's in the Hobbit. What we do have here is Thorin saying, "If you insist on burdening me with him, you must come too and look after your darling." And that, you know, there's obviously more of it that I'm not gonna kind of read everything in. But so you see what I mean? It's the same line but a different line.
Yeah.
It's the lines from Tolkien in an Unfinished Tales, but rewritten so they can't get sued. Then there's another version of it which follows with some more detail. This is it. Here we go. He's talking about his use. Smaug has probably never heard of hobbits. He's certainly never smelt them. He talks about the reason for needing a burglar. And then here he goes. He starts saying that as Gandalf got pissed off with Thorin, he began to convince himself. And suddenly I felt that I was indeed in hot earnest. This queer notion of mine was not a joke. It was right. It was desperately important that it should be carried out. The dwarfs must bend their stiff necks.
Stubbornness of dwarves, mate.
Yeah. It's also that what's the line when he's chatting to Galadriel and she says, "Why Bilbo?" and he goes, "Why, I do not know." It's like this idea that he just knew it was right. And so there's so much good stuff in there about it. And you know, it's a long passage, and it's this back and forth row between Thorin and Gandalf about Bilbo. It's just wonderful. So that's the Quest of Erebor. You then get a passage called The Hunt for the Ring, which is awesome. This is again written after the publication of Lord of the Rings, but before Return of the King. So this is written in probably 1954 or 1955. This between the two sets, and this is super cool. It details the ring race setting out, trying to find the ring. So you learn all sorts of stuff like about who they were. The one on Backlebury Ferry is Camul. Like Tolkien confirms that specific race was Camul. He was the one who was sent to do them. You get stuff like that, and it basically does the whole story there of them meeting Wormtongue, and there's a point where they go and chat to Saruman. Did I highlight any of that? And Saruman gets a bit. Here we go. So they turn up at Orthanc and go, "Hello, any hobbits, Baggins, Shire, anything like that?" And there's a version where Saruman is terrified of him. So Saruman, in fear and despair and perceiving the full horror of service to Mordor, resolves suddenly to yield to Gandalf and to beg for his pardon and help. temporizing at the gate, he admitted that he had Gandalf within. So this is when Gandalf's in prison. So he admits to the ring race that he had Gandalf within, and said he would go and try and discover what he knew. If that were unavailing, he would deliver Gandalf up to them. Then Saruman hastened to the summit of Orthanc and found Gandalf gone, away south against the setting moon. He saw a great eagle flying towards Edoras. So there's a little sense there where Saruman was about to turn good.
Yeah.
This version. Perceiving the full horror of service to Mordor, he resolved suddenly to yield to Gandalf and to beg for his pardon and help, which is cool. And this isn't a change to the story. This isn't like an old version. This is what Tolkien was saying he was doing.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, in the book, he said, Tolkien saying in his version, this happened. He imprisoned Gandalf, and then the ring race came to see him, and he was like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And he repented. And then when Gandalf had legged it, he was then like, "Well, I'm screwed now." There's also a lovely idea here where they're talking about the good luck of the ring race. Some while ago, one of Saruman's most trusted servants, a ruffianly fellow, an outlaw driven from Dunland, where many said that he had orc blood, had returned from the borders of the Shire, where he had been negotiating for the purchase of leaf and other supplies. Saruman was beginning to store Isengard against war. He was well supplied with maps, lists of names, and notes concerning the Shire. In an extremity of terror, he was hailed to the Witch King and questioned. He saved his life by betraying Saruman. That's how they find out where the Shire is. And I will leave it as a super secret about quite who that person was. But you might well be able to make some of your guesses. There's also, as part of this, a awesome scene where the White Council meet and Gandalf gets proper sassy with Saruman. It's kind of a bit more about their little rivalry, and this idea that Gandalf's smoking and Saruman Saruman had affected to scoff at his nice, good lad. Saruman had affected to scoff at his smoking, but in private he made trial of it and soon began to use it. And for this reason, the Shire remained important to him. Yet he dreaded lest this should be discovered and his own mockery turned against him, so that he would be laughed at for imitating Gandalf and scorned for doing so by himself. He's smoking behind the bike sheds, but he doesn't want anyone to know.
No.
It's so cool. And then there's this wonderful, wonderful bit where Gandalf, right, check this out. It's the first time Gandalf, there's all these politics that are going on. It's the first time Gandalf smoked at the White Council. Like, so it says the council met in Rivendell and Gandalf sat apart, silent but smoking prodigiously, a thing he'd never done before. So they've all sat up and Gandalf's in the corner smoking. They're
saying like, "I'm what?"
Yeah, they're like, "Gandalf, we don't really smoke in here, right?" And then Saruman says to him, "Your time is your own to spend if you have nothing worthier to do. And I have he's talking about hobbits, and I have no time for the simples of peasants." Ready for some sass? Gandalf did not laugh again, and he did not answer, but looking keenly at Saruman, he drew on his pipe and sent out a great ring of smoke with many smaller rings that followed it. Then he put up his hand as if to grasp them, and they vanished. This is him saying, "I know you want the ring, and you can't get it." He does it with his smoke rings. A ring appears, and he goes to grab it, and he can't. He goes, "Okay, I know what you're up to, mate." Proper shade. It's good stuff. So that's quite fun. There's tons and tons more in there about that. That's the hunt for the ring. You then get a cool bit about the battles of the Fords of Isen. If you like your Rohan stuff, you get the full details of those battles, the first and the second battle, of how Grimbold comes to save Theodred and how Elfhelm and Erkenbrand get brought into that. And it's also the second battle of the Fords of Isen that's basically completely skipped over in the film. I think people nice. I think people might be surprised to learn it's directly leads to Helm's Deep. Like it's a major part of it's a preliminary battle before Helm's Deep, which is quite cool. So it explains what the Fords of Isen are, and there's a lot about the geography of them there and their kind of strategic importance. Has part 3, and then part 4 has 3 essays on really weird topics. I've got one on the Druiden, the Istari, and the Palantiri. So obviously that's the Woses, the Wizards, and the Seeing Stones. And these are all, again, 1967, that sort of time. And he's writing about these things. And what's cool is the Druiden. It's like, why? I don't want to know any more about the Druiden. They appear, they're in one chapter, and it's a bit odd, and you'd cut them out of any adaptation. And you get this sort of 20-page thing about how they're intrinsic to the history of Middle Earth and how they ran through the ages and stuff. And it's super cool. There's a lovely bit in here where this is talk about their carving, because obviously they carved the Pukul men. But with sharper and stronger tools, they delighted in carving figures of men and beasts, whether toys and ornaments or large images, to which the most skilled among them could give vivid semblance of life. Sometimes these images were strange and fantastic, or even fearful. Among the grim jests to which they put their skill was the making of orc figures, which they set at the borders of the land, shaped as if fleeing from it, shrieking in terror. They sculpt orcs running away, so the orcs come up and see them. I'm like, oh, I don't want to go there. That's cool. And then in here, and I won't, I'm not gonna read this, but one of my favourite parts in the whole book is you have a story called The Faithful Stone, and this is it's like a fairy tale about the Druiden. They say who is it? Indeed, I think this is talking about the Rohirrim. Though they held the Druiden in love and trust, many of the folk of Haleth believed they possessed uncanny, natural, magical powers. Among their tales of marvels, there were several that told of such things. One of these is recorded here. So they give you a fairy tale, and it reads like an episode of the X-Files or something. It's this really cool self-contained story about a Druiden. That again, I won't spoil because you should read it. And it's like a little one of the Sherlock Holmes stories or something. This kind of strange mystery where you don't know quite what's going on. So that's good fun. Then I'll read this. This is cool. I'm not going to read The Faithful Stone, but there's a little passage here that I really enjoyed that I think you might like. And it's another tale. It's a tale that's been handed down through centuries about the Druiden. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
On a time.
Oh, this is great, mate. I love
enjoying this, eh?
Yeah, it's great.
Enjoying this, Damian reads the book to you. But I'm giving you the tantalising bits. You've got the audio book, mate. Get it on. On a time, one of the most skilled in stone carving among the Drugs means wildmen here, made an image of his father who had died, and he set it up by a pathway near to their dwelling. Then he sat down beside it and passed into a deep silence of recollection. It chanced that not long after, a forester came by on a journey to a distant village, and seeing 2 Drugs, he bowed and wished them good day, but he received no answer, and he stood for some time in surprise, looking closely at them. Then he went on his way, saying to himself, "Great skill they have in stonework, but I have never seen any more lifelike." 3 days later he returned, and being very weary, he sat down and propped his back against one of the figures. His cloak he cast about its shoulders to dry, for it had been raining, but the sun was now shining hot. There he fell asleep, but after a while he was wakened by a voice from the figure behind him. "I hope you are rested," it said, "but if you wish for more sleep, I beg you to move to the other one. He will never need to stretch his legs again, and I find your cloak too hot in the sun." Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
So this kind of bizarre. It's like, why? If you ever wanted to read fairy tales about the wild men of the woods, it's a book for you. Just love it. So it's Pukul Man, and there we go. So that's the first of 3. The next one is about the Istari, which I think would interest everyone here. It's basically Tolkien's latest feelings about what the 5 wizards were. There's a lovely little passage here they went with the consent of Eru. They sent members of their own high order. This is the Maya, but clad in bodies as of men, real and not feigned, but subject to the fears and pains and weariness of earth, able to hunger and thirst and be slain. Though because of their noble spirits, they did not die, and aged only by the cares and labours of many long years. And there's loads and loads of stuff in here about quite what what they were and the order they were chosen and all those kind of things. The blue wizards remain tantalizingly mysterious, although I don't think I highlighted it for some insane reason. They do. This is where we learn their names. I'm trying to find if there's a passage in here specifically about it. There's little mentions in here of Queen Baruthia and her cats, which is quite nice as well. You get a little more information about them. But it goes on to, where is it? I don't know. They're Palando and Alatar anyway. But wherever they came from, there's this idea that some of them had more power and some of them had less, and they basically took the other ones along with them. And there's an idea that Saruman, as part of going on the journey, had to take Radagast. And it kind of gives a little bit of weight to the to his feelings of why he dislikes Radagast. So Yavanna's evident desire that the Astari should include in their number one with a particular love of the things of her making, that means trees and animals, could only be achieved by imposing Radagast's company on Saruman. On the other hand, it's possible to see a hint of the story of Radagast's unwelcome company in Saruman's extreme scorn of him in the Lord of the Rings, which is cool. I just can't see the bit in there where they name the two wizards. See, this is what happens when my highlighting fails me. But it's in there anyway, and it's mega cool. It might be a note, maybe it's a note from Chris Tolkien. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but it's in there anyway. Really, really cool stuff about the wizards. And then the final one is about the Palantiri, which I remember going back to about 7 years ago when we started running Seven Stones and reading through here. And there's really, really cool stuff in here about the history of the Seeing Stones, essentially, and how they worked, the idea that they weren't evil, that they were just kind of friendly telephones to begin with, how they worked. It must be remembered that the stones were originally innocent, serving no evil purpose. It was Sauron who made them sinister and instruments of domination and deceit. It kind of goes on and talks about like Denethor's use and all that sort of stuff, and kind of Denethor desired to surpass these usurpers in knowledge and information, and also, if possible, keep an eye on them when they're elsewhere. It paints Denethor in a good light. It makes Denethor look like he's trying to do the right thing. It talks about where they came from. They're an inalienable gift to Elendil and his heirs, to whom they belong by right. This does not mean they could only be used rightfully by one of those. They were perfect spheres, appearing when at rest to be made of solid glass or crystal, deep black in hue. And kind of goes on and stuff like that. And it also talks about how they worked. It literally talks about almost like the if you look in this one, if I look in this one, then I can't see anyone else unless someone else is looking in that one. It's not like leaving your webcam on. Two of you need to be looking at it. And it talks about how they actually work. Like if I look into this, I don't see. It's not like watching a telly, but the thoughts that you are putting into it, I can see the thoughts as pictures and this kind of stuff. And then there was idea that one of them, I think it's the Osculius stone, was the one that could kind of eavesdrop on the others and all that kind of stuff. So, just really, really cool kind of explanatory stuff about kind of weird little bits of Middle Earth, the Druiden, the Istari, and the Plantis. And so there we go, and that's it. We then you get some maps at the back, some kind of updated maps of Middle Earth, and it's just awesome. It's absolutely mega cool. It is 550 pages long. It's a bit of a chunky book, but really, really cool, and then broken down into lots of different bits. I think the audiobook's about 20 hours, I want to say. I saw it when I downloaded it. But that's Unfinished Tales.
Very cool.
Get it
now.
Do it now. I think particularly now it's an audiobook. I get why people might not want to kind of dive into that. It's got notes like the Silmarillion doesn't. It's the first book where Chris Tolkien writes a lot as Chris Tolkien. So in the middle of the passages, you get the notes, and you're meant to go to the end of the chapter and read the note that explains it. So there's a lot of that which he deliberately left out of the Silmarillion, and you get loads of that in the History of Middle Earth. the 12 volumes that he wrote after that. But you can hear that in the audiobook. I was listening to a bit of the audiobook, and they've done it really well because it's two different narrators. I can't wait. I'm sure someone's going to put on one of those posts. It's stupid. They keep changing the voice. There's two people reading it, and it's because one of them is J.R.R. Tolkien and one of them is Chris Tolkien. That's what you're listening to, essentially. You're hearing notes every time the voice changes, which is cool. But I think it's bloody brilliant, and I would heartily recommend that you kind of get it and listen to it. All right.
Lovely, that, mate.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, man. You enjoy that. That's me done. I think you should catch up on the chat, and we'll do some painting, and we'll go for a magazine.
Well, let me just finish this fleshy flesh.
I've just narrated your painting.
I
hope you enjoyed it.
I'm on fire. I'm cooking it. That was really nice.
That's really nice to hear, was it?
Really nice to paint too. Yeah.
Well, maybe the next thing is just I'll ring you up every night and just read your chapter or something. But these are absolutely awesome as well. The three great tales that have all now been published. Beren and Lúthien's the other one, and they're like if you've got these, you don't need to read part one of Unfinished Tales essentially, because they were. I get kind of emotional about it. In 1980, Chris Tolkien is trying to say these are unfinished tales that my dad wanted you to read, and now they are finished. Like Chris Tolkien finished them. And I think in The Fall of Gondolin, I don't know, I feel like he doesn't get quite as sentimental as I kind of hoped he would, but he talks about it's horrible because this is 2018. I'm sure he basically talks about how he's going to die. Here we go. In my preface to Beren and Lúthien, which would have been about 2014, I think, I remarked that in my 93rd year, this is presumptively the last book in the long series of editions of my father's writings. I use the word presumptively because at that time I thought hazily of treating in the same way as Beren and Lúthien the third of my father's great tales, The Fall of Gondolin. But I thought this very improbable, and I presumed, therefore, that Beren and Lúthien would be my last. The presumption proved wrong, however, and I must now say that in my 94th year, The Fall of Gondolin is indubitably the last. He writes that in the preface, and then he dies, I think, the following year.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't particularly believe in a lot of this stuff, but there's almost this sense that he spent, I don't know when he would have started working on the Silmarillion, maybe 70, 74, 75, something like that. And he spent 45 years of his life almost completing his father's work, or tenderly curating his father's work and bringing it to the public knowledge. And when he really finished it, and he published the last of the great tales, his work was done. And he went into the West. And there's I didn't actually reply to it. I saw a comment a while back going, something like Chris Tolkien's been milking his dad's work for half his life. It's like he hasn't. The work of Chris Tolkien is absolutely spectacular. What he did for our understanding of Middle-earth. If you imagine without Chris Tolkien, you'd have The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. You wouldn't have anything else. And there's everything else that's come out of it because of Chris Tolkien. It's just wonderful. Just wonderful. Right. Whilst waiting for you to jump into the chat, I'm going to do some painting. How are you getting on?
Yeah, good, man. Washes are dry. I'm just doing the first sort of repass with Doombull. So yeah, it's going all right. I'm just going to whack this on. I'm just going to do it quick. Fly through the Doombull.
I like it. You've got form for flying through things, so I'm sure we'll be with them in 2 to 3 hours. I'm trying to find Leadbelcher here, and I'm not having much luck. I found Leadbelcher. That's a mini adventure.
The Leadbelcher.
Leadbelcher.
I really enjoyed that, mate. It was good.
Oh, you should listen to the whole book. It's like what I just did, but 400 times as long.
Yeah. I've been. It's funny this week because I've been listening to a lot of stuff. I'm halfway through the Cursed City audiobook.
Oh right.
which is pretty good. It's old school. It's like old school Warhammer. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. But I went on a rabbit hole of listening to podcasts. Like I listened to Joe Rogan. I listened to a lot of comedians as well. Rio Ferdinand's podcast is really good. But I started listening. I don't know if you've heard of Joey Diaz.
I have not.
American comedian. Like really, if you're easily offended, you don't want to listen to it. I just find him hilarious. He's just one of them guys who's just got like a million stories, and you just think, what kind of life has this guy lived? But once I started listening to him, I just can't stop. I did it a while ago, and I had to like literally stop listening to Joey Diaz, and it just come on because he's a friend of Joe Rogan's. He's on his podcast all the time, and it was on like autoplay. It come on.
Yeah, the autoplay of YouTube. It's how they get you.
Yep, and it got me. It bloody got me.
See, any time I've fallen down the rabbit hole with Street Fighter stuff, and they're all like they're playthroughs, but they're like 2 hours. It's like, oh no, I'm hitting play. I'm trying to figure that out. We've got something cool. He hasn't texted in today, so I don't know if he's watching. But my mate, Chris, our best mate Chris, got something I'm quite excited about, which will have happened by the next time I see you. God knows when that'll be. Next time we do this, is that next weekend. So this is obviously after the 17th. Chris, who sometimes texts into the show when he's watching at home, me and him are going to see Fellowship of the Ring at the Prince Charles Cinema. Nice. It was postponed once. It was then cancelled. It's 20 years. It's this year, isn't it? 20 years. So it's 19 and a half years since it came out. So, and I went to see it with him back in 2001, about quite late one night in December, like 10, 11 o'clock or something. And it's quite cool that 20 years later we're going back to see it.
Yeah. And
so that's also my Emma's a superstar as ever, and I was, we got these tickets rescheduled, and of course they were rescheduled after we'd had a baby, and she was like, yeah, obviously you should still go. So that's my kind of first, day out, and then we started saying, well, we should get some lunch afterwards, right? So we'll go to a restaurant and we'll eat. That'll be fun, and so we're going to do that. And then we started talking about the logistics afterwards. And he sent me a text going, do you think we could go to a pub as well? And I was like, in all honesty, I do want to I'll need to get back for Em, because I think leaving her with the two kids for bath and bedtime is a bit of a no-no. And so I then said that to her, and she went, why doesn't he come over? I was like, he could come over. It's legal.
You're allowed.
Yeah. And so instead what's going to happen now is Chris, and it just escalated there. Chris is coming down Friday night, staying over. We're going to the cinema, getting some food. Then he's coming back Saturday night, staying over.
Lads.
Friday and Saturday night, mate. Street Fighter, the miniatures game. And Emma literally said something like, if Chris comes over 2 nights, does that mean I don't have to play it? It's like it could do. So that's where I'm trying to get myself completely up on it for then. And so I've got this giddily happy thing where my best mate is coming down next Friday for a weekend to stay over, and we're going to do stuff. Do you remember that?
Having a sleepover.
Yeah. Do you remember like about 10 years ago we used to be allowed to do this sort of thing? You could see your friends, and it's like so next weekend I get to go out for food with my best mate. I get to play the Street Fighter miniatures game. I get to see Fellowship of the Ring in the cinema. Like, best weekend ever.
It's like you've gone back in time 20 years, mate.
Yeah, or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got quite a super cool kind of hobby weekend, and coming up with my mate.
Cool beans.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm gonna let that dry. I'm gonna have another Seabrooks
Very nice.
Canadian ham flavour Ripple Crisp.
I saw you hold up your Whisper. I didn't get to chocolate, but I found myself today.
In honour of Adam Marcel.
Very nice. Where does he come on your list of top Canadians?
Number 1, obviously.
You including Brian Adams in that?
Yeah. Brian Adams can suck a lemon.
Don't say that. You don't mean
Adam Marcel is a legend of a man.
He is. He's good. You should check out Blackfire Productions if you haven't already. He's also he's branched out into cool action figure photography at the moment, which looks wicked.
Really cool, very atmospheric. I like it a lot.
I was going to the zoo today. I was driving, had to get petrol. Steve, I'm in a petrol station. It's a stream night. I'm like, right, I got to, you're in the queue and it's moving along. It's like, you got to think, what I went for?
What'd you go for? Ooh. Raisin. No, you let me down there.
Right out of left field. I haven't had a Yorkie in ages. Yorkie duo?
Not into raisins, man.
You can share that, or you can eat it.
Yeah. It's all lies, isn't it?
Yorkie.
It's like lies. Them duos are just lies. No one shares them.
No one shares them. We know what you're doing.
No one shares them.
Oh, yeah, it's a duo. Of course it is, love. Of course it is.
Just trying to find where we were up to.
Some sort of berserker chat, I wouldn't.
You already read that Aaron asked about skin.
I do.
Julian Hammond, shouldn't it be act like John Hurt, who was the voice of Aragorn in Ralph Bakshi film?
I haven't read that.
Let me put my glasses on. Will you?
I'll come and help you out.
Zarfine Girl. I also use Doombull Brown, but I put Rakarth Flesh in for highlights. Yeah, I used to do that. But then they brought out a colour that does it for me. Nathan T. The way Steve said, I'm loving painting sound like he's never done it before on the stream. It's been rare. Joe Holzman.
That's exactly where you found it.
Yeah. Joe Holzman. Wazdaka red. Agrax Wazdaka, then Evil Sons. That's very red.
Wazdaka.
People watching this now, they're like, what the hell are they talking about?
You remember, it's that advert from a decade ago.
Nathan C. Berserker skin, Rhinox through Agrax to Karamshir red in a few pages.
Karamshir red? What's that?
I think he's had autocorrect, yeah. Weird autocorrect for red. That's a long autocorrect.
No, I don't have all the colours. It could be one.
Hajinder Singh, I use Katshan Flesh and then Blood Reaver Flesh for my Urukai. Going to use the same for my Berserkers. Cool beans. Green Tree, I have a beautiful edition of Unfinished Tales that I have not yet read, but I'm very tempted to with the audiobook.
Do it, man. Do it now.
Scott Newman, Uruk recipe, Katshan Flesh, wash Reichland Flesh Shade, Blood Reaver Flesh, wash again, Night Quester Flesh highlights.
What's Night Quester?
Don't know. Remco, my first set ever was the Urukai paint set back in 2002. Says on the paint guide, use Dark Flesh. Dark Flesh is...
That's Doombull Flesh, isn't it? Yeah. Doombull
Brown. Still have those 10 models, classics.
Yeah, I mean, that's the answer, isn't it? Whoever's got the Urukai painting box,
yeah,
that's how you paint it.
Answers on the box, mate. Answers on the box. Dexterous is in. Houstonian greetings. Just have the mole lines on one Uruk banner bearer before continuing with Isengard. Got that close, but had to stop and pack for the move. Ooh, good to have you in, Dexterous. It feels like it's been a while since you've been in, and yeah, I hope everything goes well with the move. Larry says Rhinox hide Agrax. Highlight Rhinox again, then highlight Rhinox mixed with Doombull, Reichland Flesh Shade wash. Unfinished Tales is my favourite, says Brandon O'Neill.
Yep.
Josh Crosby, love Unfinished Tales. Is it 2-or?
I think it's tour.
2-or?
So it's 2-or, but it's said as tour, like
tour.
One word, tour.
Tour.
It's a sort of it's 1.5 syllables, I think. That's how I've always said it, but I'm not certain on that.
Tour is my favourite.
I think now in Tolkien it should be 2 syllables, tour, I think.
2-or.
Yeah.
My favourite quote comes from Ulmo talking to him. I've made his shield for a cosplay I'm working on too. Brandon,
is that the quote from Ulmo? Is that what he said?
Dude, cosplay.
As he bursts out the water. Hello, Tor. I've made a shield for a cosplay. Do you want to sit? No, Ulmo. Back in the water with you.
Brandon O'Neill, Fords of Eisen.
Yeah.
Joe Holzman. So I have a credit on Audible. My current choices are Buy Unfinished Tales because it's new, which I've read. I'll get Fall of Gondolin or Beren and Luthien, which I haven't yet read.
I would get if you've read Unfinished Tales, I'd probably get Fall of Gondolin because Beren and Luthien is an. I haven't listened to the audio. I haven't got the audio back of that, but it's a lot of it is the lay. A lot of it is the poem, and I'm not sure how well that will work as an audiobook. I'm quite intrigued to read to try it, but Fall of Gondolin is such a cool story.
Harry says, from memory, there's some great stuff in there about Gladden Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Tolkien is often rightly criticised, but without his work, we'd have a lot less Middle Earth.
That's what I said about an hour later.
Galadriel was 52 today. Well, I mean Kate Blanchett Galadriel, says Julian Hammond. Larry says, I bet it was one of the black Battle Streams dice. What was?
Who knows at this point?
What was that in reference
Something that rolled badly, presumably.
Nathan T, the founding
he's
of
talking
Rome...
about what's in Orthanc. He's talking about the treasure in Orthanc.
Yeah. The founding of Rohan was possibly my favourite discovery in my recent army research. Those beacons are pretty important.
Really?
Hajinder Singh says, this content is amazing. Defo going to pick up the books. Thanks for the info. Gives you one of these.
Oh, what? I'm not watching you. Well, oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. Tom Turtle, hey all, back at uni with deadlines and no hobby gear, so can't stick around much or get involved, but look forward to listening back. This lore bit sounds awesome. Good luck with everything, buddy. Julian Hammond, the Book of Lost Tales is superb and ideal to dip in and out of at any time whilst adding something to your knowledge. Harry says, I can't believe all this has been sat on my shelf for a decade and I've only just had a cursory glance through it many years ago. Sounds amazing. That's exactly the same as me, mate. I think there's probably many of us in that book, in that group. Nathan C, are those pickled onion or Canadian ham Seabrook? Seabrook have very quickly usurped Walkers. Oh, that's far superior than Walkers. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Lamb and mint Seabrook's crisps are the finest crisps you can buy.
That's quite a claim.
I'm telling you now, there's something else. And they are Canadian ham, my friend. Nathan then says to Harry, set aside all projects and get reading. Green Tree says, think I'll definitely be purchasing the audiobook. And Dan says, genuinely loving this review of the book. Best stream ever. Ever. Oh my god.
Oh my god. He said like ever? Ever. Forever. Like we are never getting better stream
I don't believe
together.
it.
Ever. Oh my god.
Nathan T says the deep dives are well worth tuning in for. That's why I tune in, mate.
That's why Steve's in.
That's why I'm here, mate. That's why I'm here.
It was about a year ago. I was like, Steve, do you want to do a live stream? Will you read me a book? I'm like, yeah, if you want, mate. Yeah, whatever. I'll do it with you if you read me a book every week.
Larry says, I'm not loving it. I had no particular desire to buy it before now.
Great thing now, of course, is if you've all got that massive brick on your bookshelf, you haven't got time to read it. What I'm saying is now you've got an audiobook. Don't have to read it.
Yeah.
Because it's awesome. I want them to do the history of Middle Earth as an audiobook series, because then people will read it, and there's so much good stuff in there. They never will. Because the people just want guns and boobs and drugs, don't they, Steve? Yeah. That's all what the people want. When they're laudable. Oh, do you want a fascinating insight into the making of Lord of the Rings? No, I want guns and boobs and heroin and hookers and cats and what are the kids into? TikTok.
Heroin and hookers. Jeez.
Yeah, and space mash and.
Dave says, "Hi boys, I had full intention of playing Berserkers. Hi boys." But I went down the pub instead with my workmates to smash to pay.
Good idea, mate.
Fair play to you.
I like it.
I was supposed to go for a few pints last night, but there's just loads of stuff going on at home. We had a new carpet put in the girls' bedroom. I've got new bunk beds and all that put together. The footy was on. I was just like, I can't be fussed.
If you said you were going to go for a few pints, when you got there, would you have said points?
It's funny because I can't say that. On stream.
You just strike me as a pints kind of guy.
Pints. Yeah. Well, we go to Altrincham Market, which is like a big food court, and it's got all the all the specialized beers, because we've got loads of local little sort of microbreweries around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like loads of different pale ales and lagers and stuff. It's really nice. It's really get you really pissed though.
Well, yeah, I mean that is the downside drinking all the beer, isn't it?
But really,
you believe it? These microbreweries, right? They get you really pissed.
They get you really pissed. The thing is, they'll say, "Do you know what the sods, right?" Because they'll say to you, "You'll go, have you got anything that's kind of like a light lager?" And they go, "Oh, yeah. Like the blonde and that." And I go, "Do you want a taste?" You go, "Yeah, I'll have a taste." And you think they're going to give you like a thimbleful?
Yeah.
Give you like a quarter of a pint.
Yeah, and then you do that for 4 hours, and suddenly you're pissed. It doesn't make sense.
Suddenly you're absolutely walloped. You don't know what your own name is.
They've done me again. They've done me again here. Oh, you guy, you trickster.
And you think, oh, it's that nice of them that they give you such a big taste. But then you go, yeah, I'll have a pint of that. And they go, yeah, that was £7.80, please. You're like, oh, sods. Gay Tanzani says, hello, I am late and had a family dinner. What did I miss? You missed. Well, you probably didn't, because this is probably a late comment. So
what did you miss? All right.
So start again. It's good to have you in, mate. Carl Daly says, I wonder if the Palantiri could foresee when episode 100 is coming. It's got to happen, mate. It's got to happen.
Need Malbeth the Seer to go on that.
Joe Holzman, the Blue Wizards are named at the top of page 510 in my copy.
There you go.
Come on, check it, Damo. Check it.
I don't know if it's the same copy. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Joe. Whereas in the essay on the history, it said the two who passed into East had no names, save Iffith and Luton. The Blue Wizards mean, of course, they had no names in the West of Middle-earth. Here they are named as Alatar and Palando and are associated with Arome, though no hint is given of the reason for this relationship. It might be, though this is the merest guess, that Arome of all the Valar had the greatest knowledge of the further parts of Middle-earth, and that the Blue Wizards were destined to journey in those regions and to remain there. And it says, I know of no other writings about the history, save some very rough and in part uninterpretable notes that are certainly much later than any of the foregoing and probably date from 1972, which is the year before Tolkien died.
E. Whitehouse says, stream has been a total pleasure tonight.
Thanks, man.
Frederick says, found another metal bit I didn't remove. Not fun. Thinking about whether or not I should try and cut them off with my hobby knife when I get back home from my Dortmund trip. It might ruin them. I think you'd be all right. I
always get rid of them. I do,
yeah.
And then I just chuck a dark brown over it or something.
Just sort of bend it out so you can get it with your snip it off. Yeah, like David said, just a little dot of paint and a bit of wash over it. No one will ever know. Nathan C says, I bet if he'd written another, he'd have prefaced it. I was wrong again. This one's my last.
Yeah, he did a lot of that.
And he says to Frederick, stick to your versions. Yeah. Michael Haskell, the Unfinished Tales audiobook is read by a father-son as well. You may have said this, mind.
I didn't say that. I didn't know that. Are they really? It's Timothy West, isn't it? I didn't know that the other one. I didn't know that at all.
Andrew Pennington, round of applause for that, Damian. A segment you guys could add to each stream, perhaps. I'm sure I'm not alone in saying I could have listened to a full stream of it. Yeah, I could. I was quite hoping he was just going to keep going, and I could have got all these finished.
That's really nice, and Andrew, that's really nice. Steve, there's obviously no way for me to hear that. Is there anything you could do?
What?
Clap me. Yeah. Slide clap. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Andrew. Hope your one was better than Steve's. Clap me, you filth.
Ethan C. If we're on podcast suggestions, Jim Jeffries, I don't know about that, is fun. I've also been catching up on Michael Rosenbaum's Lex Luthor cast. Lots of mental health focus, especially the Stephen Amell episodes. I've not heard of those. Jim Jeffries, I've listened to a few. I like Jim Jeffries. I like Jim Jeffries a lot, but I can't listen to him prolonged, if you know what I mean. I like him in short bursts. I get bored of him if I'm listening to for too long. I don't mean that sounds too negative. I don't get bored, but I prefer him in short bursts. Dan Collister, I would always recommend the Adam Buxton podcast, as well as Out to Lunch with Jay Rayner. Not tried them, but I'll check them out. Tommy Tiernan's latest podcast has been an interesting experience. Don't know that one. Scott Newman, Steve, Joey Diaz, Love Heart, best storyteller after Tolkien. When you listen to Joey Diaz, look back at this comment and you'll laugh. What a life he has lived. The story about him attacking the nun as a kid is one of the.
Well, if you want to do your bit, you should really read it out now as a monologue. You know?
I'm gonna, because Scott obviously listens to Joey Diaz's podcast. I'll be able to say this, and anyone who listens to it will know. My favourite story is of what he did in the garden, and when his neighbour's dogs found it. that's my favourite story of his. That would crack me up. Joe Holzman, if you're all interested in, I don't even know what that says. Etymology, is it?
Yeah, etymology.
Etymology. I'd highly recommend something that rhymes with purple. Susie Dent and Giles Brandreth's just talking about obscure world origins.
Library corner.
It's jumped, mate. It's jumped. Dave says Uruk Flesh is predominantly Doombull Brown. Fight me. He's definitely had a beer. He's got beer in him. He's got 50 pence in him. Joe Osman. Kev disagrees with you, Dave. Nathan T says to Joe, anything with Susie Dent has my attention. I bet it does, mate. Daniel Entwistle is in. Hello, chaps. I'm very late, but I thought I would pop in and say hello. Well, hello to you.
Hello, Mr. Entwistle.
I hope all goes well at your crafters market. I've seen on Facebook that you'll be attending, I think, with your dad. Good luck with that. Hope the weather holds out for you, mate. Nathan T. Recently discovered GW have released Catch on Flesh. Surely worth a base coat. Catch on Flesh is an old colour, isn't it?
I don't know. What was he mean a base coat for that for Uruks?
I must do, yeah.
Oh?
I don't know. Larry Miller, I think Doombull is right for how GW paint, but in the movie it looks a lot darker.
Yeah, I've been thinking this in the background that there's this. It's a bit like the Mandela effect. That everyone paints their Uruks red, but I think it's just because GW did. Like they're not red in the movie.
Well, I start with the Doombull. Yeah, the Doombull. I mean, it is a brown, but I'll start with the Doombull. But they're really dark. I like my Uruks to be like really sort of grubby.
Probably dirty Uruks.
Dirty.
You should have a wash.
Dirty Uruks.
Dirty. You're dirty.
You're dirty boy.
Dirty boy.
MRSRA 13 says, ever tried Guinness crisps? Next level. I have tried Guinness crisps. I also like Marmite crisps, but you either love them or you hate them.
I don't think I've ever tried them, but I like Marmite, so I would love them.
I like Marmite.
Marmite
toast rocks. Nathan T. By the way, I'm sure it's been asked before my time, but having finished Line of Duty, but is Stephen Crow related to Stephen Graham, or do all Scousers look like that? I'm not a Scouser.
You're not a Scouse? Don't say that.
I'm not a Scouser, but I've met Stephen Graham a few times.
I'm not a Scouser. You sounded like a Scouser.
Not even a Scouser, mate. Not even a
Scouser.
I've met him a few times, Stephen Graham. He's his stepbrother used to go to school with my two nephews.
That isn't an explanation for why you would meet someone.
Because I've been to family barbecues and stuff, and I've met him at two family barbecues, not my family, like their family, where I took because I know the family, and then I met him on a night out one night in Manchester, and obviously because we'd seen each other out, I chatted to him. It was many moons ago. It was before he was like mega famous. He's
Nathan has at the recommendation of the patrons, he's blitzed Line of Duty, of Line of Duty in about the last week or something. And he's done now. I don't know if that would be the best week ever or absolutely mortifying when you then realise you don't have any Line of Duty.
What we're going to do in my life. Steve's just summarised the microbrew business model better than any academic.
Would you like a taster? Or did you enjoy that? Here's a plate. On to the next text.
Scott Newman, Steve, are you talking about the bear that was? No, that's a funny one as well. But so he. Obviously, I can't go into detail on this live stream about his exploits, Scott. But yeah, there's another one about his back garden and his neighbour, the lady neighbour with the dogs. You'll know it. You might not have heard it because it would have. I think it would have jumped out at you. It's an amazing story. Larry Miller, it's the same with Aragorn's coat. It's very dark greeny brown, but GW always make it a very dark Angel's green colour.
Yeah.
Nathan T.
It's an olive green.
Top level trolling on the Scousing. You're welcome. And Harry says, please, no Line of Duty spoilers. I'm only on season 4.
There won't be spoilers. We don't do that.
No, we don't.
We're a humane podcast.
We do things differently here. Paper's Pirate says, my missus is currently smashing through Line of Duty. She's got up to season 6 in 5 days. We saw the ending on Gogglebox though, so kind of ruined it.
Oh no,
Gogglebox is terrible for that.
that is
Terrible.
grim.
Yeah, terrible for that. Joe Holzman, I echo the no spoilers request. Started series 6 last night. Don't worry, there will be new spoilers.
Things we should get. I mean, no, I think that's largely from the patron chat. We should be getting money from Line of Duty. We should be getting money from Nam Grass. We should be getting money from Audible.
Joey Diaz.
Joey Diaz. Yeah.
Everyone's going to be searching Joey Diaz now, looking for the story in his back garden.
Joey Diaz, Steve Crow, very funny. Joey Diaz, make Mank laugh.
It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. I totally understand that. Like, some people will watch it and just like not even crack a smile and think, "What is this?" But it's right up my street. I'm a basic guy.
Basic or base?
Basic. Nathan T, it was the best week ever until the final episode. No spoilers, but I'm not going to say it, Nathan, although Joe will read that. Larry Miller, you say you don't do spoilers, but you regularly spoil Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
Smaug dies. It's barely in it.
Generation shifts in. How you doing, Matt? He says, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing great. I'm going to catch up on this tomorrow for sure." Smiley face, 2 smiley faces.
Hope you like tales that are unfinished.
1 each. Joe Holzman says, rather annoyingly, I may have seen the reveal from the finale in an Aston Villa transfer rumours column of all places.
You would have genuinely had to work quite hard to avoid it, even actually.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I'm not. Yeah,
it's not even about. There's too much emphasis being put on that last episode. 'Cause it's not about who it is. It's about the journey. It's about the whole story.
Yeah. Did you not see Game of Thrones, Nathan? Game of Thrones was a shocker.
Not as bad as people think.
And I am up to date on the chat, mate.
Oh, good work.
What I'm gonna do is, I think. Do you want to get ready with the magazine, because I've not set up a Facebook page.
Finished.
And whilst I'm doing that, do you want to flick through the magazine, because it is it's a lot about Siege in it.
Are we not doing Magcam?
No, because I need to set Facebook, because I did everything. I've started from scratch and everything, so I need to set so we can see the Facebook stuff.
People got so excited about Magcam. They were like,
Magcam will be back next time.
Fine.
I'll sort this.
Fine, whatever. God, do you remember that? Do you remember that time that Steve looked at the magazine?
I forgot how to do this with the
right
thing.
Issue 30, Battle Games of Middle Earth. Let's do it. You get a free metal Berserker.
Yeah, class.
What a time to be alive.
Was it that one? Was it that one on our thumb? The one holding out diagonal?
It's the one. He's down like that, isn't it? A bit like a.
Sticking out his back.
Yeah, like 2 swords there, isn't he? Like one sword, 2 hands on his sword, because he's got 2 hands on his sword. It's that boy. Spoilers.
Oh yeah. The one that never fit in your case. Yeah, I remember that one.
They all fit in my case. And they all went to tournaments, and they all wrecked face. They all fit in my case, and they all wrecked face. Berserkers. But then they made them defense 5 for no reason. Berserkers. So we have the Uruk-hai Berserker. The ferocious assault on Helm's Deep continues with an all-out attack against the gatehouse, where the Uruk-hai unleash their shock troopers, the fearsome Berserkers. These manic warriors know no fear, and they live only for slaughter.
That's all they live for.
And the quote, they always include quotes from the Berserkers. You know, from the hero. Obviously, for the Berserkers, they have bar.
Fire
so they go with Legolas, stop him, kill him. And there is Leggy. We don't like to talk about it. I mean, people say he failed.
Worst shot in Middle Earth.
He hit it 3 times.
Worst shot in Middle Earth, mate.
He didn't fail. The guy was just immune. Do you know why? Defense 6, mate. Just immune. But I know fun facts about that. You know he shoots the Berserker 3 times, right? You know, later on he shoots the massive ladder. You know, the ladder's going up to the Hornberg, and Legolas shoots it, cuts the rope, and the whole thing comes down. That was added in post-production. That's a shot of him shooting the Berserker. So that arrow that he fires is, that was never in the script. It was meant to be another arrow at the Berserker. So yeah, we get the normal intro. There's your little heavy metal version of the model you got. Cool model, they're really good, really good. And we go in, It's our 4th journey to Helm's Deep and Sieges. It's our 4th Helm's Deep issue. And we've been through everything. We've been through a lot, siege-wise. And finally, we get to, after 4 issues of Siege, we get to the fortress. I feel like, have we not dealt with the fortress? But anyway, all joking aside, this is dealing with how you knock walls down. So it's cool. It's about the idea of you can't attack walls and castle walls and towers. You can only attack. What was the little ruling here? The doors, gates. No, that's not it. Or obviously, stone walls and towers are much too tough to damage, but the doors and gates of the fortress are more vulnerable. So you smack it on it. Roll a dice for the wound chart as normal using defense values given on 4 and 5. So to give you some idea, we're talking about a gate, a fortress gate having a defense of 10 using the normal rules, and a fortress door having 6, and a fortress heavy door having a defense of 8. Imagine that when you start knocking down the door. Classic. Is that a door? That's a heavy door, mate. It looks like a door to me, heavy door. What do? Do we lift it up? We give the scales. But you just attack it. But check this out, right? Roll a dice on the wound chart as normal. So you roll like your strength 3 or whatever. You have to roll to wound like defense 10 fortress gate. It's fair enough if you're just a dude with an axe. Then, if you cause damage, you then roll on the battering chart. So you then roll another dice. 1, you do nothing. So 1, your roll of a 6 is worthless. 2 to 5, you do a batter point. And 6, you do 2 batter points. Right. So, should you want to send Jeffrey with his axe, strength 4 Jeffrey, off to the fortress gate, it's got 3 batter points. So he's got to roll, I don't know what that is, a 6 by a 4, 3 times, and then after that, a 2. Can I put a crack on that wall? And he's photoshopped on where Treebeard's having a little tickle on this wall. He's photoshopped on this like black hole in it. Oh, I'm so good at knowing when you're not looking.
I am looking. I can see.
Oh, you're looking now.
Yeah, I can see the cracks.
Cheeky little crack.
It's like a crack in space and time, that mate.
It's just like that. But an Ent can attack a wall. If you're strength 10, you can attack a wall. And the wound chart is not used. Instead, roll a dice. So if an Ent wants to knock a wall down, easy, right? A wall has got 12 batter points. What the Ent has to do is roll a dice. You have to roll a 5 or a 6 to earn, that's their terminology, earn a roll on the battle chart. So this Ent, right, he's got to roll a 5 or a 6. And if he rolls a 5 or a 6, he then rolls on this.
Yeah.
And if he gets a 2 to 5, he gets 1 batter point.
And how many is there? 12.
12. So 3 to 5.
See you in about 6 hours, mate.
Yeah. It's about 36 turns, assuming you don't roll any ones. But slowly breaky wally. It's not quite like the assault one, but if you get a 6, by
the time you break it, everyone's run to the other end of the castle.
Yeah, they've died of starvation. I think.
You've come out the gate.
Go in. It's upsetting to watch. Have it. Just this Ent tickling a wall. But obviously, you might have a couple of Ents, obviously, team. And also, if you get a 6 on this, it does 2 batter points. Ooh. If you strike with a strength of 10, you get 4 batter points. Ooh. So an Ent goes from 2 to 5, 1 to 6, 4. So if an Ent rolls a 5 or a 6, followed by 6 3 times, you can knock a wall down. I know. I look quite like you get crack and then tumble. It's quite cool. The old Warhammer Fortress getting to use that. So yeah, I know it's good fun. And then basically, if you're on the wall, you die. And then you get this. Look at this. Check that out. How cool is that? Huge castle, and using outside the gate from 4 issues ago. Remember the little wooden palisade fort?
Palisades, yeah.
Yeah, you get this out the front, and you get this, which we haven't seen before, the keep of the castle, which is quite cool. Or is it in this one?
It's in that one, isn't it? It's the one where they make the internal. Yeah.
And it's got all the basically this page is a sexy picture of a homemade castle and all the battle points of palisades and doors. So it introduces the rules for actually attacking these things, which is quite good fun. Then we get retreat to the hall. So it's our scenario, and this is basically. I'll show you the picture down there. That's the table, right? This is cool. So what you basically get, there's been we've had a deeping wall scenario in the last one, where it had like the 3 hunters and Haldir, right?
Yeah.
And you monitor. I can't remember what the rule is for bringing them in, but any of them that survived come in at turn 10. So you play the deeping wall one first, and any of those 4 can enter the game from turn 10, right? So this is probably one of the most dynamic scenarios I've ever seen. You start with the Uruks along here, right? They have to attack the gate. Theoden and Gamling are up on this wall. And what they've done is they've used this castle, this non-Helm's Deep castle, this square castle, and basically tried to recreate Helm's Deep. And I think quite successfully. So if you imagine that's the Hornburg Gate, and this is the curve, and you know they ride out, and then they ride down the ramp. That's what that bit is. They've had a good go at it, right? So the Uruks have to storm the gate, and they have to get over that, and then Theoden and Gamling cannot leave before turn 10. They can't leave. They're not allowed to abandon the walls before turn 10, right? And at that point, Uruks are smashing through. They're getting over the gates because you have really limited Rohan defenders. You've got something like 12 Rohan warriors, so they're dying, but the Uruks are constantly coming back, right? And so every time an Uruk dies, he comes back on from this table edge, right? Yeah. Then turn 10, these guys are allowed to leave. And Theoden has got to get into this castle by running around here, right? Yeah. Here's where it gets exciting. From turn 10 onwards, any Uruks you kill can come in from here. Ooh. Yeah, damn right. And from turn 10 onwards, that's when the heroes of Helm's Deep come on. So 10 turns of this, and after turn 10, Theoden and Gamling start legging it here while the 3 hunters run on to kind of rescue him.
Kicking us and taking names.
Yep. Absolutely. Rohan dead guys come on this wall. You know the second wall. Yeah, yeah. So as they're being killed off here, they come back on here, right? So what you then get is this siege then becomes a chase, and they come around here, and there's a battle. I'm not speculating here. There's a battle report, and then the Uruks chase them around here, and once they get around that corner, if you imagine they've got to come all the way back down here and along here, right? Instead of chasing them, the Uruks here with the ladders put the ladders up against this wall, and then do a second level of siege to try and jump down and trap them. Yeah, it's really cool. And it looks like it would genuinely be tons and tons of fun to play. All right, and so they have that, and they have tactics for it, and they've been, as we've been following, and I think the last 3 issues, they've been doing a siege campaign, like a Helm's Deep campaign. Yep. And this is the last issue of it, and it goes on to do a battle report. So as I said, I'm not speculating here. This is just what happens in that game, and you get the kind of play-by-play in here with some really. I won't go too far because I won't show you, but you get these quite nice pictures with all the arrows and the kind of little box outs. And whilst normally our battle games in Middle Earth bat reps are they're about 4 pages like this in total is a huge twist. No one will see coming. Check that out. Next pack.
Ooh.
You get the second half of the battle report.
2-parter.
To do it justice. And Steve, I'm going to have to make a confession here. I went ahead. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to read this as a full article. So I've already gone into the next issue. I'm sorry. I know.
It's like watching the next episode of a box set, that mate.
Yeah, it's like when you look at February's picture when you're still in January. You go, yeah. When does Cheryl come up? No, Nadine. No, Nicola. When's Cheryl? November. It's my birthday. And in total, this scenario and battle report is 16 pages long across the 2 issues. So it's a really, really chunky battle report, and it's really, really good. It's like it's hands down the best battle report I've done. Obviously it goes over 2 issues. It's a really dynamic scenario, and the battle kind of flows both ways, and it's really interesting to read. So, you won't have read it probably. Unless you read it like 20 years ago, you won't be familiar with it. But it's one of those articles where sometimes we get in here where it's genuinely worth going to and reading, just getting those 2 issues and sitting down with a cup of tea and enjoying it. Yeah. So yeah, it's cool.
Good stuff.
That's a good battle report. We then get into it's only a 2-page pattern guide for the Uruk Berserker. Yeah. Because they've kind of gone through Uruks in the past. They talk about using varnish for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Varnishing your models. Never done it. Can't imagine it helps. So to the point. And then they say, so they've got a few slightly different things like painting the slightly brighter Uruk flesh, other details. I know you've been saying the painting guides have been improving, yeah? They then go, yeah, and then just paint a fantastic white hand on his breast, will you? I mean, look at that. I don't think I could do that now. That's a really, really good hand on the breast, right? He's got gaps. He's left the gaps where where the recessed bits of your fingers were printed. I was like, I'm so pleased with what I did on Theoden last week. I'm so pleased. What? I can't paint what? Paint what? I barely paint my model's hands, let alone other models' hands on this model. But he's great. I mean, we're there now, aren't we? I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
I'll play that Berserker tonight. That would be a good Berserker.
Mm-hmm.
So this is quite nice now, because maybe now, by this point, we are getting to the point where maybe these painting guides could be really useful.
Yeah.
And then finally, perhaps unsurprisingly, we get into the modelling section, which is the Fortress Keep. Just a big bit we saw in the battle report. You ultimately get to make this. Strange to use water as the wall.
Yeah, still, there's some stuff on that. Because you wouldn't need it. The Enter just put his hand through it, wouldn't it? Just.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't need 36 turns to get through that, would you? Nah, rubbish. It'd be like playing the water temple in Ocarina of Time, and no one's ever enjoyed that. But they also there's a bit of a Steve Crow bit in here, where it's like just build build yourself some walls in another tower, and then just quickly stick 400 small squares of card on it at the end, and you're good to go. But then do your tiles like that, which is quite nice. You also they've got some quite nice work on how you'd go about creating the kind of recessed arches. So you've got like behind the water tile, just that, and then they use these wooden doweling for columns. And I think they do show you. Is it a bit later? Yeah, they there you go. You detail it. So inside, the roof does come off, and they've got little balsa wood furniture and stairs and stuff. Yeah,
that's a cool bit. That was the first time done an interior.
Interior details. It's got a little recap. We've included several barrels and crates in our Great Hall. Full details of making these was back in issue 13, and then they put a trapdoor on the roof so that those internal stairs there lead up to like a trapdoor about there.
Yeah,
it's quite cool. Before anyone asks, tragically no alternative approaches. Can't even put it on a hill. But there we go. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool. I like that one.
I don't like it because I can't. All joking aside, I can't get past the polystyrene ceiling tile effect as a wall. I just at this point, I think it looks. I do think it looks good for water, but for me, it just looks a bit crappy. At the time, great.
Things that are too square for me, that put me off. It's too square.
The shape of this?
Yeah, it's perfect. Like it's not really realistic, is it?
Do you want it on a bit of a trapezium, or would you want it rectangular? What are you after?
Just not. I just don't want it to be 4 equal sides. Rectangular would be nice. A few alcoves,
Oh.
A few outbuildings attached to the side, something.
Yeah, a bit.
But yeah, other than that, it's great.
But we're both saying that. If you make that as your first castle, brilliant.
Yeah, you're buzzing. Yeah,
I'd be quite happy to make that now as a castle. Pretty good.
Yeah,
quite achievable.
It looks cool.
You get a 6-page article on that, which is quite good. So there we go. I'm not. It's not going to get up near favourites for me.
It's a solid issue, but it's kind of beige.
I think it's a warm beige.
I think it's because it's like there's no hero in it. If that would have had a hero in it,
is that it?
You might
You
have thought.
You know what? We do stop the rot though, because we do get the Berserker profile. So we stopped the last 2 issues of inexplicably giving you a model and not giving you the profile.
Yeah.
The Berserker, would you like to know the Berserker's profile? Fight 4, strength 4, defense 6. 2 attacks, 1 wound, courage 8 in this version. But for me, I can't get past the. I know it's useful. I just can't get past 4 pages of siege rolls in every issue. You know, it always just went, I would rather read.
The thing is, there's not that many. If you put all the magazines together with all the siege rules in the magazines, there's not that many siege rules in the rulebook.
This is cool. Like, seeing kind of this is what you've made over the last 2 months. I like that. It's a really cool hobby project, and if you didn't have any of the siege rules, you need them. But looking back on it, you lose a bit of the magazine. But the battle report is brilliant.
Yeah, I think when them issues were out though, I think they probably still didn't know what direction like siege rules was going to go, whether it was going to become a major part of the game or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, these will be lifted from the 2 Towers book, aren't
they? Yeah.
But it's giving you everything you need to do a siege game, to do a siege cast. But the downside of that is it gives you tons and tons of castle stuff. You know, I have no interest in. I really liked the board for the Watcher. In 1 issue, I was like, oh, I'll build that. I've got no interest in building a castle as me, Damian, 38 years old, and I've just read four issues worth of how to build my castle. You know, so I want you to just show me something else I won't build. But we're doing Helm's Deep, aren't we? So it's fair enough. So I think the battle report's awesome. The painting guide's really useful. And should you want to build a castle, great.
Now you know how to.
Yeah. And I just can't get on board with the anti-Legolas propaganda that's entirely unnecessary at the start. It's a bit of a shame. But it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I've sorted this out.
Oh, well done.
We're ready to go. I'm just going to get thread up, which is on 49 comments.
Enjoyed that Yorkie. Good.
Should we dive in? Have you got your pad? Have you got your pad?
I'm gonna find the thread.
Boom. Yeah, there we go. Joe Holzman, number 1.
I said I need to find the thread. I didn't say yes.
Oh God, what's he doing, this guy?
No, right. Don't know why I keep doing these things to you. Battlestring's thread. Joe Holzman is indeed the first guy.
8 Berserkers.
8 Berserkers.
Crazy.
About half the number of Berserkers you need.
And solid whisper bites.
Oh, nice. Joe Holzman is in. I feel like Joe's kind of defending the number 1 position on the dice. You know, it's like playing the same numbers on the lottery. So he's been number 1 so much now. He needs to keep being number 1, otherwise the number 1s are going to come up, and he's going to be furious.
Michael Curtis is in. Lovely looking. Gaz Baller is in.
Michael, hang on.
Try to fly through the.
Gaz Baller, is that the Berserker you were painting earlier tonight? Have you sent that to him?
Strips it, sent it to him.
Gaz, watch the stream. Right, I'm going to paint it. If you just screenshot what it looks like, I'll then send it to you. Just paint it like that for me.
Michael Haskell is in.
Look at that bookshelf.
Walnuts.
That's a book of Lost Tales back there. That's some solid history of Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Sauron defeated the War of the Rings. I can see he's gone for the 4 history of the Lord of the Rings ones. They're nice little collection there. Looking pretty fit. There's some visual companions of the films there as well, I believe. That's quite nice. Like that. We'll have a good bookshelf.
Stephen,
are they Berserkers in there? Is that he's right down the front, isn't he?
He's got one Berserker in there. Stephen Ginley is in.
Go Haskell.
He's also painting a Theoden. Nice colours on that Theoden, mate.
And one behind you, Stephen. Oh, that is nice.
Yeah, it does look nice.
Steve Ginley.
And then Is there a Berserker there? I can't see what's on that. Let me click it.
It's a massive Berserker on the screen.
Yeah, Berserker on the. Oh, yeah, Berserker and some scouts.
That is some extreme battle streams in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
I think that's quite close to your desk. That would be quite invasive, I think. Stephen David, look at that, Nathan Talbot. Stephen David are going to be terrifyingly huge. And Gordon says, "Yeah, they sure will. Loving the 50-inch TV in my shed." That is cracking. I like that. Gordon Laidlaw. I love the commitment. I always think we're on some crappy tiny tablet in the corner of a dingy cell. Like the idea that we're on a 50-inch TV is just utterly bizarre.
Scott Johnson is not painting Berserkers, but wheat crunches are a solid snack choice, mate.
Also finished up my random Christmas beer backlog. Nice. It's good to see you, Scott. I like he's got the magazine on there though. He's had a go. He's had a crack.
Yeah. Right.
Had a crack.
Larry Miller's painting. He is painting. He's painting Gundabad bats.
Oh, he's gone for the Gundabads.
Berserkers.
There you go. It was worth it. Got a bit of Hobbit love in.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see. Massive Easter egg as well, mate. A galaxy
Frederick.
Easter egg, I believe.
It's.
I've only got 2 more comments. That can't be right, can it?
No. So Frederick Schultz is painting Wildman of Dunland, including a model that started its life as an Uruk-hai Berserker. So it's converted, but it's not an Uruk-hai Berserker anymore.
Can we see the model? Here's a million questions. 60% Berserker, 20% Wildman, 20% Green Star. Oh, it's the plastic Berserker, I think. Have you got that on there? I'm looking on Facebook, obviously.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah,
that's very cool. Also, the magazine, the Weapons and Warfare book, as inspiration for the Wildman. It's very, very cool. I love Frederick's pictures of his desks. I always think Dan Collister sees his picture and like nods approvingly. I think like
raises a glass,
yeah, and then puts it back, in its place. I always think that his desk, his model area, always looks better than my models look. When they're painted. So I can't get my models to look as good as he can make his painting area.
Aaron Noonan is in.
Come out. Okay, so hang on. Something's gone wrong here because I've got an update pick from Gordon and then nothing else. I'm going to do a cheeky
F5.
refresh.
Do an F5, mate. F5 it.
God, you're here.
Yeah, just in case. What you got to do is you got to press F5.
Is that on the screen or is that part of the mouse?
It's on the keyboard. It's at the top.
Whatever
you do not press F10.
Keyboard. What keyboard? Oh, here we go. This is chock full of comments right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we get to?
Aaron,
yes. Aaron says, "I'm ready for this." Would that count as that genre of music that you made up a few weeks ago?
No.
What was that? How comfy house, cushion house, or something?
No, piano house, mate. Piano house. I can't believe you've never heard of Piano House. I just can't believe it.
No one had.
I can't believe it.
There's a lot of Jaffa cakes, Aaron. You're for a good night.
Carl Daly's in here.
You see, Frederick's approved of Aaron's setup. He's got that's like when you get a handshake off Paul Hollywood. Frederick Schultz is like, nice setup. He doesn't give those out easily, Aaron. You should. Scott Newman was in.
Yeah, he's in. Smashed it. There's loads on there.
Oh, look at the triple bar.
And then he's give us a picture of Night Quester Flesh, the layer paint.
Where is Scott?
Don't know.
Why does his chocolate look weird?
Kit Kat, a Breakaway, and a Yorkie.
Yeah, but they're all wrong.
Why?
Well, they all look weird.
It's a Yorkie biscuit. It's not a Yorkie bar.
Hey, you telling me that Kit Kat doesn't look weird?
No, looks normal.
That doesn't look normal.
It does, mate. does.
Have they changed Kit Kat wrappers?
Yes.
Wouldn't
Not
a two-
recently either.
Yeah, well, I don't really Kit Kat. Wouldn't a 2-finger still have like foil and
No.
bit of paper?
Not if you get it in a multi-pack.
Too many cricket.
Yeah.
And what's a Yorkie biscuit?
I don't know.
Right.
It's a Yorkie with biscuit in it.
Oh, okay, good. How they come up with the name?
I don't know, probably cost thousands.
Get a consultant. It's the only way.
Josh Crosby, he's in.
Oh, he'll win, won't he? Oh, more like Joshua Diceby. Yeah, I went there.
So Josh is in. Julian Hammond is in.
Oh, I always like seeing Julian stuff. Julian did the Wild Man Oathmaker. Did you see that in the chat? Looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's class. Nathan Talbot is in. He's painting an absolute bucket load of Berserkers.
I've just done Julian's picture. That painting handle that you.
I know. I'm refusing to comment on it.
They knew what they were doing. They must have done. They got enough comments about the first one, but the first one's like, you know what, that looks like painted out. The second one is, I mean, come on.
I think that was the result of like a mistake on a Zoom call.
If it was the same consultant, they got.
Here's my idea for a new painting handle, and he thought, "Oh, that's not my painting handle."
Oh God! I put that picture up from the Amazon basket last night.
Yes, I really like it. I think we should go with that. Yes.
Okay.
You've already started painting on it. What's that? Is that Rhinox hide paint?
Oh, that's sad to see at this level. So, you don't like to see that.
How we laughed.
Oh, and how they laughed, and he laughed, and she laughed, and I died a little inside.
Pulled pork burger.
Nathan's got an update picture. Doing good work. Oh, he's got some cheeky hobbits being carried in the middle of
that. Where are you looking?
Nathan Talbot. He had some comments.
Oh, all right, okay. 13 is paying.
Oh, unlucky for some.
Mm-hmm.
Julian, how are the pulled pork Pringles?
Yeah, let me know about those.
I'm tempted.
You know what? They've stopped making sweet Thai chili ones, haven't they?
I don't know.
They were my favourites.
But they can only do so many SKUs, can't they? They've only got so much warehouse space.
So annoying.
Do you also notice if you got Julian? I don't know what's up. Have you got Julian Hammond's Julian Pringles picture up?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you noticed, but they're normally called Pringles. But what they've done here is they've actually changed the gulls to goals.
Yeah.
Because it's got a football on it. Presumably it's a time with the Euros.
Yeah.
But what they've done is they've changed the spelling of Pringles.
Pringles, yeah.
To goals. It's quite like, and a lot of people won't have picked up on this, the way that we changed battle games in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Battle streams in Middle Earth.
I reckon they've probably nicked our idea.
Probably.
I think that's what they've done.
Classic Pringles.
Mm-hmm.
They would as well, wouldn't they? They're the type.
Yeah. Todd Egbert is in. Still freaks me out seeing pictures of ourselves on people's other pictures that are posted on
Imagine
Facebook.
if we got a picture of us on the shed. It'd be dreadful. Dreadful business. That's our business. Todd Egbert. Trying with Fist and Red Private. Let us know how it goes.
Nice. Sam Earnshaw is in. They're looking cool, man. I'm always a big admirer when people can get the paint very matte. I think it looks really nice.
You know who's good at that?
Who?
Generation Shift.
Yeah, I think he's not too bad at it either.
Who's singing? Who's singing?
Paplop. I'm not even going to rise to your joke because his name's Matt.
What joke? I'm just saying, Generation Shift makes all his paint very matte.
Matte.
So what are these? These are repainting the metal. Oh, is this an old paint job or is this
metal repainted? Paint your hands when the place where the palm will be missing is a nightmare.
Not according to Battle Games of Middle Earth. Just do it.
Just do it. Like you're only a few weeks into your hobby and you can do it.
But you're right. Yeah, on those Berserker helmets, it isn't
it? Harry Parkhill. No Berserkers for me, but I'm back on a hobby horse after a couple of weeks, knee deep in sorting my house, buying. So now I'm building a miniature house.
House buying. Congratulations, mate. That's a hideous process.
Ashley Fisher is in.
What's Harry doing? Are those roof tiles, are they? You think?
Yeah, shingles, looks like.
Shingles.
Ashley Fisher's in.
Oh, look at that. We've got some Berserkers, we've got some magazine, we've got some battle streams. We've got a presumably confidential timetable of some sort.
Yeah.
Nice to see.
Government schedule for coming out of lockdown. No one's supposed to know about it. It's live on Tinterweb.
Joe Biden's like motorcade.
It's rude.
They should not have shown this on the
internet. Carl Daly's in.
Classic battle stream.
And an update from Carl. That's nice, mate. I like that. Very nice.
Oh, a solid choice of snack as well. Look at Carl's screenshot. You're painting.
I know, crazy shit.
It's 4.
I tell you. Stephen Ryan is in.
Stephen Ryan.
Craig Bryan is painting the Betrayer in between Howder drying times. Yeah, I've seen that you're painting all them different Howders. Is it 2 or 3 he's painting? Did you see his posts?
I didn't know.
He's painting a few Howders.
Oh, I tried that thought. Have you painted a milk? Have you done a milk?
I've painted 2. You borrowed 2 of them, you crazy person.
Oh yeah, we borrowed a lot of milks.
Yeah.
Sorry. And don't say you were there because a lot of people were there. All right.
I was there, mate. I was there.
I've never. It terrifies me a bit, but it's one of those things. It's like painting 2 smiles at the same time. But paint 2 of them. No thanks.
They're not the greatest to paint. I done a lot with airbrush, so it's not too bad. Doug Waters is in.
Oh, look at that.
Very nice.
That looks great, man. Got it with the magazine. Been sitting around half done for years and years. Feels really good to have an excuse to get him finished. Welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
Cameron is painting, I think, probably my favourite Berserker. No, it's not actually. Well, it's between that one, the upright sword, and the upright but slightly offset. Because there's 4 poses, isn't there?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're all good, I think.
Yeah,
I like that. Really this is perfect. Found this guy in the bits box. Time to get some undercoat. Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Yes. It's exactly what you're doing.
Chris McKittrick's in.
Hang on.
What the heck? What? They're the biggest Berserker swords I've ever seen in my life.
I'm just getting there. Chris McKittrick.
They're huge swords.
That is extremely large. The Berserkers with replaced swords, but clearly, I mean that I would use. that I would use as a go. And some Uruk Scouts and Hobbits says it's been a few weeks without painting the dorsal. There's literally no context. It just said replace swords as if that's a normal size sword.
He's got them at the bottom. Them swords aren't big enough.
Frederick said, mate from Frederick, mate, those aren't hand and half swords. They look like 3 hands and 5 thirds. They're cool. They're
probably. I reckon the actual the size of the swords in the movies are probably somewhere between those and the ones actually sculpted. I think the ones that are actually sculpted are a little bit small.
Yeah,
I think. Steve McGinley.
He's painting same alerts as me. Nice to see.
Steve McGinley calling this.
We've finished. Got him, haven't we? We've got Steve ready.
I think he was one of the first, wasn't he?
Oh, looks nice. They're purple.
Yeah, purple. Yeah, that's good. George Sutherland. We had George.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, George is in. Remco is in. They look nice, mate. Like
George is challenging Nathan there, isn't he? He's got 11. Not quite up to Nathan levels. So how good's that, though? Clearly, George has just had 11 Berserkers sitting around unpainted, and he's
not no longer. Not sat around no longer. Remco's in. You got Remco, yeah?
I do now. Remco Keekstra.
And then we've got an update on Dan's Frodo and Orgama. Looking lovely, that, my friends.
Oh, classic card. Oh my God, you painted
done the eye.
We did the same thing.
He's so annoying.
Dan, stop it.
I know.
You don't paint that eye. You do it black and you assume it's the helmet.
What you do is you put wash in it and just leave it.
It's a helmet. It's a hobbit. It's a hobbit's eye and a helmet. Daniel Collister.
Go on, have a look at yourself, mate. Come on.
That looks really good, doesn't it?
Gordon Laylock. We've already got Gordon, haven't we? It's just an update yet.
Imagine what Dan could do if he was painting a Berserker.
Okay. Conversions. The Eastland conversions look ace, Matt.
Oh, sorry, I'm still on Gordon's. They're looking good, one. Good, coming along nicely. And there's Matt Davis. A lot of that paintwork's looking quite matte.
He's half converting an army that he'll never finish. Very good. Very good.
That's his Light of Amdur sculpt.
Very nice. Very nice.
And then amazing. I don't know. I'm baffled by someone like him. He spends just, it's like, well, I'll buy the models, but all I'm buying from you really, GW, is resin.
Yeah.
And that's what I'll do is you've given me the raw material. I'll just reshape it into my own models. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't like your models. I'll make my own. I just need some of the base material, please.
Yeah.
Hajinder Singh is painting up his blood, but that looks pretty cool, mate. I like that.
Oh, he's cool.
That's very cool.
Is that a Beast Man?
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. And yeah, that's it. How many we got?
We have got. I think it's 22. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not bad, not bad.
23.
23.
I think 23 is pretty good for an unnamed.
Yeah, I think that's decent. That's
Berserker
a troop. That's like just a troop, isn't it? It's decent, that.
Just a troop. And quite not necessarily one. It's not like the sprues that people often have sitting around.
Yeah.
I think the Berserker would be quite pleased with that. He might have hoped for more, but I think he'd reflect and go, do you know what? We've done all right there, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Done all right there.
What is it's thingy, isn't it?
I don't know what thing is.
Next one, it's the Siege guys again, isn't it?
Probably. I think it's Siege for the next 7 years. Isn't it? Oh, wait, was that a looking ahead? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Oh, I've just got some paint out. Is that just going over to see? Is that a feet up? Is that the?
It's feet up now, mate.
Is that
it's 10 past
lid
12.
on wet palette?
Yeah,
lid on wet palette.
Lid went on palette about half an hour ago.
So where are you? What did you do with your Berserkers? How'd you get on?
They are. Let me turn my other camera back on.
Can this scissor?
Ba-ba-ba-bang.
I like your beepings.
Ba-ba-ba-bang.
I am my typings with goo.
Well,
yes,
zoom.
saw your show on television. I quite enjoyed.
Light. Zoom it a little bit. So apologies because it's upside down. I'll turn it around.
So. Oh, you turning me? Oh, very nice. So where are they in the process? What are we?
They've had base coats, wash, and then base coat reinstated. So I've got there's 2 highlights to go, and then they're done.
Very cool.
That's one. That's the other. That's another. He looks quite good.
Very nice. Those look very good.
And then that one. I'll pay off.
Cool.
So yeah, so I'm happy with those. I'll get what's left. I reckon there's an hour. There's an hour left on all 3 of them. Yeah. And then I'll be done. But I'm tired now. My eyes are hurting.
Look at you clearing your back though.
I know. That's about, mate.
You should become a patron.
Kicking ass and taking names, mate.
You'd enjoy this stream. You should do it every week.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to think. I feel a bit out of practice. What have we got? Have we got anything else?
What you were going to do is fly through the chat.
Oh,
that's what you were going to do.
I keep forgetting there's other people there.
I'm always here, always watching.
Sort my camera out. There we go. Right, flight fruit chat.
Fly through to chat.
Oh, I've lost my cursor, mate. 3 bloody screens. It's a nightmare. What were we up to?
Can you remember?
Just got back from work. No Berserkers. What have I missed? We did that one, didn't we?
Who's that?
Did we?
Doesn't sound familiar. Who's saying it?
I'm going to have to scroll now. Oh, I'm putting my glasses up and my eyes are really hurting.
Badgers 52 had that. BSN, yes, die. Super.
Your eyes are really bad when you literally can't see your glasses that you just put down.
Shadow and Flame. We haven't heard Shadow and Flame, have we?
Yeah, we've been at the pub with his mates. Yeah. Oh, this is. Get out of it! They're on my head.
Oh my God! Is this you looking for your glasses? I'm watching it on YouTube now. Is this? Oh, this is beautiful. This is outstanding. Oh, I know the ending. It's incredible. When will he? Oh, there he's found them. He's found them. They're on his head. They're on his head.
Oh, you bastards!
That is next level. That is absolutely outstanding.
Oh, that was like classic Only Fools and Horses or something like that.
Oh, I liked that. I like that a lot.
Okay. Oh yeah, they were talking about Game of Thrones being anticlimax. Line of Duty is that UK specific, says Gaetan. You keep on speaking about it, but never heard of it. Yes, it's a UK crime series. Joe Holzman, Madcam or we riot? What's Madcam? Oh, Madcam. Yeah.
You know what Madcam is?
Madcam's coming back. It's coming back, mate. It's coming back. I'll have it set up for next time. Matt says, never seen Lost myself. Somehow that train missed me, but with all these streaming platforms, it's never too late. Don't bother, mate. You're just setting yourself up for wasting probably about a year of your life and being very disappointed at the end of it. Nathan says to Gator, well worth seeking out.
Have you lost? I think you've missed a load.
No, I've not, mate.
Have you got like Michael Haskell saying the Berserker I was working on tonight was from my copy of Battle Games in Middle Earth? Nathan saying, did we all get the same Berserker?
Oh, I might have missed somewhere.
No, I've not, mate. Well, did you read these comments? No.
Hang on, well, where are you?
There's a line of duty chat, which we don't have to read out. There's lots of people just talking about. You got Larry saying you regularly spoil order.
Right, hang on. Here we are, because it got when Dan Entwistle came in. Cash on Flesh. I think Demo Brown is right for GW Paint. In all honesty, I'll probably. Finally got around to reading a certain moment-based article of yours today, talking to Dan. Says Larry, a great success, Larry. Hope you enjoyed it. Nathan says the lamb and mint are excellent, but I recently had the fish and chips flavour and crushed them up in a pot of curry sauce from the local chip shop. Should have posted it on Icon, you can cut. The fish and chip flavour crisps are nice, but they're no lamb and mint, mate. They're no lamb and mint. And then, yeah, I've done that. MRSRA said, have you ever tried Guinness Crisp? By the way, I'm sure it's been asked before, but have you finished that? Yeah, done that one. Steve just summarised the microbrewery business model.
Yeah, you've done that.
Yeah, done that. You're talking about, no. See, I knew where it was. You've just made me go all the way back. No Line of Duty spoilers. Larry says, you say you don't do spoilers, but you regularly spoil Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Matt says, hey guys, hope you're all doing well. Got to catch up on this one. See, I've read that one.
Yeah, I've read that one. But you were further down. I don't know, you want to go down to about Green Tree, talking about spending £400 on Longclaw.
No, because I just done that where Gaetan's asking what Line of Duty was. So that's just after Dave's comment. So I was in the right place. Mad Cam Always Riot. Yeah, you just mess. You just put your big oar in. Got involved. Messed it all up.
Stream will see.
Scott Newman, Joe Rogan, 1000, one of the best, featuring Joe Diaz and Tom Segura. The stories are truly hilarious. They are. I mean, they're 10 times more hilarious when you've had a few beers as well. Green Tree, I spent £400 and I done that one, didn't I? A long claw replica at the start of last season. Money well spent. I only came for Madcam flips paint table, so it's Chris McKittrick. Nathan T. Line of Duty and Game of Thrones suffer similar problems trying to tie up a show that has been built and drawn out stories. Gaetan said, I've only watched Peaky Blinders, which I loved, and seen like 5 times already. Peaky Blinders is a good series. I think I'm behind. I don't think I've seen it. Is there a series? There's a season 2 out, but I've not watched the last season either.
I've never watched it.
It's good. It's worth a watch. Larry says, I'm not watching it, but I've avoided any Line of Duty spoilers without trying, but then that is a talent of mine. I don't know how on Facebook. As I said, I once spent 13 years avoiding Friends spoilers. They're doing a new Friends, aren't they? It's been on HBO Max. It's coming out in end of May, end of the month, is it?
It's just them chatting though, isn't it? It's not an episode.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's just like a anniversary reunion.
Oh, I thought it was an episode. Bobbins. Joe Holzman says, biggest choke in movie history.
What's that?
Don't know. Nathan C says, great point. Did we all get the same Berserker? I'd assume, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Michael Haskell, think the Berserker I was working on tonight was from my copy of Battle Games in Middle Earth. See, that's where you stuck your oar in. Yeah, see. You stick to painting, lads. You stick to painting. Got me gigs on and all.
Did we decide in the last time what the thing that hanging down in front of an Urik's crotch, is it metal or is it leather?
It's leather.
What do we settle on? We settled on leather, did we?
Leather. It's definitely leather.
Definitely leather.
100% leather.
100% leather. None of this leather polyester mix.
Yeah, it's definitely leather. No leatherette in this household. Damian's Berserker army, says Matt, was the 3rd ever army I played at tournament. Remember the game till this day, Thryden versus Orc Shaman.
I think he beat me. Is that the 3rd game you ever played? Ouch. I think he beat me.
Ouch.
Desolation of Stockport, I believe. Certainly in what is now Element Game. It's a good game. Beautiful Angmar army, I think.
All Matt's armies are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, stupid guy. Horrible.
How many Berserkers did you get? Was it just the one, says Larry? Yeah, it was just one. Was it a random pose or a set pose? Is that the set pose?
Yeah, set pose.
Actually, this one, wasn't it?
2 hands out the back.
Yeah. 2 handed out the back. Wee. Reach around. Auto to play. Really established my first tournament day. Big love heart, smiley face from Matt.
Oh, what was that? What was the start?
The guy who played before he played you.
Right. I genuinely missed it. Thanks, babe. That's nice.
MRSRA13. As a kid, I thought the Berserker was the coolest orc design. It still is a very cool design.
It's cool, yeah.
Joel Holzman, just the one. Almost certain it was a set pose. I totally agree. Larry says, sadly, I don't think I ever played the Berserker filth. It was always Mirkwood or something when I played him.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think.
Gordon Laidlaw, same here, Michael. I have 270 paid orcs and I found this exact one primed, ready to paint. Happy days.
Must be fate.
Dave says, I've not watched any Line of Duty. Too real for me. I like my TV to take me away from two fantastical realms and provide a little escapism from the monotonous reality of real life. Larry says, I have a Berserker action figure from when I was a kid somewhere.
That's cool.
And he says, I'm similar, Dave. If something's realistic, I prefer it to be more light-hearted. MRSA 13 says, MRSRA, not MRSA. You know what I mean? Get him in a twin pack with the Galathrim elf.
Oh, yeah. The Helm's Deep Defenders, it was something like that, wasn't it?
Michael Haskell, I really like the Auric aesthetic from the films, and they've remained my favourite evil army to put on the table. I've never played as Isengard, but I've got a massive army now.
I'd share that. I think they'll always have a very special place in my heart. They're just cool.
Larry says, I must have done as I definitely also have the elf. I remember liking the elf a lot more. Nathan T, 36 turns, not with B-sign dice. Larry Miller, if I remember correctly, his helmet was removable so you could see what a berserker's face looked like. Joe Garman, I've just got back in from work, but no berserkers to paint tonight. What have I missed? Loads, mate, loads. MRSRA13, yeah, I think you're right. And Nathan T, next issue, isn't there a tragic fall? Tragic fall.
Oh, I think he's talking about the battle report. I couldn't possibly say.
Excuse me. Stephen Ryan, I've been following these building guides the last few weeks to build this castle. Got to start the keep this weekend.
Really?
Zorp's wall stone painting guide rather than the polystyrene tiles, though. You have to let us know how you get on, mate.
Put it in the whip thread. Give some pictures.
Get in the whip thread. Ashley Fisher, oh God, the water temple. I'm having flashbacks after the Vietnam vet right now.
It's the hardest thing I've ever done in any computer game.
Ashley Fisher, sorry, done that. Joe Holzman, I may have absolutely demolished those bits of Whisper and also polished off the twirl bites I bought as backup. Larry Miller says that TV's too big and close. It'd be like having a fat Andy Murray and a Scouse builder in your living room.
I don't know which of us should be more offended. Steve's not a builder.
Joe Holzman says, surely it's Devlin Mud. What's Devlin Mud?
Devlin Mud was the what Agrex first showed you.
Yeah, I know what Devlin Mud is.
Is that was something crap because there's a thing about the One Ring that used to code crap into Devlin Mud. I wonder if someone said crap. I don't know.
Can't remember. Don't know. Harry says, actually, they're shingles.
Oh, it must be when we're talking about the Pringles.
Shingles.
Shingles.
We said he's making shingles.
Yeah.
So he's done the same thing.
Same thing as Pringles. Do you want me to explain what he's done? Because
well, I only know because we did it first.
You might have missed it.
Like everyone's just copying what we did. So, you know.
Just in case anyone missed it, I could talk you through it slowly.
Go on, you may as well. You can talk us through it. I know you want to. Go on.
I'll just find the comment. It's from Larry.
Harry.
Oh, from Harry. Harry, yeah, there we go. So what he's got there is he's got shingles because we said he was making shingles. Mm-hmm. But what he's done is he's changed the gulls in shingles for goals.
Goals.
Because his model house is going to be affiliated with the
Euros coming up. Yeah.
He did the ruffian football hooligan.
He did. Yeah.
So presumably they're
stereotyping English fans. Very nice.
Yeah. Sad to see at this level. And so he's saying shingles.
Lazy punditry. That Harry. Lazy
punditry. Good. That's good. That's got to be any pun with the word pun in it has got to be like maximum pun points. Surely. Good to see. Like it.
Nathan T. Clearly, Pringles have learned from their stupid failed Christmas pun.
What?
Pringles.
Oh, what's the Christmas pun?
What was the Christmas one though? Merry
Pringmas. Go on. Let's work it out.
Pringmas.
Pringmas. It can't be Pringmas.
Oh, right. It can be Pringles. Pringles is a goer, but Pringmas don't be so
goals
stupid.
Sounds quite like gulls.
It doesn't sound anything like
it. Doesn't sound like gulls. I'd love to see you in the market department. All right, we need some new puns. Could you give us an Easter pun for chocolate? Choc Jesus. No, that's not a pun, Stephen. Choc rabbit. No, Steve, it's not a pun. A choc egg. No, Steve.
Do you know if he comes back now and says
Pringmas? Yeah, I'm going to be fuming.
It's flashbacks of clear fucking... Excuse me, jelly babies all over again.
Yeah, what have we got? I think I found out gummy bears. Maybe angels. You can pring gels, maybe?
No, mate.
Oh, yeah, Pringmas, you're right.
Stretching it out.
What about pring?
It's Pringmas, mate.
If it's Pringmas, I'm going to flip my swear to God, if you somehow get validated for that.
Even Larry
nonsense.
says, what Christmas pun was that? Scott Newman says, Damian, you ask where I was in the thread from John O'Groats at the very tip of Scotland. Scotland.
That must be why the chocolate's different up there. Isn't it?
It's not different, mate. Larry says, am I the only one who's gone with Gundabad? Looks that way, mate.
Yeah, I think so.
I had to as a last resort after my Berserkers ended up being crossbowmen. Yeah, I hate when that.
I think we should give Larry a special prize for being the only person to go down the Gundabad route.
Mm-hmm. Packet of Ringmas.
That's too much. I think we should give him the chance to win a black tie.
Ringmas.
I really hope it's Pringmas. Because whatever it is, it's going to be very disappointing if it's not Pringmas.
Nathan T says they went with Merry Pringles when Pringle Bells was the obvious pick.
Oh, Pringle Bells is good, yeah. What did they go with?
Merry Pringles.
Merry Pringles.
Even Merry Pringmas is better than that.
Merry Pringles is better. I can't believe I'm saying it. I mean, that's the next level of it.
They just put Merry at the beginning.
They just swapped Christmas for
It's
Pringles.
like us doing a Christmas episode and calling it Merry Battle Streams.
No, it's like us doing a Christmas episode and call it Merry Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Who's the guy who came up with that? And everyone went, yes! That is it! Nailed it, mate. Nailed it.
There's someone in that office going, Pringle Bells. Pringle Bells.
Pringles,
and they go,
mate. Merry
Pringles.
I've got visions of normal packets of Pringles and someone's just put a sticker with the word Merry above it.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We need a branding, and it has to be one we can glue onto existing tubes of Pringles. Oh, mercy.
Jeez. Chris McKittrick, they had no swords on them, so they made them from plastic. So I made them from plastic, but they needed to be bigger, like they did with the Witch King's flail.
Oh, you made them bigger, Chris.
Yeah, they are big. Nathan T says, yeah, Dan, stop being so good. Also, stop the killings.
Yeah.
Larry says, thinking about it, you probably should have allowed Reavers. Larry says they're berserkery.
Oh, is that the name of the special rule?
Mm-hmm. And Nathan T says, Damien's about to check the ceiling for missing dice.
No, I found it. I updated the patrons.
Yeah, I've seen that you found it, yeah.
Found
Night Owl 835. Really enjoyed listening to you two guys. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks. Is that a new name?
It sounds like a new name.
Sure,
if you are listening,
yeah,
let us know where you're from, fella.
Give the channel a subscribe. Join us in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Become part of the family.
Be here at Christmas when we'll be in Merry Pringmas.
Merry Battle Streams in Middle Earth. We've got to do that. We have to remember that. We'll do a Christmas special again, right?
Just with a sticker over the badge. an old plaster with it wrote in marker.
You know the advert, like last year I put snow on it and I turned it red and white.
Yeah.
This year I'm just going to stick Merry over the top of it.
Gaffer tape with marker on it.
Please remind me about that.
Oh, God.
Oh, that is beautiful. Merry Pringles.
Nathan T. One of the streams, Steve's going to accidentally click over the bedroom camera, and then the numbers will go up through the roof. That's only on my laptop, that mate. Joe Achilles says, "Did you check email yet?"
We haven't checked the email, Joe. I'll put you on.
Nathan T. On your head, Steve. Classic comedy trope.
It's your glasses.
I know that's.
Oh, that might be up there. I think that will be one of the little clips like Emma scaring the shit out of me that's gonna get pulled out and gift, you know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna live that down, am I? Or I missed him looking for his glasses while I was tabbed away. How we laughed.
Laugh.
I've never seen that happen live.
Who was that?
Joe Holsworth. Sapphire Girl, we'll head out for tonight and catch up tomorrow. Have a great rest of the night. Take care, buddy.
Cheers, pal.
Comedy Gold says Joe. Generation Shift is laughing. Nathan T. By the way, Steve, get back to me on Messenger. That big box of bedroom toys is all yours. Julian Hammond, pulled pork burger Pringles are disappointing and taste too much like barbecue flavour.
It's all right, Julian. We've moved on. It's all about the names now, mate. That often happens, though, doesn't it? You get like I'm making these up now, so rather than saying these are these, like paprika flavour or pizza flavour, and they just taste like barbecue ones,
Yeah. Better by far is the doner kebab flavoured Pringles. I'm going to try them. Joe Osmond says Legolas and a Berserker was the biggest choke.
Oh, there was a comment about the biggest choke in movie history.
Yeah.
And he's saying it was confirmed as that.
Oh, well, not killing him?
Yeah.
All right. Larry Miller says, does that mean that one pose of Berserker is massively more common than all others?
That's actually a really good point.
Not necessarily. Didn't they come in blisters of 3? And it was always random which 3 of the 4 you got.
So do you think...
So I maybe think that the one that come in battle streams was quite rare in a blister.
God,
I reckon they made.
I reckon
they made the same amount.
The same mold, wouldn't it?
I reckon they made the same amount of them all, but gave loads of them away. Because I'm sure I've got a vague memory of buying about 3 blisters and still not having one pose that was.
That's a memory you've made up.
I'm sure.
You've made that up.
And in fact, I think it was one of the upright ones.
It's not because they would have had to make the models. I can't possibly see that they would have made a mold just for one, unless they knew about it, and the mold had 2 of that guy. but then after that, after Battle Strange Middle-earth, they'd always have more, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
This summon Dave Fredericks. This feels right up Dave Street. It's really interesting.
It's leather with a metal plate. Disagree, Joe. Disagree.
It can't. It's only one bit. It can't be leather with a metal plate.
I think it's leather. I think you need to look at the.
We've had this discussion. I remember it was because I did the. I've got the Uruk Scout Captain that I did at some point.
Yeah, and it was I think we discussed it on Lurts as well.
And it's leather. I've painted this as leather, and I've painted him on the stream.
Yeah. Hajinder Singh says, such a good stream, but I'm off now, guys. Thanks for the info on the books and Audible. We'll catch up with the rest of the stream tomorrow. Take care, man. Won't be far behind you, mate. We'll not be far behind you, but take care. Joe says, but I believe the one that came with the mag doesn't have the plate. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I don't think the Berserkers are like one of the unique sculpts. He's not like the Gandalf the White with the rock or without the rock, is he? I think he's just the Berserker.
Larry says, I feel sorry for Damien's ferals. I don't think they'll ever see a table again.
Probably right. We wouldn't use them for narrative scenarios, and I won't use them for tournaments.
All right. Joe Holzman says, Devlin mud on the painting handle. Larry Miller says he was talking about what was on the painting handles.
All right, you filth.
Ashley Fisher says Pringle bells ?
Yes, should have been.
Yeah.
Alas, Merry Pringles.
Matt says Pring Dong merrily on high.
Good, all better.
Oh, Joe Holzman's come up with a belter. Chris Pringle.
Pringles, all better, still better. Merry Pringles.
Why go with any of them when you can go with Merry Pringles?
Yeah, exactly. what they have in intelligence and puns and quality, they lack in sticking merry before Pringles. That's the problem.
Merry Pringles. Larry Miller says, fun crisp fact. Did you know that crisp always go past their sell-by date on the same day of the week?
What?
I don't know. Larry also says, we'll do a Christmas special again. Have you forgotten what happened last year? Have you forgotten the mist stream? This coming from the guy who couldn't remember his glasses were on his
He's talking about us not streaming on Christmas Day. What? Don't say he also says go back to his...
all Chris go off on the same day.
He means like Wednesdays. All crisps expire on Wednesdays. Is that...
I don't know. I learnt a long time ago that sometimes with Larry, I just nod.
With Larry, I'm quite sure it's true. That's the thing.
God knows. God knows.
Is that, by the way, on your top shelf there? Is that Gandalf doing like some gymnastic works on the bar?
That's him.
Is he working on the high bar there?
That's him holding up his staff. Oh!
Is it hot?
Rolls. So it rolls, mate. So it rolls. Nathan T says the 3 plot blisters of 4 poses always seem to have a rarer pose. I think Steve's right. This must have been the rarer pose in GW stores.
Yeah, they can't just put hundreds, thousands of that sculpt out and none of them in the packet. Can they?
God knows. Would have made people buy the mag.
Would have made people buy the mag. Maybe they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Joe Osman says, you just spent ages discussing 4 poses. You can't now tell me there's only one.
And I think there might be a mixed conversation about the number of Berserker poses. And we're saying that there's lots of different ones, but only one came with the magazine.
Yeah, so there's 4 poses. There's 4 poses altogether, but every magazine had
the same pose.
This pose in it. So what we're saying is, then this was quite rare. If you didn't buy the magazine, this was quite rare.
You know what they could have done? They could have made another mold of like 4 of that one.
Yeah.
So start with your normal Berserker mold, and then knowing that they were going to do it for this, they could have made another mold that's just got the same Berserker 4 times.
Yeah, but this is starting to sound like that. Them conversations where you say, the moon's going to be a quarter full and it's going to be pink tonight, and it only happens once every 100 years because of this, that, and the other.
Is it like that? Is it? Could you?
It's exactly like that, mate.
Could you just list the ways in which it's like that?
I can't, mate, because I'm in the chat. I don't want to fall up.
I'm mid-flight at the moment.
I'm flying, mate. I'm flying. Generation Shift says, Joe, don't you mean like crisp that. Pringle? Nice.
Crisp Pringle, good.
Aaron says, no, all crisps go out of date on a Saturday. It's to do with manufacturing schedules. I learned it from a guy who formerly worked at Tesco.
I learned it from a guy who had it from a guy.
I couldn't remember the day. I was going to say it's Friday, but yeah, pick up a packet. Pick up a crisp packet and check the date on it.
That's a great fact.
I've got Chris here. Shall we check it?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's check it live on the internet. Okay. I've never been more invested. You get the crisps, I'll get the calendar.
So, the year.
I'm so excited.
2021.
Yeah.
It's the year.
Yeah.
It's a day in August.
August. I have August.
The day.
Yeah.
Is in the teens.
Teens. It can only be one.
14th.
Stephen Crow.
Go on.
It's a Saturday.
Oh my flipping God. It's up there with Merry Pringles.
I think it's a bit better.
I think it's a lot better.
I think Merry Pringles is one of the worst things I've ever heard in my
life. That's a great pub quiz question.
That's a fantastic fact.
Yeah.
See, Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Sorry,
I'm going to use that. I'm going to impress someone this week with that fact.
Yeah, and everyone. It's not just about nonsense. It's also about learning.
Yep. It's amazing. It's amazing.
People coming together and learning.
Yeah. Sharing knowledge.
Big L.
Joe says, I mean, one of the sculpts doesn't have the metal crotch plate on it.
Okay. Oh, he means one of the 4 sculpts. Okay. There are an awful lot of cross purposes. I think he's saying one of the 4 Berserkers. I'm not even talking about Berserker. I'm talking about Lurtz.
So they've all got it. I'm looking at them now. 2 of them, I've got it looks weird where you kind of don't know what it is, but it is leather. And then on the other two, it's obviously leather because it's got ripples in it. I mean,
sorry, Joe.
There we go.
I like how you turned on your light to kind of make that feel a bit like a scary, intimidating interview room.
It was more. I was thinking of the Make Me a Millionaire. What was it called?
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It was
oh yeah. So Joe felt really intimidated.
Kind of that vibe.
Look, Holzman. I've got my light on.
So now we're going to have that discussion about. No, that's leather, and I'm like, no, yeah, no, I'll say no, it's leather. No, it's metal. Do you know what I mean?
For £1 million, can you imagine that? You've got £500,000. You've got £500,000. Okay, for £1 million, here's the question: when you're at Kai Berserkers by Games Workshop PLC, the crotch, leather, A leather, B metal, C leather and metal, D metal and leather.
C Mary Pringles.
Take your time.
C Mary Pringles.
Take your time. It's welcome to the Christmas special. It's Mary Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Picking the patron chat, by the way, of leather and metal, says Joe.
Oh, good to see.
Nathan T says, can't accept the weekly crisp issue. Surely every day the date rolls forward a day. Larry says, every bag they make 1 week has the same sell-by date, so technically Monday crisps can be sold longer than Thursday crisps. Harry says,
there you go. That's what Joe sent. So that I think that's leather.
Yeah, it's leather. It's leather, yeah.
I mean, I don't know at this point, but I think Joe's saying that is metal on cloth. I think you might not be, whereas I think that's leather on cloth.
It's leather all day because
that's a really good picture, though, Joe. That's really useful.
It's probably off like the Wetter. Is that off the Wetter or?
Yeah, it's a Wetter statue.
Yeah.
Lurtz does have one of those as well.
They've all got them, haven't they?
Yeah.
That weird diamond shape, but on some of them, it looks
it's
like
darker leather, though. Yeah.
It's It's
cool.
It was a great gamble on Larry to say it was Saturday. 1 in 7 chance convincing everyone the fact is 100% fact. Larry says
that also means there's an optimum day to buy crisps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because if you buy them on a Sunday,
well, doesn't sell by dates have a 5-day cushion anyway, or is it a week cushion?
Emma does this sometimes. She says, it's not a use by, it's a warn. It's like these eggs expired in March. Yeah, well,
if they say the thing is, if they say sell by, they've got that's the two months got sell by. You've still got a few days to have them at home.
And there's use by, isn't there?
Yeah. And then obviously they always err on the side of caution. So if they know that if they say right roughly this is going to make people ill if they eat on the 20th, they'll have the use by the sell by date.
On the 15th or something. Yeah. But Chris, you say it's like we had hot chocolate. I found a hot chocolate. We hadn't had hot chocolate in it. Emma started having wanting it as a comfort thing after Olivia was born. But we hadn't drunk hot chocolate in like 6 months, so the hot chocolate was 4 months out of date. And I was like, you can have this.
No.
Do you know what I mean? I reckon this chocolate powder ain't going to kill you.
No.
Made her very sick.
Did it?
No, of course not. But on the other hand, your beef mince, which is 4 months out of date, so I'm probably not going to eat that.
No. I'll tell you what. Another thing not a lot of people know is when you freeze stuff, it's not forever.
No, it's not forever. It's quite good.
Isn't
it 6 months is going to be the?
Oh no,
the kind of limit.
I think chicken is 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
I think so. Yeah, that's what they say.
I've eaten chicken that's been frozen for 6-7 weeks.
That's why you tripped over before. And it hit yourself in the face with a spoon.
Right, hang on. Right, firstly, the internet didn't know about that. You promised.
All that is because you ate meat.
Yeah, I was going to say, I ate some
been in the freezer for too long.
several years ago, and that made me trip over today.
Yeah.
So it's the...
For every action.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, it's a slow chicken vid.
Slow
that is.
burner, mate. Slow burner.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
God, I can't believe I've been so foolish.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Right, okay, I'm going to fly through these last few comments and then I think we'll pick up. It's 1:45. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. I forgot where I was.
What about frozen chicken?
Yeah. Ashley Fisher, I always thought it was leather on metal. Jolsman says, I could be wrong. Nathan T, can we get back to which Street Fighter models is about to appear on Damien's Fantasy Fellowship? My money's on Blanca as Gimli.
The Blanca model's very cool. It's got electricity going off it.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd be cool just to have on the shelf, wouldn't they? Then?
Yeah, they really
just
are.
Like little.
They're really nice.
Ornamental type stuff.
Problem is, I have too many ornaments and not enough shelves.
Yeah, that's true. Not enough space. Larry says the way it's attached to the belt, if it was metal, it would really restrict your movement and hurt your nuts. Joe Holzman
swing, doesn't
it? Imagine it just caught you on the edge.
And we know berserkers have nuts. R.E. Gimli.
Yeah. The one on Alert's wet statue definitely looks like leather, says Joe. Yeah, there is usually a 5-day cushion over sell-by dates. Depends on your star rating of your freezer, says Nathan T. Use by is pretty fixed. Best before is entirely up to the individual. Harry says, great to be back in this evening. Chat's great company. Great company as always, I think you want to say.
Skip a comment down. It's 2 comments.
Building projects get done. Spent 5
Great
hours.
company as a building project gets done.
Right. Okay.
So you mean pringling a roof?
Merry pringling a roof. Larry Miller says, I've eaten chicken that's been frozen longer than that, but then I also smell my milk rather than look at the date. Smelling milk is definitely the way to go.
I'd always smell milk if it's around the date.
Yeah. I've made the mistake once of not smelling the milk, looking at the date, and having like a day to play with, and then make a brew with it, and it's all bitty in your brew.
Sour milk is
foul.
It's one of the worst. It's worse. Is it worse than Merry Pringles? I don't know.
It's up there. It's
bad. It is up there.
It's bad. I also do the milk smelling thing as well, says Aaron. Nathan T. Glad you're back, Harry. Would hate to send the ruffians around. If it tastes off, then I take a bigger taste just to be sure, says Larry.
What?
Quite often you get milk that smells off but tastes fine. No, you don't, Larry.
What?
Larry, you do not. If it doesn't smell right, that's nature telling you don't do this.
What? You don't?
Yeah.
And then once you realise it doesn't taste right, I just drink a bigger pint of it because sometimes the top of it doesn't taste right. But
I think that tastes off. Let me try it again.
What?
Yeah, it's off. Yeah, it's off.
Barry, you're a constant enigma. He giveth with one hand about the all crisp on Saturday, and he taketh with the other hand saying, why not drink sour milk?
I drink sour milk, yeah.
I find out it's sour and then I drink it.
Right, okay. Quickly before we do the draw, I'm going to jump back over. I won't do it on screen. I will, because Stephen Ryan has posted a picture of his castle and it's glorious.
Oh, brilliant. Get it up, sir.
So let's have a look.
It's so cool. We've got someone doing the terrain. We've had a few people do the terrain, but not too many. Scott
I've requested
Newman
in the stream.
I don't know if you pulled that up, but Scott Newman's finished his Berserker.
Yeah, seen that.
It's an update. That looks beautiful.
That's class, yeah.
Dwelling's
in.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, he finished him a few weeks ago. He's not in.
Oh, is he not?
No. Look good, though, Dwelling.
And then
yeah, them walls look class, mate.
Very, very cool.
Very
and
nice,
it is the gatehouse.
It's very cool.
And he's got is that even the big corner tower he's got? It's looking great. That's so cool that you're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Right, let's do this draw, mate. I'll just try and tie up for 1 o'clock if I can.
I have also finished my work on this dude. I was going to check a washing him, but I didn't want to do it before I stuck in front of the camera because he was all gossy. But I'm quite emotional about this dude. He's just been base coated. It's nothing fancy, but it's what I wanted to do tonight. So this model, I put a post up about it earlier. I bought this in Sydney, in Australia.
Mate. Sydney, mate.
In February or March 2001. I've owned this model for 19 years.
Mental when you think about it.
Carried it around in a backpack for about 3 months. Bought the ambush and almond hen set. And I don't know why I would have got it over there, but maybe I was just tempted and that set came out when I was out there or something. But I feel like the exchange rate was good at the time. Doesn't make a lot of sense now when, you know, what Australians say about GW stuff, but I feel like it was a good deal at the time. Who knows? Yeah, I picked that up and I've had him waiting. I think the whole rest of the set is already painted. This guy's been waiting 19 years. I've owned this. And tonight, he got his moment.
He's got paint on him.
Last Isengardner card I've got. Cool. All because of the stream. All because of now, 50% because of you.
49% because of Larry.
Thank you, Steve, for your,
Cheers. You're all right, mate.
I jest, but we do these things together, and without you, this model wouldn't be painted.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. Oh, hang on, Joe Achille, mate. Joe Achille.
Joe Achille, yes. Chat. We could be able to... Wait, will that round up to 24 then?
Might do. Joe Achille. Oh, he's such a troll. He does.
Is he trolled you?
He did it last week. I've got.
Has he sent you a picture of Mary Pringles?
Hi, David. I've got 24 Berserkers. They're all painted. So instead, I've got about 3 dozen clones and Rex all primed up. Tell Steve that I'm drowning in Legion stuff. So he's working on. He's got loads of. I don't know. Even the Star Wars Legion things. I don't know what they are. But loads of clones. Did you say clones? Loads of clones and Rex. Who's Rex in Star Wars?
He's a clone like Captain.
Oh, okay.
From the Clone Wars.
So yeah, cheers, Joe. Good to have you in as ever. But I will not add you to the list. So I think it was just one. Oh, I didn't put. Is it just Dwalin?
Oh, he's not in. He's not in.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't in there.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
You've got a 23-sided dice?
Sorry?
Have you got a 23-sided dice?
I believe I've got a 24.
Oh, that'll do.
Yeah.
Have you got a 24-sided dice?
I think so.
That doesn't sound right.
The Michael Curtis collection.
24 sides.
I got some crazy dice in here, mate. Courtesy of dear sweet Michael Curtis. That one is a 20. That one is too small.
I don't think you got a 24. I think it goes 20 to 30 on it. Is it 24?
Mm-hmm.
Flipping heck, because I live and breathe.
I like the fact that literally as you were saying, I don't think you got a deep, but I was holding it in my hands saying, I think I got this. I think this one's all right. As ever, Michael Curtis, thank you very much for sending these through.
Saves so much maths.
Except for last week when I couldn't find the perfect dice.
The one we wanted.
Yeah. Charlotte, for anyone who didn't hear, if you went on the Patreon chat, my daughter had it. My daughter had scrawled it away in her box of precious things that's in the room. I checked everywhere and I saw there's a book that's a box, like one of those fake library books that opens up that she uses, and I saw it across the room. I was like, it's in there. You know what I mean? I was like, it's got to be in there. And I opened it up and there it was with the one ring and a bracelet and my mother's teeth and 7 cats and everything else that Charlotte needed on that day.
So what we're doing here, we're re-rolling a 7.
Why on earth would we if you want? No, we're not re-rolling a 7. We're rolling a 24. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Larry's got a point there.
What?
You show the 24 as if that's proof when a D30 would also have a 24 on it. Yes.
Oh no, the proof. Gone. The proof, sir. You know what? I'm going to switch back because otherwise that thing will lose focus. The proof is. It has a line under it. The line is the highest number.
All right, I thought I put lines under it to show you whether it was a 9 or a 6. Oh, it's a dot on that. All right, okay.
Yeah, but Steve, even you, mate, can't think there's a line under this 24 to show if it's a 9 or a 6.
Matt said, this isn't a 42.
Just imagine you getting this, staring at it again. Well, that doesn't help, because now I don't know if that's not a 9 or not a 6. Which one is it not? Jiminy cricket.
Come on, let's give something away. Come on,
let's give it away. Come on. Are you ready?
Let's give it away. Let's do it, man.
Okay, so we're re-rolling a 24, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this cheeky fella's crept in during the stream, hasn't he? Get rid of all that nonsense.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Go.
Is that a 15? It looks to me like.
It looks like 15, yeah.
That is a 15.
15, mate. 15.
We are playing for this beauty. 4 solids. Again, that's 1 or 2 rolls. 15. I believe
it is.
I believe it's Sam Earnshaw. 16.
Well done, Sam. Just double check that you've got it right, because we've done this before, haven't we?
I believe I've got it right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. There is the list. Yeah, I've typed the 15 next to Sam, but you can freeze this should you not trust us and count that there's 14 names above him. Sam Earnshaw, who I don't believe is one of Dice. Nope. I don't know if he's still about, but Sam, this very black. That's purple.
I know it's purple.
Oh, that's why it rolled a 4 and not a 6 before.
Yeah.
Just casually roll a 6. This very black Battle Streams Middle Dice will be winging its way to you very, very soon. And look, you will use it to destroy all before you and win your games with. They're really good for like when you get roll-offs and stuff. If you're evil, and
awesome.
They're very handy for that. So enjoy. Very. I think you'll have a great time with it.
They're awesome. Right. Shall we?
Why do they always get ones?
I don't know.
Shall we see?
Do you want to do the last few comments before we sign off?
Oh, Larry's defending himself. Sometimes your smell taste will taste a little wrong as you're smelling more than tasting it. Untrue. Larry says, I was 9 when you bought that lurk. Rex is a clone captain from the Clone Wars series. Joe likes to just like making you check your email every week. Well, it's good to have you. It's good to have you in, Joe. It's good to have you emailing. It's you're not. There's lots of people in the main thread who aren't painting the thing of choice. So it's good to have your contributions. Be nice to meet you one day. Joe Holzman says it's a multiple of 6. It makes sense to me. Is that 24? He's talking about why I could have your refusal to bleed. Look at your 24-sided dice. Larry said, there's the proof thing. Harry says, well done to the winner, guys. I'm off to bed now, fellas. Until next time. Joe says that was clearly a 51. Later says, you're cheeky at the end. Steve G, great guys. Great. Cheers, guys. Great stream. See you next time. Josh Crosby.
He's trying to get 8. He's trying to get 8 in it. He's trying to do.
If you want to sell that, don't sell it to Josh. He'll just put it on eBay for a markup. But with that, we have given away our dice.
We've given our all.
We have. We've gone through Unfinished Tales. We've gone through issue 30, and I've painted my alerts. I'm going to chuck a wash on this guy tonight, and that'll be me up to date. Steve, you've painted some Berserkers?
Yeah, smashed it, mate. Completed it. Yeah.
Finished it, mate. Will they be done?
Complete SPG.
Will they be finished?
Yeah, I'll get them finished because there's not a lot left to do. Like I say, I reckon there's an hour.
That's
left.
Cool little project there you've done.
Smash up. Another 3 for my army.
Yep.
So I can mess around with different builds. I can do like a really heavy Berserker build now. I've got 15.
Could leave them all out because they're defense fire.
Yeah.
But boy, have we got some exciting news for you.
Ooh.
That was tonight. It's been good tonight. We'll do the emotional bit right at the end.
Lots of laughs. Lots of laughs.
But obviously now we start to turn towards issue 31.
Yep.
It's a siege issue.
Oh my god. Do you know what? In hindsight, I'm thinking we should have done 4 issues on 1 week.